Good evening. Good evening. Oh yeah. So we're going to have a discussion about the viral video sensation that has been causing a lot of commotion, not only on Twitter but everywhere, everywhere. So we're going to start talking about that. Rella is supposed to come in, see if she comes in, and she's going to kind of lead the discussion a little bit there, but definitely want to talk about that. And then, unfortunately, this week there's been a few police assassinations of black men in this country. And that is very, very unfortunate. So we can talk about that as well, because that seems to be something that's just a continuous issue that never seems to go away, unfortunately. And then, or normal discussion. It's been a while since I cracked open the book. I finally got a chance to upload a new YouTube video and actually record another space. I think I lost 2 spaces because wasn't able to record them. I think I have the audio of it, so because I got an audio of 4 of them from the Twitter download, so I'm gonna try to figure out a way to get those up. It just may have a different sort of cover to it, but we'll work on something to get those 2 up, and then I'm gonna just try to start doing like 2 or 3 a week till I get caught all the way up, and go from there. But let me get State Power Mike. Hello, Miss Creative. Thanks for coming out. I actually emailed the company in that video. I'm gonna try to take some time to get all those videos and memes, but in that video, the guy had on Innovative, and it's an Innovative Collection is the clothing company. They're based in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I believe. 414 area code. So I was able to find their website and all of that. So I did email them. Not sure if they got back to me, but I sent them, a link to the space to see if they would come and at least give us some information on the clothing line, because it seems like a viral video such as that would do wonders for advertising a business. And so I'm sure people are curious about the clothing line, and I actually looked on the site and there's some nice pieces, some nice, outfits on there. So it looks like good quality clothing. And, it's reasonably priced, not too high. It's like retail price. Hello, Black American Homeland, Kapora. And then we got Don't Give Them a Label as well in the building. So yeah, I'm gonna try to hold one of these spots open for Rella if she ever does decide to come in. I fell asleep on that space last night. When that was actually a really good space. So I was actually glad she put it up. She decided to put a space up, and it was cool. Had a really good discussion in there, or whatever. So let's see. Oh, here we go. Miss Rella's in the building. Okay. Alrighty. Let's get some co-hosting going on here.
Hey guys. Co-host. Sorry.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Glad to be Rella.
I fell asleep. I don't even know what happened. My phone died. My phone died and everything. I don't even know if you guys are still in there. What happened? Can you hear me?
No, you're right on time. Okay. Yeah, I was just saying, trying to set the room. Talk about.
Okay. I'm gonna be. I'm here. I'm gonna be cooking because I just got home from work. And I went out and ran some errands. So, but I'm I'm here.
Okay, awesome. I got to go through my timeline to find all these memes and videos. There was a part 1, there was a part 2, and then there was other TikTok videos and other memes and other, just crazy. This is a lot of craziness around this issue, and people really took sides. Some people were on the side of, don't bash this black gentleman who appears to be doing his best. And, I respect that. I have sympathy towards that. But then the woman put out a video where she kind of explained a little more detail of what was going on. And so I'm gonna try to take some time to go through my timeline.
Black. I'll find I'll find that other video because I saw the video talking about where she actually came back and replied. I'll pull that one up because I have that one in my feed.
Okay, awesome, yeah. So the scenario based on part 1, it's a young black woman. She's got 4 children. The youngest one is by this gentleman who shows up to her house, and he's got looks like a supersized drink and, a bag full of, I guess, fries and a hamburger. Most people are guessing it's a hamburger. Could have been nuggets. I don't know. I didn't really listen intently to the video to try to figure all that out, but I do remember him saying it was his favorite, his kid's favorite meal. I'm not sure if that was a boy or a girl either, but at any rate, he shows up with this one meal for this one child in a house that has 3 other older siblings, and the mother is just saying, I don't have any money or food stamps or whatever the case may be, for a couple of days or whatever. And so she's kind of upset about the fact that he's bringing one meal for his kid, but not for the other kids. And so that's the gist of the video. And then, chaos ensues from that, because everybody really is taking a side. And a lot of people are invoking the name of the late, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels in a discussion, but I think they're doing that to a very strong disservice. From what I understand, he spent years telling black men how to get themselves together and how to elevate themselves and how to be responsible, and, telling them things to avoid. But I don't think that he was the type of person who would tell someone to just feed your kid in a house full of kids. I just would not put that on him. He may have said, avoid the situation before you have a kid, because this is what you're likely to end up with. But I don't believe he would have told this gentleman not to, provide food for the other kids, especially when, in the later video, she explains the fact that they had been together for a while and he had been feeding all of the children. So he had already taken on that role. And, I guess since they're no longer together, and then there was sort of like hints at he was still wanting to hook up with her in some way, shape, or form, is what I got out of the video. And it seemed as though since she wasn't interested in that, he was taking this approach to it. So there's a lot going on, but I think it boils down to a situation where you have these kids in the middle of 2 adults who, for whatever reason, are either trying to catch each other, trying to teach each other lessons, some little petty back and forth, whatever. At the end of the day, for me, I care about the kids, and so that's the position I took in the situation.
Hey, what's up, State Power? Yeah, to be honest, man, I wouldn't get involved in that situation. and we shouldn't. I don't think we should choose sides. That's between those two people. To be honest,
Yeah, I respect that. But so unfortunately, because she put it out there, it did go viral. It's been burning up for about a week straight. And like I said, there's been videos dropping here and there, and everybody's had their opinion. It actually made it to the Breakfast Club as one of their talking points.
oh wow,
Yeah, I think it's going to be, this discussion is going to be around for a minute, to be honest, because I think it's just highlighting a situation where you either have a situation where men and women, and I was actually surprised by that, but men and women are saying he's only responsible for his own kid, and they didn't care about anything else that was involved in the situation. And then, I mean, you got people, F them kids and all, a whole lot of other really, really super negative opinions about the situation. And I kind of discredit them and discard them anyway. But that's obviously a negative attitude for men or women to have anyway. If you want to try to justify it, a lot of people were saying he was broke, but he actually arrived in a car. He had on an $120 outfit, some shoes that probably cost about $100. So that was my first impression. Like, he kind of came over there looking as if he had money to spend, in a sense. That was my first, even before the video, even before they started talking and I really understand what was going on. I just saw the way he was dressed and was like, okay, this dude's balling a little bit, right? That was my opinion. But everybody else was looking at it like, oh, he's broke, he might not have no money, blah, blah, and they started going down that road. And I was just like, okay. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized, maybe he's spending his money in a way that's not necessarily beneficial. The biggest issue was the fact that his kid lives in a house full of siblings. And so if his kid eats and his siblings are hungry, for me, that's a massive problem. I believe it creates envy, jealousy. It might create situations where potential harm could be developed because these are older kids. They may neglect the kid because they don't like the fact that he's getting special treatment, whatever the case may be. And so I think the father's not looking at it from all angles. I think he's just thinking like, oh, I still want to hook up with this chick, or I'm upset because I'm not hooking up with this chick. And he's just trying to be petty in a situation where he had already been fulfilling the role as the provider for all the kids. Like, for me, if it was a thing where they had met, it was like a one night stand, they hooked up, and then after that he just showed up for his kid, I would be way more on that side of things. But the fact that they were together and those kids looked at him as a father figure, that's really fucked up to me, to be perfectly honest.
What's the total number of kids again?
There's 4 total, and his kid was the youngest. Rella, you got it.
So I just wanted to say that I watched I surf these streets. I really do try to do my due diligence to gather enough information before I make a informed decision. Or I'm sorry, yes, enough information to make an informed decision. And I found a full video of the discussion with her when she was recording him. And he did mention that he does have a bank account. He does have money. And he said that he didn't feel like his responsibility to the other children, but he did feel, but whoever chopped the video up that went viral did not post that part. Matter of fact, they didn't post the entire video. And so I think what we tend to do sometimes, we tend to try to fall back from situations and not want to speak on things, which I can respect that. But at the same time, that doesn't help us grow in places where soil needs to be turned over, where maybe soil needs to be changed. And as a female who has seedlings, I would say that it is very detrimental for a black female, black woman with children, not baby mamas. I cannot stand that term, baby mamas, baby daddies. If you are in your child's life and you are providing a healthy, mental, stable situation so that the children actually become the centerpiece around whatever you as a grown adult have created, then you are doing your due diligence to keep at least that portion intact. What happens between two adults, children have no control over. And it was very hard to watch so many people make this about, oh well, she not with the guy, so he shouldn't be responsible, and she not this, that, and the third. But he literally um, made it his business to be with a woman with children and even put a child in her. So they gave birth to a child together. And then he also put his position, himself, like Black was saying, in the position of a father figure to the other children while he was with her. And then it became a situation where he put himself in the stature of, I am someone that, you can count on, or I can be an influence to your life because I'm here with your mother. Now, once they split, then it became, oh well, I'm not responsible for the mother children in regards to resources and feeding them. I think there is a problem in our community because a lot of people don't know what it means and why we are 50% of the homeless, as well as who's homeless, and why you should take in consideration of who's around you that might be hungry. I have fed families off my own dime, and I have a situation in my own household. I have taken upon myself to buy groceries for grown men who struggle and are maybe homeless. And I never once said it is not my responsibility. I think the part that we're looking at in this situation is the fact that she recorded this man bringing a 42-ounce drink and a bag of food, one meal, to the younger baby, when you could have, if you were someone who actually practiced honor in caring for a woman with children, who has the children, you could have bought groceries that would have lasted a lot longer. And I think we're looking at this from the lens of the Kevin Samuels and the Cynthia G's, and or the man, the manosphere, the woman's sphere, and all these different lenses. But we're not even taking into account that we just got through talking about Roe versus Wade and how we need more black babies being born, and we need women to have more babies, and we want people to do X, Y, and Z, and not taking account that you need people that have resources as well. You need people who, even if they do have food stamps and they run out, that means that there's some food that needs to be taken into account for a woman with children, or a man who has children, or a family who has children who require resources. And I think people don't know the ins and outs and how hard it is to get those resources as Black people. And I think we try to somehow become the moral compass. I mean, even myself, I'm not excluded in the situation of me having my own opinion, but at the same time, my position on feeding children and making sure children are cared for, even the adults in a situation, single or family, trumps any of the other noise that keeps our community odds and various intersections. And I think people have to get to a point where you start to look at things in that perspective. There are children in this situation. The woman said that she told him that she didn't get her food stamps until the 11th. He knew that because that means she was calling him to say, hey, I needed food for the kids. Can you help me? And if that in return translated to him, well, I'm gonna buy only food for my child. I ain't gonna worry about them other ones because where they daddy's at. Well, it would be the same. Um, it would be the same question for them, and his child is still in that formula. If they go out and buy food for their child, they have to buy food for all the children that are in that situation because they made it their business to have children with a woman who had children already. And at some point you developed a relationship with this woman. You developed you somehow developed a relationship with the children, whether you think you don't or not. You are around kids who see you coming and going. You might not have a perception of you having a relationship with them, but that is a package when you meet someone who has multiple children. And honestly, you are not exempt in the in that factor. You're not. And it was very dishonorable. We can talk about the mom and whatever situation that she's in and why she doesn't have financial stable household. We can talk about that as well. But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, what he did was just the greatest thing in the world because at least he brought food for his child. You knew about a household needing food and you decided to do the most detrimental thing, and that is to ignore other children who might be hungry. And I'm sorry, I don't know about y'all, but I'm not designed that way. I wasn't raised that way. I don't operate in that light. And when I talk about my people, I'm about my people. Whether you ain't shit or whether you Uncle Tom or whatever, I would never let you walk down the street, be homeless in that regard. As long as you're not hurting or threatening my life, we gonna figure this out. Period. And if that wasn't his intentions, he should have never had a baby with her. And if he feels like he's man enough to just buy food, that one meal when a child needs 3 meals and 2 snacks a day, you need to go and file for custody. And then you need to be the honorable man that you say you are and make sure your child is taken care of because it sounds as if you're only there to do the bare minimum. That's what that sounds like. And that's what that looked like. And I land my plane.
And that's what it was, bare minimum baby daddy. There ain't no question about it. You mentioned child support, and so in my I had a son. The relationship didn't work for whatever reason. The first thing I did was go and get on child support, and the reason being, when a man in this country, you're never going to get full custody unless the woman is a drug addict or is in some other way incapable. Like she's got to be a horror, and it's not just a one-time thing. It's got to be sustained over time because you're going to have all these different court appearances over time. It's a really long process for a man to get custody away from the mother. Most of the judges look at you like you crazy if you show up with an attorney for any of those. I mean, hearings, whatever, they look at you and they don't want to hear none of it, to be perfectly honest. But I wanted my son to know that I loved him and I would do anything and everything that it took to be a part of his life. And the thing that child support does is it gives you joint custody under this agreement. And me being a truck driver, I was on the road during the week. So on the weekends, it was father-son time. Every weekend for his entire life, unless he had some event that, some family event or whatever the case. But every single weekend for his entire childhood. And then once I got local, I would pick him up different things throughout the week. When he approached her, he asked her, could he take his kid, whatever, could he take his kid somewhere, whatever the case may be. And she said flat out no. And in that exchange, it let me know that he doesn't have custody. He doesn't have joint custody. And it's likely because he's not paying child support. And, me, when I date whoever I'm dating, if they got kids, I mean, I can't tell you how many people, how many women I've dated that have kids that tell me their child's father is not paying child support. And I'm always shocked. I'm shocked. Not only am I shocked because the father's not paying child support, but oftentimes it's the woman who doesn't want them to pay child support, or they have convinced themselves that that's the best thing for their life, for their child, whatever the case may be. And the thing that I say to them, well, look, you know, I'm glad you got a good life. I'm glad you have, you're financially okay. However, your child, until they graduate high school, and even I think at this point they maybe include some of the college years, as long as they're in education, you could be taking that money, putting it into a trust fund, so that as the child grows up, it could either pay for college, it could be a down payment on a house, it could be a retirement fund, so that by the time they're in their mid-30s, they're already a millionaire. Whatever it is that you decide to do, so be it. But I'm just always like shocked at, and I think that this is quote unquote the culture, and it's like street culture, hip hop, whatever, where it's like it's not cool for these young black women to get child support out of their fathers, and so they end up on this string. And in my opinion, this is what this guy was doing, having her on the string and trying to manipulate the situation to his advantage. And again, not at all caring about his kid or their siblings. He's really just caring about himself at the end of the day. And so that's why I took I just looked at it like, man, this dude's, in my opinion, he's a piece of shit. I grew up, without a father. I grew up with a stepfather who, for what it's worth, he was a veteran, so he got, veteran benefits. He was injured, all that stuff, but he made sure that there was always food in the house, even if the food came from a church or a food bank or somewhere, the neighbors, whatever the case may be. He made sure that we had food to eat, and the food stamps always ran out at the end of the month. That's a part of being on public assistance. It always runs out. So, I can't look at this guy who looks young, who looks like he could work, who looks like he's able-bodied. I worked damn near 70 hours this week. I did 2 weeks in a row where it was like 66, 68 hours. And this goes back to Kevin Samuels, because someone responded. They said where he believes in Kevin Samuels' opinion, he don't want to hear you say you're broke if you're not working over 60 hours a week. And that's really the bottom line of it. So I don't know. I'm just, it's just like, it's a learning curve for me, because all my brothers, I got 3 brothers. They all have kids. They all work. They all provide for their kids. And they were incarcerated. They were incarcerated. They came home. They got jobs. They turned their life around, whatever the case may be, and they just provide. And they're providing for other kids in the home. It's not. I mean, so yeah, like, this is foreign to me, but I do feel sorry for the kids, and I feel sorry for that situation. My stepfather, to his detriment, he played favorites between myself and my younger brother at the time, and it created a wedge. It created a wedge between us. We had 4 years between us, so like elementary school, whatever. I'm moving up way. There's like this 4-year difference, but it created this tension in the soul that really didn't need to be there. Later on in life, that's my brother. I love him to death. Do anything for him. He's living in a house that I own, as a matter of fact. So it's just one of those things where the parents really gotta stop thinking about themselves and think about the kids and do what's best for the kids. I'm not talking about catering to the kids. I'm not talking about buying them expensive shit or none of that. I'm just talking about providing the basics and providing an environment where they can actually grow and be healthy. That to me is what a righteous black father does versus the bare minimum. So, yeah. And we got WFAB who stepped up to speak. Anybody feel free to jump in on this conversation, because it all boils back to, if we're going to build a black nation, a black majority state, we need these children to be mentally, spiritually, and righteous in everything that they do, especially in terms of providing for their children. I mean, that's just like mandatory. You know what I mean? Because if they don't, right, it's going to fall on the state. It's going to fall on the taxpayers. Everything like that. So we got to hold them accountable. And they probably need mentors. They probably need to be in some sort of social organization or whatever the case may be, to help develop those skills. So, yeah, I'll open it up to anybody else who would like to add to it.
Hello, good evening. My name is Fulani Yara. I am the founder of Naref Entertainment and producer of the podcast WFAB Network News and Television. This topic is very interesting. My background, I hold a double master's in business administration and nonprofit management and leadership. And, I just would say to the African American community here in America that it is time for Black nationhood. And I started an online school because I can't right now cover the overhead costs, called Rahidi Institute. And I just think that we just need to just start creating and building. No more should we be sitting at these, tables and spaces and corners and clips. And, it really is time to build. But the thing is, young Black men and young Black girls, they are experiencing something that, we as adults have been experiencing. So it's generational. And I think the best solution is to build. Build schools, a lot of government schools, a lot of local continuums are dumping urban schools that they destroyed simply by not funding them. Many, many, many Black children have been raised on defunded schools where they don't even carry books. I remember I used to carry books, Generation Xer, and we had books. And to sit down and listen to little Black kids, oh, we don't have no books. Our teacher make us make copies, or she give us copies, and we got to big our supplies and all this stuff. And we got laboratories in our schools now where young girls can have their babies and be researched upon. Okay, that's what we are. And on top of that, we got this pandemic. So I just say build. Use your vision. Don't worry. Get fear out of your communities, because that's the driving force. Fear. Remember those videos where Black folks would be walking around, shopping, playing, jumping jacks, playing basketball on the basketball courts in New York City. And all of a sudden, some white person just stop up, pop up, and scare Black folks and stuff like that. We got to see it for what it is. I say, don't live in fear. Just, we Black people, we just need to do what we need to do. Stop complaining. Oh, they doing this over there. Why they doing this? Hey, 53 people was just found in a truck. It was the dump program. Oh, yes, dump people. We saw that. Serious out here in these streets, man. So I'll yield my I'll yield my plane with that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna let Black American Homeland answer that, because this is the space where we actually do talk about building. So I'm gonna let him, jump in on that one.
Yeah. First, I would want to say is I've been following WFAB for a while, and I had no idea that you were a young lady. So, wow. So,
yeah, I treat them like that all the time. Yeah.
I support your passion. I'm all about the Black American homeland. Super majority population of a region of states, and in the future, hopefully, that can become a Black American independent nation. And I just believe in taking steps into a Black nation. And I support you. And
well, see, the thing here, the thing that African Americans need to understand.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of, I'm from Miami. Okay. I'm now here in Los Angeles. I spent about 25 years there, and I saw the development of Miami Gardens, an incorporated city, developed, run, and it took a while. At first, it was destiny. Carol City didn't get pulled into that, but Miami Gardens is the first ever African American incorporated city. I was proud of that. I sat in, my background, I sat in on many committee meetings, community meetings, talking to people. But they got it done. It took about 20 years. So if African Americans are serious about nationhood, homeland, it's wise to start teaching the children and get them into learning how to build governments, because that's what this game is about. Especially, the walls of America are down, and they're going to come crashing. This immigration system is going, the whole thing is going to come crashing down. It's going to get restructured by immigrants who are going to leave it open. And we have to deal with that, because when they come through the door, they always say, y'all African Americans, always. And I'm like, yeah, what about us? Bitch, have your paperwork together. That's all I'm saying. That's what equals the playing field. It doesn't equal the playing field when you can get what I can get and you don't even have your paperwork. And I know, because I've dealt with that for a considerable long time, dealing with people, having to help them find their paperwork. So I'm saying, don't be dismayed by don't be distracted by the social issues going on today. And there are many. My uterus is wrapped up in a band. Why? Please, when we build our Black governments, let's not come up with ban. Oh, we're going to ban you Black women to death. Don't do that to Black women. Don't be like them and ban and create laws that are harmony, that are structured for positivity, because that's the game. We all have to live in this matrix together. But we definitely can build. Hell, Jews have built their own nationhood within America, and they're living and they're thriving, and better not nobody say nothing about it. At least you get smacked by the ADL. And who gives a damn on the ADL? Oh, you lying crap. See, I speak truth. That's one thing y'all have to know about Fulani Era, WFAB. I come with all truth. I don't care about their feelings. Not one. And I mean it. Because I sat for 55 years watching racism destroy African Americans, take away their rights, can't even build nothing without. We can't even get reparations. Do you notice the Supreme Court won't even hear reparations? Hear. You know how to hear something? You hear something, they won't even hear that. So we have to just look at this platform and see it for what it is. White folks tried to run us down, tear down America. You saw them with the insurrection. That was a coup d'etat. I don't care what Trump say. I hope he go to jail. Mueller tried to tell it, but we as African Americans, we have to see ourselves where we're at. Dr. Claude Anderson said we are second class. We are third class right now. I don't want to be third class. I hope none of you want to be. So, it's time to start building. That's why I just build. Stop complaining about these white folks and what they do and whoever else. Stop getting distracted. Build. Flying my plane down. Sorry. Took too long. Just wanted to say that.
Yes. Build. Totally agree. So, man, the video.
I wanted to piggyback on what Kalani was saying, and she's so right, and definitely in regards to building. I think that for years, that's all our ancestors were doing, and I think that's all that we continuously do now. However, the pushback that I have is pointing out social issues, which is a part of communication and building, which is why I definitely love Jason Wilson and, his position on, taking young boys and helping them develop. I think women, we have all kinds of organizations and different things and such, but we don't pair it together with the new knowledge as generations change, eras change, decades go by. We don't pair it with the information. You don't see an organization outside of CJAC and NAASD, your development Black, as well as Ms. Falani's organization, where they're pairing this knowledge as well as moving into the next decade. And I think in order to teach children, you have to be able to give them what it is that you need them to know. The reason why Ms. Falani's organization is going to be successful is because she has something to offer to build. She has a brick to lay. She might have multiple bricks to lay. And it has to be that we learn how to make clay. And when you learn how to make clay, you go through osmosis and whatever else, and whatever transitions and healings that you got to go through socially. And you start to talk about things that keep us distracted. That's part of the process. I don't feel like talking about a situation and using that situation to bash or break down men. But if I require a whole mental health, strong, able-bodied man, then we have to have that conversation on what does that look like. Kevin Samuels is not the epitome of what that looks like to me. I grew up with men in my life. My grandmother in my life, grandparents in my life, good, bad, or indifferent, right? If you ask me what issues that need to be tackled as far as being a young female, even with my own personal life or things that I have a perception on, we need to figure out what does that look like? What is a mother nurturing her children? What is a mother who needs to be also covered and cared for? How does she provide cover to her family? What does that look like? In a political sense, an educational sense, in an individual sense. I think we have to get to a point where we are able to compartmentalize so that we can build properly. Because People can't give what they don't have, but you can take them through training. You can sharpen them if you have it so that they can learn how to give it. And right now, what I saw is our community needs so much on top of reparations that we are literally fighting on E. Like the gas tank is empty, and people that are sprouting up who want to dump in, you know, um, fuel that is not for our community and is not beneficial. Because let me ask, the question I have is, everyone invoked Kevin Samuels in all these different scenarios, but no one talked about counseling mental health. Well, how did they get that way? I heard Black say, well, I don't think we should pick sides. I don't think there should be it shouldn't be even about picking sides. It's about really looking at a situation and who are in this involved situation and what would be the outcome if the community does not rally around to fix that or rally around to implement some sort of healing for that. Again, then you're left with another family out there that's going to latch on to something else, latch on to, another next, big whatever issue it'll be. It'll be another distraction, as we call it, right? Instead of actual social communication, social engineering, indoctrination, and we're going to continuously repeat the same behaviors. You have to stop it. You got to, somebody gonna have to be the voice of reason. Somebody's gonna have to stand up and, say, listen, no, what the hell is going on here? And, we gotta fix this. You can't be about, oh, I don't want to speak up on men and what men do because, we know the issues that Black men face. Yes, we do know issues that Black men face, but we also know that there are things that, just like in Black women, that we need to correct, that need correction. I mean, and that's kind of where I stand. So, but I definitely mad respect for everyone on stage and all of the perspectives. I'm just taking it in.
Yeah, thank you. So the thing that I came across is a lot of people who are on, they've chosen a side, they've taken the guy's side. I'm on the kid's side. I'm gonna take a side. But a lot of these people are like, oh, she can't afford to feed these kids, she should lose the kids. Somebody call CPS. So that is extremely problematic for me, is that they want to traumatize the kids even more. Again, it just seems like the reaction, which I'm sure she didn't expect the reaction because she had to post a video to try to explain what was going on, but the reaction of punish her, take the kids away, man, that, to me, that's just like way over the top. I don't understand it at all. So I don't know if, we got Miss I'm trying to get, okay, yep, we got Miss Creative up here. I don't understand that part. Like, why would, and I mean, it's Twitter, so there are avatars. It could be a man, woman. Ain't no really, it's hard to tell whose gender's what behind a picture, but it just seems like that's doing way too much. Yes, Miss Creative.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm new to Twitter Spaces, so I'm just trying to jump in some rooms. I just wanted to say, Rella, I so appreciated what you said, and I resonate with so much of what you said. And I think, honestly, taking the perspective of both sides need to adjust is huge, and that is self-awareness and respect for ourselves, I think, to say that. But I wanted to add this, and this is something that I've been seeing a lot. So we know how our community is now designed due to us living in this country. we have a lot of mothers like myself who are single, and just like Black was saying, I've tried to file child support a couple of times. One of my children, his father has been always abusive to me, and once I filed the child support, it became, I'm about to kill you and anybody you fuck with and blah blah blah. So after some time, it's like, why do I want to continue this, right? But the biggest issue I see is that, okay, now we're here, who is going to help me to parent my children? So I see a lot of men who are like, just like we're seeing with the situation with the McDonald's, that's not my responsibility. I don't want to parent someone else's children. Okay, well, you may not want to, but those kids are here and they're part of the community. So here I am looking for my partner, my mate, and running into so many men who are like, well, you should have made a better choice. Well, I didn't. I was a young woman. I also had a lot of mental health things that I was working through, self-worth problems, like most women, choosing people who I shouldn't have been choosing. So now here we are. So where are the fathers? Like you said, Black, you had a stepfather. Maybe he wasn't the best, but now's your opportunity. Let's say you choose a woman who does have children, for you to be the step parent that you didn't have. So that's what I'm seeing out here. And I just appreciate you guys letting me talk, and I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, that was definitely that was one of those hellmakers or haymakers. She definitely introduced a different perspective there.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was I'm gonna blame the loud Black voices. There are a lot of these loud Black voices who have these large platforms who are really spreading this mentality of it's not my responsibility, and that's why it's being echoed everywhere online, because there's a few of them, and they're very popular, but this is where this is coming from, because there's no other, and only because I've seen them, and I've, if you go on YouTube and do some searches, you'll probably come across some of these platforms, but this is what they're telling men and women, and some women are buying into it, and I'm assuming a lot of young Black men are buying into it, and it's problematic because there's already a situation where, from my understanding, there's more Black women than Black men. And then if these Black men are going to remove all Black women that have children from their dating pool, then that means that they're going to have to date outside in order to find this so-called, high value woman that doesn't have kids, or they're going to be dating much younger. And I mean, I just think all the way around, you start to create all these unintended consequences when you could just simply say, be righteous in all things that you do, in all relationships. Take care of the kids that are around you. That is what a responsible Black man must do. Those are simple concepts to me, but it seems that these loud platforms want to promote a sense of, it's not even a lack of responsibility, it's irresponsibility. So we got U Permit and then WFAB.
No, I just wanted to say that, it's a lot of buckets that's being discussed. Young women that are single parents. I think that the young lady that explained her situation, I think what needs to happen is, if there's nobody in your immediate family that's a male figure to give you guidance, try to reach out to some other resource. I'm not sure, because it is a lot on, that was a big boom. What can I do? Make some suggestions. But it's a lot that goes into making those type of suggestions. I also think that what we have to start doing is, like I tell my son and I told my daughter, basically, try to deal with somebody that, and give it time. Use protection, do what you have to do. to be bad to correct, especially in relationships. Some people get into relationships and think that, oh, maybe if I do XYZ, he or she will correct the behavior. Usually, the person who you meet at the beginning, yes, there's going to be some tweaks in there, but there's also going to be a period of toleration. Do you really tolerate that person before you decide to have kids? Yes, I know there are situations where parents will get married and everything, and divorce happens. That's one thing. But at the initial, we have to be a little, like I told my son, just be a little bit cautious who you mess around with, and just be mindful that, you know what, maybe this might not be the right person to have a kid with. So you know what? Use your caution, use your protection, and use your sense upstairs, because you never know. Now, going back to the community piece, I think what we have to start doing is, we have to start having these types of conversations and stop listening to a lot of these YouTubers, because the people who make those statements and try to sway people and say, oh, this person's bad. Notice a lot of them don't have kids themselves. So Kevin Samuels, I don't think he had any kids. All he was doing just critiquing the women.
No, Kevin Samuels had daughters, and
he
had two ex-wives, so he did not have a good relationship with his daughters from his own mouth. From his own mouth.
He was just checking.
And then,
oh, sorry about that. My connection's not that good. What was that?
No, so he didn't have a good relationship with his daughter. And then apparently the two ex-wives that he didn't have a good relationship with them either. He actually talked about that. And so I'm gonna go on mute, and I want to follow up after you finish.
All right, but then we have to look at people's backgrounds and maybe start to vet. Are they really being true to the messages they're sending out, or are they just putting out stuff for clicks and likes and everything? But I think going back to the community, what we have to start doing is using each other as a resource. The young lady explained her situation. Maybe there's a male figure that can help, just bounce ideas off of, family members. It depends on your situation, but I would try to reach out and get more assistance in terms of, maybe there are women's groups that you can join for single mothers to try to get ideas, and also to just going back to the basics, spending time with your child, going to the PTA meetings. Okay, the father might not be there, and yet you have to do double duty, but also, just explain to the child as they get older, what are you doing as a mother to help get them to where they need to go? And also, too, what I tell my kids, I want them to do a little bit better than what I've done for them to keep the progress going. So those are the things I have to say, and, it is a lot, but it's stuff that we do need to discuss as a community. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I want to put this out there. On Facebook, there is a Black Fathers group. It's for Black fathers. I don't know if they let Black women in there, but there's thousands, tens of thousands, I believe at this point. I can do a quick check. But that's a really good group for Black fathers. And it actually, I wish they would kind of open it up for women to just listen and watch and kind of stay in the background, because they'll see how good righteous Black fathers are, how they encourage each other, how they support each other, they congratulate each other. It's a beautiful thing in that group. So I think Rella wanted to go, and then WFAB, and then Rella.
All right, thank you. I recommend seeing some of this stuff. I've seen it 1,000 times. This stuff does not move me. It just speaks to the time in which, Black culture has descended into. Both sides. It's really hard, seeing little Black kids having to deal. I saw a video of a guy going off on a little boy, and I thought, what is it about that man that he is on the phone, not in the young boy's face, but on the phone, yelling like he talking to some prostitute or something on the phone. I said, what? But some men have literally lost their minds. Okay? Lost their minds. Because when you meet a woman, you have the opportunity to be authentic. They don't. When you have when it's time to be real about the sex game, they're not. Fulton County has over 70% African American women infected. Heterosexual women that have husbands and men. Assuming. But to see that little boy like that, I said, I want to just take the Bible and just beat him over the head with it. Like, why would you do that to your son? Now you done traumatized that little boy. Now he's going to have issues because he's traumatized. You set the trauma in the boy. Well, he might have been traumatized when he was born. You know what I mean? Like, we have to we really literally in this day and age have to take ownership. But that has this game that we playing out here, and when it comes to relationships and sex between black men and black women, it's really crazy. Women, oh my God, it's harrowing to see black women in homeless shelters with no men, but wind up getting pregnant in a homeless shelter. How does that happen? I've asked. Why are you sitting up here getting pregnant in a homeless shelter, girl? What's going on with you? Because that's how Fulani Era does it. You're making too many excuses, sister. You're not supposed to be in a homeless shelter having sex. You already got 3 babies. Now you got another one. I had to pull a sister to the side and say, sister, why you got that man in this homeless shelter holding your baby? Where the baby father at, sister? Where the baby father at? Don't let the case manager take your child away from your sister. Stop cutting up in here, sister. This is not a place for you to live, sister. Tell that man that you got pregnant with in a shelter because he homeless too. Some brothers and sisters don't believe in condoms. That's an issue in black culture. We're overbreeding. Makes no sense that a sister have 6 kids and making less than the median income, but she out there. It's a lot of things that we just need to stop doing. Nobody believes in the compensatory code. When Dr. Lindley Fuller said stop shining, he meant it. But we still doing that. We shining, we overpopulating. Then brothers sit up like they say in the video, I can't pay for my son. I ain't got to pay for all these kids. I ain't said I had all these kids. Just like my grandmama. My grandmama had 7 kids. And she had 3 baby daddies. My mama had 3 baby daddies. It's cyclical. We gotta see it and start, like the sister say. Who gonna take? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got all these kids. I saw a sister on channel in Palm Springs, Florida, talking about I need help. I got 15 kids. My man locked up. They locked up my other man. Help! I got 15 babies. We need to stop having black men, please wear a condom. Now we got the ban on abortion. Guess what? We've never had a problem with our birthing ratio. Y'all know this. Somebody else got a problem with birthing. Y'all know who it is. She got to go get in vitro fertilized. She got to go get a stick put up in her uterus. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that problem. We need to control our rhythms. Women, you got to tell a brother, hey, listen, brother, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't have another child. I only make $60,000. It takes $120,000 just to raise that child to 25. And I got to make sure that bitch have insurance, health insurance, cough insurance, medical insurance, and you brothers don't pay. That's in the statistics. I'm just saying it like this because it is so serious within the Black culture. And these videos just keep creeping up. You brothers are foul for some of these brothers are foul for doing stuff like that. Why would you even be caught on TV talking to your future like that? History or destiny? Where we at? Black culture? She got 5, 10, 16 babies. 10 men. 10 men will not take responsibility for your community you created? Come on, brothers. Yes, please keep hounding. Black men take responsibility. Black men take responsibility because I refuse to call any brother anymore. Brother, why you ain't paying child support no more? Because I'll call. Why you not paying child support? Your son needs your help. Why won't you help him? He needs school supplies. He needs clothes. I don't give a damn that you got a whole nother family with that Karen over there, or Maria, or Bindale, or Bakita. But your black son over here needs your help. Help our future. Help. Please help our future people. Let's please build and help. And these little black boys really need black men to step up. Because when Clinton took the job, the summer youth programs, I worked for a summer youth program. I could not say anything. What could I do? I'm like, God damn, what they gonna do next? And when they took the summer youth program, guess what popped up? The prison, the pipeline school system. I said, look at Clinton really did a good job of helping little white boys get a 20, 40-year advancement. Yeah, 40 years. A whole generation he just helped advance. And look at where our black boys are today. That's why I say, why are these black men out here doing the things they do to their kids today? Maybe that's a program intentionally. When I start calling out program, hey, you on a program. You running a program. I think you need to check that program, brothers and sisters. Do that. Do it. Check the program you running. Black men on TV now. I hate you. Why you on my front? I don't need to feed you. You ain't my son. That's that other nigga son, not my son. I do. Oh God, just that my daddy did me like that. That's how my sister got here. Cheated on my mama, popped up a new baby. What? You've been the aggravation of my life. And that's just keeping it real. So you men don't understand the things that y'all do to these kids. We have to grow up. Kids do grow up. I'll land my plane there.
I feel like that was a sermon. At the end of the day, I think you made a comment, or he used the term tolerate. We're not supposed to be tolerating each other. And I don't think maybe that's not what you meant. I think I understood what you meant, but I think words have meaning. They mean something. And you can't tell kids how to be. You have to walk in action so that you can emulate what it is they need to try to become or master or surpass the master. I think it's a great idea for men to be amongst themselves and sharpen themselves and love on themselves and help to purge, inconsistencies and, And same with women, but I think there has to be a bridge. I talked about this last night. There needs to be a bridge. You can't separate yourself from the group and then think that you're going to be able to somehow come back to the group once you start going through your process of reflection. There has to be a bridge. There has to be a way to reconnect and practice what it is that we need to unlearn. In that video, two things. The mother never said that she's not incapable of feeding her kids. The father didn't say that he wasn't incapable. He said what he was not willing to do. That is a definition of tolerating. And that's not honorable. I always say honor escapes a man who has none. If you were not taught honor, you have no honor. If you were not shown honor, you have no honor. You have no bridge to give respect to someone. You are only going to be in a position of like this guy that came in our spaces last night. He believes in having an authority over someone. Then you start to put yourself in the position of now you want to rule in authority, supremacy, dominance. The only one that has room in your ecosystem is you. And if you're the only one that has room in your ecosystem, then how can you grow? Who is there to temper you? Who is there to push you? You're running everyone away. You can't hold a conversation. You can't talk about things that hurt. You can't even express your emotions without literally destroying the person you're talking to. That is a problem. And we have to, as you permit said, we do have to have these conversations. You know, WFAB, Fulani said the same thing. I think we all are saying the same thing, but we need to put action behind it. The young lady who came up on stage, I hurt for her. Or the grown woman, excuse me, but I hurt for her. Because someone is telling her to go do things that she probably has already done. Instead of saying, you know what, let me find some organizations and maybe connect with some people. Hey, do you mind if I get your information and we try to figure this thing out where you live? If you're not crazy, you know. I mean, someone who has that sort of mindset, to me, that would be honorable. Because now you're putting your active self, you are activating your active abilities to now do what it is that our men are designed to do. You are designed to be our cover. If you do not believe that, go read some sort of spiritual books, find you someone to talk to. They will direct you. You're not operating in your position because someone on social media told you need to be with someone that's high value, right? You need to find someone that's not pretty, because you know pretty ain't it's not the it. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, who talks about building nations in such a minuscule way, in such a superficial way? That's trauma. That's trauma. When you believe that you have an authority over someone because she's pretty, or because she is a female, or because he's a male, or you don't believe in, you know, whatever it is the women are talking about these days in regards to divesting. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it is destructive behavior. That is, you are speaking these things into the atmosphere. The earth is absorbing it and returning it back to our community. If you want to fix these things, you have to stop speaking detriment. You have to now act in repair. You can't just say this stuff. I don't just say what I'm saying to you all. I live it. I act it so that I am prepared when that one who returns to cover me, he will know what he's getting in return. That woman that was on stage, she could probably be the best thing and probably is the best thing for someone. They did not put the formula together right. You talking about somebody who's threatening her life. That means you are threatening the child's life. The survival of the child. So if both of y'all go away, you go off to wherever, and she's in the ground, what happens to the baby? I really, like, mentally, who is thinking like that? You're not for the community. You do need to be locked up. Because you are a threat to anyone you have a baby with. And you are a threat to the child. You are a threat to someone's womb if that is how you operate in this society. I wish somebody would bring a meal to a baby and say, well, you know, I'm a good man. I'm doing my job. The child got to eat breakfast, lunch, dinner, 2 snacks. Maybe there's groceries that need to be in the house. Hell, if you go in the house, you asking a woman to lay down with you and have sex with you to make sure that your needs are met at the moment you need it. Why you can't make sure the baby's got food in their bellies? That's not a hard thing. That's not hard. She didn't ask him to pay the damn rent. Groceries. Damn.
Yes, groceries, something. You know, when it first came out, I'm like, man, you could have bought a pizza. You know, you could have shared that around to all the kids. You could have bought a bag of groceries. They could have ate for a couple of days, knowing that the money ran out in the house. Yeah, I mean, that's what a responsible person would do. I'm not even going to get into the gender roles. I just think a responsible human being would have said, look, you know, give me a grocery list. I'll run to the store. I'll drop off a couple bags. I've done it plenty of times. You know, and I'm somebody who feels good about doing something for kids. I get a lot of joy out of doing things for kids. So yeah, I don't understand men who don't, to be perfectly honest. You Permit, you're up.
Yeah, I think basically what happens is you're looking at the individual and how he reacted to his son. Maybe that's how he was, the behavior that was put upon him when he was growing up. A lot of that stuff triggers down to molding who we are by your life experiences, how you was raised. A lot of times these men will do things like that, not consciously thinking or just don't care. Look, that's my son. I'm going to buy him a meal. I'm going to drop it off. I don't give a damn if she got 5 or 6 other kids in the house. That's my son. You're right. He should have just been more of a conscious-minded thinker, but that's who he is. He's that type of person. And for her to throw the meal in the garbage, look what happened. I think that if that's the same, look what happens to that kid when that kid gets older. He's going to remember that. And guess what? That kid might potentially practice the same behavior his parents practice on him. So the cycle continues. It continues. It takes, there's 2 conversations. What do you do as a parent after you get into that situation? And what do you tell kids before they get into that situation? This is who you have to look out for. Be accountable for your behaviors and responsible for your actions. Stop trying to, like we discussed before, it's too much to unravel, but it's 2 buckets. How do we tell our kids, do not pick the wrong person to have a kid by? Forget male or female. Because as a male, I knew I messed with some woman that I was like, you know what? I don't think she'd be a good mother. I know some women probably mess with some guys like, yeah, they might not be a good father, but I'm just going to enjoy the moment. So we have to start having these conversations with our children that don't have kids, our young adults, so that they don't get into that situation. And the ones that have kids, what are we going to be? They have to understand. Don't have another kid with a man and hope that man is going to do for you and that child if the fathers are missing. Because 9 times out of 10, a lot of men are not going to do for that child. And maybe the women need to stop picking that type of man. But that's nothing I can't speak on it because behaviors and everybody's experiences are different. But those are the messages that has to be sent when we have these conversations with the young people. Thanks.
Right. So who determines who determines what is what is a bad person and what's a good person? Because if you look at the changes of a human, a person, you know, emotional changes, job changes, financial changes, you change your mindset over the years. Maybe there's some things that, you don't want to get counseling on that you haven't healed from. I think that you could be the bad person. You could be the person that we're talking about because it's behaviors, as we said, but it also is things that we ignore. We ignore signs. A lot of women ignore signs, and so do men ignore certain signs because you think that you're supposed to tolerate particular behaviors because, like you permit said, maybe there's something that you saw growing up that your parents stayed together and dealt with, right? But they didn't pay attention to how it affected you as a child. So now you
Right.
pick up the same behaviors,
Exactly.
and then you're in a relationship doing the same exact things, and the cycle will continue. So the question would be is, it's not necessarily bad, it's behavior, and how do we get to a point where we start to now form actionable correction? You need to be corrected, just not at the expense of actually providing further turmoil and trauma to somebody else.
Well,
That's different.
right. I think the individual parents need to take a step back and look at themselves and see what needs to be corrected. That's why, support groups in that nature needs to be, formed.
Counseling.
Right. Because what happens is, I don't know if I'm the right person to say, okay, this is what I think might be wrong with me, because a lot of people think they don't have nothing wrong with them. But maybe if you talk it out, well, why are you picking the wrong man? What's going on with your kid's development? Where do you see you want your child to change? Do you want them to live the same life like you, or you want them to do better? And like I tell a lot of people, it's okay to tell your kids, I want you to do better than me. There's nothing wrong with that, because you're setting a goal for your child. You know what? My parents was this, and this, but they want me to get out of this type of situation. So you know what? I respect that. That's what I'll try to encourage all parents. Listen, talk to your kids and tell them, listen, I'm going to do the best I can for you, but I don't want you to stay in this type of environment if it's in a bad environment. I want you to do better. I want you to prosper. I want to push you. I want to do things, but it takes that type of mindset to identify the problem and create a plan to fix it.
And stop ignoring people if they bring correction to you. Constructive criticism is not a bad thing. It's not. Now, your spirit will tell you. Your spirit man will tell you if it's something that's detrimental to you. But I would listen to someone who's been married for 50 years, who has a healthy relationship mentally, physically, and economically. someone who's married for 50 years and you're telling me the two people just tolerate each other, I can't listen to that. I can't listen to that because there are two different situations happening here. And we talked about flourishing. I think, I used to say, well, I want to thrive. I want to thrive. I want to be able to, not have to worry about things. My kids not to worry about things. But that's not really it. I want to flourish. I want them to flourish. And if that means that I have to do the sacrificing and the work so that I also am healthy enough to make sure I give them what they need as a Black woman, American descendant, men have to do the same thing. The accountability has to be leveled, balanced. You can't come on and always be saying, well, women got to stop picking these, picking the wrong men. Well, Kim, stop producing the wrong men. Stop producing bad, do something about the choices that I have. And then I won't pick the wrong men. If I don't pick that one and I pick the other one and they both are sour, then where is the garden where they're not? Where's the ripe garden? Point me in the direction. Like, let's have that discussion.
Hey, Rilla, look. I've been married for over 20 years, right? And what I learned is when you're in a relationship, right, and you're in a long-term relationship, and you make a decision that I'm going to be here and I'm going to stay with my wife and kids, right? Right. That means that a lot of times your relationship is not going to be perfect, right? There's going to be a lot of hardship. There's going to be a lot of some suffering, some some things that you have to do to to make sure that this relationship works. But the thing is, I do feel like some people think that if a relationship is not perfect, that's the sign for them to leave, and I think that's the wrong way to think. Look, uh, when you're in your relationship, right? It doesn't matter if things. This is just the way I think. Cause I think this is the way why my relationship has endured. Is when things get bad, you know you put your feet in the ground and you work harder. That's the way I do it. I've never been divorced. I've been married only one time. I mean, I've been engaged 7 8 times, but I only been married one time my whole life, and married to the same woman for over 20 years. And that's just to me that's the best way it works. You're going to have hard times. You're going to have arguments. You're going to have uh, you know a lot of things that you know that's going to be tough, but you just got to stick with it, especially when you have kids. When you have kids, I believe there's no reason for a man to leave your woman if you have kids with that woman. There's absolutely no reason to leave. That's why That's why I believe in. I don't believe in divorce. So I mean, that's just the way I think. Go ahead.
And I think that's a beautiful thing. And congratulations, definitely, on your marriage. And I definitely blessings to the continued union. And so I think that the comment that Solani made was there were 4 different men, or I don't know. Well, I don't know if all her kids have different fathers, right? Because she didn't say that. But however many men who are in that situation, due to the ties of the children, they are a part of that situation. They are a part of that equation, and we have to look at the scenario of there's multiple people who have created a situation that the children do not have control over, and that you have put a woman who is only the incubator as well as part of the DNA of the baby in a position where she now has to fend for the livelihood of those children, and you get to pop in when you get ready or when you're available, but you do not want to actually make sure that when you are available, it is with intention. There is something about that dynamic that we don't want to have. I don't know why it is that we don't want to have the discussion and we turn it into this gender war and, oh, well, Kevin Samuel said and Cynthia G said and all these other people said. No, 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 no. We're going to talk in facts, and we're going to talk about what we actually see. Not about what you want to see, not what you believe or perceive should be happening, because what you see is what it is until you get further information. Can't get further information unless you have the conversation and you find out more availing things are unveiling as time goes on. And now, this woman is being bashed, for making the video. Should she have made the video? Not necessarily, in my opinion. However, that's probably her last resort. She probably didn't have anyone else, as I think you told the other young lady, reach out to someone. I don't think you understand how hard it is for a Black single mother to reach out to someone. There aren't Black men running around saying, I have an organization. If you need something, here's my information. Please bring your son and daughter. I would love to be a support system for you. That's not happening. Please, if that's happening, direct me. Direct the young lady that was on stage.
That used to be the church, and
Right.
Yeah, there were times when I was single. I drive to church to find. You think you go to church, you find a good woman, and but it just wasn't there, to be perfectly honest. And it wasn't the environment even for singles to interact, if you will. Although, in my opinion, that is probably one of the best places, especially if you have two people who are, seeking God in some way, shape, or form, and they're trying to get on the right path, whatever. I would think that would be a good place, but I don't know, because I haven't been in church in probably a decade now. I don't know if that's an option anymore.
Nah, it's not an option. I think sometimes, right now the religion discussion is kind of on the fence for right now. Who knows?
Well, we got to do something about it. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have time to be. We are running out of time. Like, I don't know what people think this is, but we are running out of time. The train is moved. Like, the train has to get ready to leave the station. We can't leave the station and only got 2 damn wheels on the train. I'm sorry, guys. I like to use analogies or examples like that. Sorry.
Now, look, usually the government supposed to support social institutions and social organization that's supposed to help, parents and relationship and, things to do with kids and single mothers and all these things. But it's not there. But see, the Black American homeland, supermajority and political control of states, that's what I want to build. I want to build these social institutions that can help Black American, deal with all the different things that's going on in our community. Social institutions, social organizations. that's what I'm trying to build in the Black community.
So the thing I want to say is this, you know, because if we can take the gender part out of it, and we can think of everybody as human beings, and we can say that both human beings have a level of responsibility. Um, if we come back and add gender into it, I believe that it can't be all on one gender or the other, that there is a shared responsibility in these decisions. Because up until the point of conception, everybody's making decisions, and you know, both have the opportunity to shut it down at some point before it gets to that point. So um yeah, you know, I really would like to say, as human beings, we all got to make better choices and decisions moving forward. Miss Creative.
Okay, yes, I'm back. Thank you. I just wanted to say that, I heard what you permit said, and I heard what Rella was saying previously. And my son is now 17 years old. He's going to be 18 in October. So at this point, it's like he doesn't really open when I try to introduce him to somebody who might be influential and helpful, because he's almost 18 years old. So he's already been conditioned to really say, like, well, fuck men, if that makes sense, because he hasn't had a good relationship with his dad. I've had some relationships over the years, but nothing really was sticking or influential. And part of the problem was because, even if I had somebody I was dating for years, we would get to the point where it's like, okay, let's make a commitment. And it would be, okay, but, his dad doesn't pay child support. So I'm ending that relationship because really you're wasting my time and my children's time at this point, if that makes sense. So the thing about it is, the reason why I even brought that up is because those are the issues that we're facing. So if we're talking about building something new, if we're talking about, doing this Black community thing, if we're really talking about doing it, then we need to put that into it. Okay, here's one of the issues. It's not just my responsibility. And even though you didn't say that, you permit, you kind of alluded to or insinuated that it's still just my responsibility. And I have a huge social network where I have male friends, Black male friends, who could have, over these last 14 years, helped me with my son, could have offered to take my son out to do things. And not one person offered to do that in my network. And even when I have asked them, I recently did a documentary. I was the hostess, and we interviewed Black fathers. And so I made sure that when I asked these questions, I asked them if they had ever mentored. Oh, he just got in the car. And most of them were dumbfounded, like, oh, I never thought about doing that. So that's what we're looking at. And that's the only thing I wanted to come back and say. Thank you.
I mean, I think that's a real situation, and it's something that I've experienced and have. Like I said, Kevin Samuels did not add value to me. Not saying he didn't add value to someone. I'm sure, because he had millions of followers. However, I saw the different aspects of Black men, because we have a big family and a lot of men in our family who have different ideologies, believe different things, and move differently. But in regards to the core of our family, the interest is our family. Um, but, you know, um, moving in the realm of living a life of being a single parent, as a Black woman, you don't have people that show up like women do to say, hey, what do you need? Hey, let me take you to the store, or, let's make sure the kids have the things that they need. Black men are not doing that. And if they are, maybe they're doing that in the immediate circles of certain people, and we're just not hearing from those men. But when you listen to a lot of social media commentary, you don't see that conversation happening about the actionable things that both people need to be doing. If I have situations where I have to be calling out for support because you need to know what I need, and I don't do that, then how do it would be wrong for me to hold you accountable or try to look for holding anyone accountable because I won't allow someone to support and help, right? There's a difference. So in that respect, we have to acknowledge all the different things that come into play, right? Um, if you are living in a situation where you feel like you have you're not willing to trust or learn how to trust people so they can come in to support you, there's an issue there because you cannot do this life alone. People are lying. If you're watching them videos and people are like, you know, I had to get rid of this friend, get rid of this friend, I had to get rid of this person because they was doing X, Y, and Z. No, you do not know how to cultivate relationships. You do not know how to handle adversity in relationships. So your go-to is, I need to sign people off. It's okay for me to be alone. I think I saw, was it on Netflix or one of these? It was on TV somewhere, and they were talking about black men dying alone. That was hard to watch. Because if that is something that's now been talked about, what does that say about my seedlings who are males? Right? What does that say about our community? We have males, we have men with penises in our community. You are not supposed to be alone. You are supposed to be cultivating nations. Like, really. Miss Creative is right. Like, I think we have to be honest about the culture in which things are being unveiled. And Black is right. If we move away from looking at it from a gender perspective, then would that be easier for people to digest looking at the scenario? If not, then why can't you respect the genders to be like, okay, what are the roles that we're supposed to be operating here? Adults creating situations and bringing children into the situations and don't want to be responsible. That's a problem. Period. Like, that's a period right there. Period.
Yes, that is a problem. Go for Black American Homeland. You got it.
Yeah, living in different third world country, this is what I see. I remember I went to this African man's house, and it was the same way in Thailand and the Philippines or Indonesia. Okay, you had the three brothers, right? They had this huge house that probably had 10, 12 bedrooms, right? And maybe let's see, 20 hectares, about 45, 50 acres of land, right? You had these three brothers. They had their parents, the mom and dad, and then each brother was married, and they had like 3 kids each. They all lived in the same big house, and the brothers, they worked or they had their own business. They ran a business, and the mothers, they stayed home, and they took care of the house, and they got the kids ready for school. The kids went to school and everything, and that's the way they ran their household. So, and actually, those three brothers, their income weren't that high. I think the total income was probably $2,000 per month total income. But they put their resources together. They had a huge land, and they built a huge house, and that's how they took care of their family. But what I noticed in America is very individual oriented. You have to be independent. That, when your kids turn 18, they have to move out of the house and get their own apartment and things like that. And to me, that's not a way to to build a strong family. I think that makes life more difficult when everybody in the house has to get their own apartment when they move out at the age of 18. So I'm just using different things I've seen from other countries, other cultures. I don't know if that will work in the United States, you know, because I remember back in the eight after the Civil War, after they ended slavery, they had this law that said that uh, black people couldn't live on the same land. That only one family can live uh, on one land, or 10, whoever's the owner of the land, it had to be one family, right? And so that means that all these different black family had to get their own land, build their own homes, and they couldn't build a structure where you have 3 or 4 generations living in one household. It was like it was just one generation, and you had to take care of that household, and everybody had to fight or compete in buy building a house or buying land and all those things. Uh, I think that's what started it all. I mean, what do you think about that, Gray?
Yeah, you know what I noticed? It may be a city thing because I think, and I noticed this a lot. Being a truck driver, driving out into the country, you see houses where there's like 10 cars in the driveway, and I'm not over exaggerating, 5 to 10 cars, and I always look at that as this is a multi-generational household. My best friend growing up, they were from South Carolina, and all like the only people who moved out, and they had a big family, were the 2 sisters, but all the brothers, and they were much older. They all lived at home with their parents, and that was a, I don't know if it was intentional, a financial arrangement type of situation, but that's just what they were. That's what they did. That's what they were used to. They were country people. They just moved into the city or whatever. But I think that is a city mentality that, yeah, like you said, as soon as you turn 18, you go to college, you go out, you get your apartment, whatever it is, you're out of the house at 18, and then what you've done is you've effectively split the finances, when you could have, to be perfectly honest, saved a whole hell of a lot of money, had more income come into the house, covering bills, whatever the case may be. But this is the city mentality, and it probably would be much more beneficial if we had multi-generational houses, and it certainly would give people opportunities to connect to their elders, and have the grandmother in the house watching over the grandbabies, whatever the case may be. That absolutely is something that we should think about doing and returning back to.
Just to interject on what you're saying, I think there's two sides to having the different generations in the house. I know here in New York City, it's a pro and con for that too, due to spaces. But a lot of Indians, Asians, and Hispanics, that's what they do. They keep everything in one house. But it also depends on if you are the homeowner or if you're renting out. I know, so it depends on the situation. I know, what I've been teaching my kids is to try to get on their own, not to push them out, but to help them navigate these waters that they're going to have to challenge. So yes, when my daughter finished school, she wanted to go, get her own apartment, which I was fine with that because she had 0 loans. That's the difference. She had 0 loans. So she was able to do things like that, get her own apartment, work in New York City, and try to establish herself because she has zero loans. Now there are kids that have to move back to their parents and try to establish some type of financial, structure because they have loans. So I think it depends on the situation, but I know for a fact. But then on the flip side and the dark side about that, we do have. I've known families where they got generational, welfare. The grandmother's on welfare, the daughter's on it, their daughter's on it, the daughter's kids is on it. So that's the negative part about being in the same household. But it depends on the situation. In the South, it's a little bit more easier because it's more spacious, or you can create more space. But here in the Northeast, where everything's so consolidated, it's kind of difficult unless that's the type of environment you grew up in. Because let me tell you something, these Hispanics and Asians, they'll take a 8x10 room and put 3 twin size beds in there.
And they're on welfare.
And they're all right. Yep.
So I want to make sure that we are not demonizing the part of them utilizing welfare.
I'm not demonizing.
Right. It's the transition of the length that they stay on it, because there is no transition into now building economic wealth. I've been down to social services and I've seen how they do Black women, and I've seen how they actually do immigrants. There is a total different culture. White women are heavily down. Well, they're all white, so I just always say Caucasian. They're all under the same umbrella to me. In regards to they're getting the resources. They're utilizing the resources to actually get homes and buy different parts of land, but we don't get the same opportunities. We're not getting the same. We're not met with the same abilities to do those things. And so you will find people that do demonize. Like, that's why we had the conversation about the welfare queen and things like that. And people were upset about this woman who literally lived her life off of resources, and they called her the welfare queen. I think she was doing some criminal stuff, I believe. But at the end of the day, she was demonized for the same stuff that the immigrants are able to do. And, white Americans and white men who now are actually starting to surpass people in the starting to surpass any other group when it comes to actually utilizing the resources of welfare. And so we have to be honest about, like, what are we doing with that? What is the goal in that regard? Are we going to take on that? Are we ready to take on that mantle, so that we can stop saying, well, we got a lot of Black women on welfare and blah, 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 right? Well, they got to have something, because no one else is providing any type of resources to sustain children and women, or even single men who actually are homeless, who also need welfare. They need some sort of support. Our community is not talking about that. We're not talking about building something separate from, in that regard, social services in that regard, like the Black Panthers were. And I mean, we got to be honest about that. I don't know.
Well, whenever we speak of welfare, we got to remember the intention of it was to keep as many of us out of the job pool, out of the job market, to create generational dependence upon the system so that we would not compete directly with these people. Man, you saying white men are now becoming beneficiaries? I'm like, that's a shocking thing, knowing that they were beneficiaries of corporate welfare, which far exceeds the money that they give to actual, people that need to eat and live and everything else. But that's actually a really shocking data point right there. So we, and if we want to talk about building and what we talk about building, we can transition to that because we do talk about building. We talk about establishing Black majority states, which require us to move and concentrate and bring our population together so that we can become the rulers, the majority population. We can vote ourselves into power, and then we can control the budgets for all of these social programs. We can control the state, we can control the laws, the policing, the judges, the court system, family court, child support, education. We can eradicate homelessness. We can take care of our elder population. There are a lot of things that we can do once we establish state authority and we put it into the hands of the very intelligent and capable Black American minds that exist in this country. We just need to move. That is the only real requirement for it. And knowing that not everybody's going to move, knowing that 100% of us are not going to move, it's going to require the those of us who are willing to be the first, the pioneers, the bravest amongst us. Those of us who are willing to say, I'm willing to make this sacrifice so that future generations of Black Americans do not have to experience what we have been experiencing in this country. And we all know it's only going to get worse. So yeah, that's what we talk about nearly every single time, every Saturday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wanted to take some time to really address this relationship issue and really kind of put a spotlight on, just a weird example of what I believe is something that we should not be doing, but also recognizing that the reason that activity or that attitude is becoming popular, unfortunately, is because of the internet, the social media, these large accounts that have been promoting this for some years now. So you got a generation that's kind of growing up with this mentality, and those are people that we can't build with. Because if they're not responsible enough to take care of children, you got to think that would transfer over into other areas of the society. And we need people that are going to be responsible, adults that are going to vote, that are going to show up, that are going to be engaged with the community. And, so we focus on the state of Delaware. It's a very, very small state. It requires a very, very small amount of our population in order to flip over to a Black majority state. We do not adhere to the Democrat or the Republican ideology. We desire to establish a Black majority political party in the state of Delaware so that we are running on a Black platform, a Black agenda. And we plan to take over the smallest town position and then grow from there as we take over towns and counties and eventually take over the state. We also really are advocating for South Carolina, the 6th district in South Carolina, which is the district that Marcel ran in. It's the only Black district in the state of South Carolina. So we really advocate for people to think about moving into the state of South Carolina. There is a woman who held a space earlier this week. Her name is Dawn, and I think she has Concerned Citizens, I believe is the name of her other platform. But she found a county that's just north of Columbia, South Carolina. It's just outside of the 6th district. However, it is such a beautiful jewel of a county. It's called Fairfield County. And the main town is Winnsboro, I believe, and it is the pretty much the only city in this county. But it also is the place of the county the county house is all in this little town, and this is a town of about 3,000 people. The last mayor won with just over 746 votes, I believe. So there are these races that we could be involved in, where quite literally, if you got 800 people that are going to show up and vote for you, you're going to win every single time. And he became mayor. They've got a reservoir, they've got a lake, they've got all of these amazing features to this one particular county. There's only 33,000 people in the whole county down there. And she presented it, and I'm just like, wow, that's amazing. There's got to be jewels like that within the 6th district, sister counties, if you will. And so we just want to encourage and advocate people to start thinking in that direction, because all of these issues that we face come back to education, they come back to social programs, they come back to the fact that there's not community centers, the misdirection of the church, even, if you will, and its role in the community. And these are all things that we could either control directly, or we could have major influence over in terms of pressuring them and or partnering with them to create the things that we know we need. If we need counseling for relationships, we need education for relationships, we need social workers who are capable of teaching younger adults. I think someone mentioned about some high school, they're bringing their babies to school or something like that. So you could have social workers in the school that are not set up to entrap our kids, harm our kids, separate our kids from their children, but actually are there to support them and engage with them and help them grow and develop and mature and become productive members of a Black majority society. So most of the issues we face are solved by having full control over our environment. And I think a lot of these issues are really results of us not having full control over our environment, being captive in a society where we are in survival mode, and the trauma, the generational trauma, the daily trauma, it all sort of shows itself in situations such as this. And so, yeah, that's what we advocate as the permanent fix. And it requires a sacrifice of moving. And as I said, Delaware is a small state, 300,000 to 400,000 people. We can flip that state. The other states require a lot more people, but it's a process that we must go under before we actually do go under. And someone mentioned third-class citizenship very quickly, because the Asian population is growing. The Mexican population, obviously, that's already above us. And then you have the immigrant diaspora population that is growing. We are going to be like 4th or 5th in terms of our class status before long, if we don't correct our course very, very, very soon.
Look, the thing about my idea of the Black American homeland, right? Look, like the situation now, a lot of Black men are idle. They have no responsibility. They have no jobs. They don't have no families. They're just sitting idle. With the Black American homeland, right? We're going to put, if you're 18 to 30 years old, you don't have a job, we're going to put you to work, right? You're gonna volunteer to do something, right? If we can just hire, if we only have a job like so you can be a security guard or something like that, you're gonna get paid just to be a security guard. But the thing is, you're gonna have responsibility. I believe in giving men and women 18 to 30. If you're not doing anything, you have to have responsibility in the community. I think that's one of the ways of of teaching responsibility and what's that word I'm looking for? Um, Teaching responsibility and giving our people a sense of purpose in the community. uh, they have to be doing something, you know. So yeah. That's all I got to say.
Absolutely. What is, it's not the Peace Corps. Well, maybe it is the Peace Corps. I think they go overseas, but there was some domestic, um, government agency group. It was. I mean, it wasn't like a military thing, but it was something like the Peace Corps, just was in America.
Right.
I think Obama talked about it, but I don't think it ever got implemented under him.
Look. I hate to bring up, the Philippines, but look, this is what they do in the Philippines, right? Okay, Philippines has a huge unemployment rate, right? And to mitigate that unemployment rate, what they doing is they will hire like 300,000 men from the age of 18 to 30. Their job is to be security guards throughout the city. They work at the malls. They working on the streets. They working at the grocery stores. They uh, they are protecting neighborhoods and things like that. And you know they have a job and they're doing something. You know, if they didn't have this security job, right? I think Manila, where I live, will be one of the most dangerous cities in the world because you got 20 million people living in a 1,000 square mile area, and actually the city is very safe. I mean, I imagine like if you have 20 million Black Americans, living in a place like Manila, what would this place look like? And if people don't have responsibility, I mean, it's going to be crazy. That's all. You have to give young men 18 to 30, and also women and young ladies, you have to give them responsibility. You have to give them purpose.
Go ahead, State Power.
Yeah, so I was a director up in the Bay Area for some social service nonprofits. Um, a lot of these nonprofits are political in nature too. But there was one particular nonprofit that I worked for that I actually was in charge of a program um, that uh, that put youth to work, and we received grants from the city, from the Workforce and Economic Development Board, from the state of California, from the city of San Francisco, the city and county of San Francisco. And so we would essentially pay these youth to go around and do specific projects in the city, whether it be, um, picking up litter, um, power washing sidewalks down, and painting graffiti. So it was a decent program. I do feel like a lot of these programs they're not run as effectively or even as efficiently as I think they can be. There's a lot of wasteful things that are happening, um, and so I don't know how we fix that. But I do like the idea of these programs because I do see that there are value in them. With Peace Corps, you have to be um, already a college. You have to have a bachelor's degree, and they send you abroad, um, pretty much to represent the United States of America. So you're representing the U.S. government abroad on peace missions. But I think what Gray was saying was AmeriCorps. AmeriCorps is the program where it's a federal program, but it's operated by an independent agency. The independent agency, what is it called? The Corporation for National and Community Service. So there's an organization called the Corporation for National and Community Service, and that independent agency is who oversees AmeriCorps. And while it's not the military, they do have they're very structured like the military, and they even split people up into different like teams. You could be doing things like humanitarian efforts, or you could be doing fire like actual firefighting. In California, a lot of them do firefighting. And what else is I think it's very structured. Oh, the last thing I want to say about that was that they a lot of them have occupied former military bases throughout the country. And so because they have a training program, like I said, it's almost like a boot camp style program, but it's not the military. But when they go to this training program, a lot of these training programs are on places that used to be military bases. And I think that's a great use of land. Like if these bases can't be used, but the government still owns them, how can we transition these this former property into something that could be productive for the community? So we see it all around the country, and I think in a Black majority state, we would want to maximize that to the fullest.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. AmeriCorps. As soon as you said it, I'm like, ding, ding. That's it. That's it. So the other good thing about it is, in another space, they were talking about writing grant funding, right? So it sounds as if there are these federal programs in place in which, as a Black majority state, we could be writing grants to get some of these federal dollars, so it's not even coming out of our budget necessarily, or if it's a match, however it works, but that there's so much grant money out there, and that's not just the federal government, corporations, whatever the case may be, but having this state authority and having grant writers and everything else like that, we could actually be going after this money in order to create programs like an AmeriCorps / Peace Corps style of a program that is beneficial to keep people working and active. There in the city I'm in, they had the downtown area. They started hiring basically like a street type of position. That started over a decade ago. I don't know if a lot of downtowns. I guess I would think New York City would have something like that. But basically, all you're doing is it's a busy area, so there's a lot of trash, and you're just going around picking up trash. You got a broom and a pan, whatever the case may be. And there's landscaping. There's so many different jobs that need to be done, even in outdoors and indoors. You got some cities that got these dilapidated buildings that need torn down or whatever the case may be, or need renovated. You got a lot of Black communities that got these overgrown lots, these yards that need clearing, potholes that need fill. I mean, there's a lot of work in the city. If you're managing a city or a town or whatever the case may be, and definitely a state, you're going to have a lot of projects. And again, once you can get control over the budget, you can get rid of all of the embezzlement that goes on in all of these states. And then you can also get rid of the wasteful spending in which a lot of white communities will repave the same road over and over and over again. Or they have a really bad balance or imbalance of resources going to a white community versus the Black community. You can balance all of this stuff out, make it equitable across the board, and use the money that's left over for programs such as that. Putting people to work, and the thing about it is, there are a lot of jobs out here, right? I remember before the pandemic, everybody was out in the streets protesting $15 an hour, $15 an hour. Well, now you look around and McDonald's is paying $16, $17, $18 an hour. So, the job that I have, they're talking about implementing a $5 an hour raise because the competition is actually paying $8 an hour more than what we're making right now. So there's a lot of moving parts going on in the society right now, and but the issue for a lot of Black youth, inner city youth, is they don't want to work for the enemy. I mean, and I'm gonna just put it that way. Inherently, they understand what's going on. There's an inherent understanding that these people are your enemy, and people who are growing up in survival mode really understand it more than most. A lot of us are sort of comfortable if we live in the suburbs or whatever the case may be, but inner city youth, they get it, and they don't want to work for those people. They don't want to have to be under their authority. But if you're in a majority Black state where the people who own the businesses or your people, it's a much different transition. You feel welcome. It's a whole different relationship. You actually want to work, especially as a younger person. You're going to want to work for someone who looks like you, and take direction from somebody who shares your experience. So, state power.
Yeah, thanks. So when I worked for this nonprofit, and we had an engagement center where the youth were allowed to kind of like hang out, and because we mostly catered to at-risk transitional youth, at risk of being homeless, transitional aged youth. And so there would be this community, this engagement center, where they would come and get food, or they would connect with resources like the workforce development programs like that I worked within. But a lot of the counselors and the management, the way they were supposed to kind of monitor this place, it just came off like a very very institutionalized, like a juvenile hall type of setting, even though it really wasn't, in my own personal opinion. And I just really remember, we had a staff meeting where we could basically give suggestions or critique, what's going on. And I actually mentioned that. I said, I don't think that, a lot of the youth want to participate in the programs that we have going on, or, they might come here for the food, but then as soon as they get the food, they leave. They don't feel welcome. And so that really resonated with me when you said that they don't feel welcome. A lot of the youth, we're in the Tenderloin neighborhood of San Francisco. So it's one of the worst, in my opinion. I don't want to say that, it's a very, they're living in squalor pretty much there. It's a very, I've never been anywhere else like that. It almost looks almost third world country, which is very interesting because a few more blocks and you're in, Civic Center, San Francisco, or the financial district, and you see all these, big, skyscrapers, and everyone's living in penthouses and stuff. But then you get to the Tenderloin, and it's just complete, squalor. And so I told them that. I said, they don't, a lot of these youth, a lot of these Black Americans who once were living in historic Black neighborhoods, now have been relegated to this type of experience. They're homeless in their own city, and they don't even feel welcome when they come there. I got called up to the what is her position? Chief of Programs. So she's part of the C-suite. So I got called up to her office. She was very offended that I would even mention something like that. I thought I just didn't understand. This is a very liberal place, and it was just I didn't understand it, because in the same in the same breath they didn't have a problem with these restrooms changing to gender neutral restrooms, and I had female youth coming up to me and saying that they were not comfortable with that. They weren't comfortable in this environment that these restrooms had been changed. This was in 2015, 2016 time frame. So they were definitely pushing one agenda, and they didn't really seem concerned about, actually improving the programs for the youth there. They had an agenda that they had already planned out. But I wish that I said all that to say this: if this was like in an environment like a Black majority state, I just feel like I would hope that we really cared about the people that we were trying to service. I would hope so. And so I just want to say that.
Yeah, there's. I don't think there's any doubt. We're gonna have Miss Rella running things in a Black majority state. I just don't think there's any doubt that we will have people in positions of authority that once they're free, once they're unchained, because I believe that even the Black Americans who are in these authoritative positions, they still got chains on them. They still can't do everything they want to do. There's still someone that they have to go to for approval. But I believe once those are no longer in place, and obviously we have standards, but once they can do the things that they know are best for our people, I believe they'll excel at it. So, yeah, I see that the society changing really, 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 really quickly, and people will be amazed. That's the way I see it. I can see it like crystal clear how that society will operate, and it's a beautiful thing. And I just hope, as I move there and I try to attract people from the New Jersey and Philadelphia areas, that we can convince enough of them and convince enough people in Delaware to also get on board and start trying to pull people in as well. So,
And I want to say shout out to everyone and the listeners, as well as the speakers. Please feel free to come up and have a conversation with us. I always say that we can't sometimes break bread in person, but we definitely can break in thought and conversation. And this space has been so, as all your spaces are on Saturday nights, very enlightening, and it's a irons sharpens irons conversation, and these are the conversations we need to be having, both social media and as well as in person. So I encourage people to follow each other if that's your thing, and get involved and get active so we can start to make some move, because time is of the essence. And I appreciate the space, Black. This is wonderful.
Thank you. Appreciate you. So, just to go back up in the Jumbotron, there is, that righteous versus the bare minimum. So FAF, I figured out what that means. This person posted this. They took, oh God, I hate to even laugh at this because it's really absolutely disturbing, but they took 4 styrofoam plates. They put a big cup in the middle of it, which looks like a McDonald's, some fast food cup. And then they separated these fries. Like somebody went through they intentionally went to a fast food restaurant, copied that meal, and created this picture, this image, and thought it was funny, thought it was a joke. I mean, it's a young. I mean, their avatar is a young Black woman. That was the thing. I could get dudes like that.
It has that turtle on there. It has that turtle on there. So I don't know if that's a real woman, because the white supremacist groups, they use this turtle or frog or toad or whatever. And I'm not saying that if we look at it from the lens of, okay, if that is a Black young lady, that's, oh my God, that's the behavior is so degrading to think that that's an actual meal for children. And one drink in the middle.
Yeah, and we
Four
don't know how
styles.
old the kid was, but the rest are older. So I'm like, when I saw that, I was thinking, man, if I ate that, I'd be hungry in 5 minutes.
Yeah, not even 5 minutes. Right, like you'd be hungry. You would still be hungry, and so like when I say like these are like degenerate type behaviors. Like that is a degenerate behavior. That like who is thinking that this is funny?
Well, the FAF is the funny as, you know, because when I first saw, I was like, FAF, what does that mean? And then when I figured it out, I'm like, damn.
And then who's buying one meal to split between? I think he said that she has. So is it 4 kids total? Was it 4 kids total, or is it 5?
I believe she said it's 4 total. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Man, they had a show called 19. What is it? 19 Kids and Counting, or something like that. And I remember them people, the Dudleys, or I can't remember their names, the Dudleys or Douglies or something. And they literally had to have before that, she kept having multiple kids and stuff, and growing their family for media and being on TV. I remember she was saying they needed I think two or three deep freezers just to hold food. And that they had to be receiving resources prior to the TV show. And then when the 19 Kids came, they had to build a separate house on their property to hold food. Freezers, not deep freezers, to hold food for 19 people. So when I think about, and we're talking about 4 kids and an adult woman, right? So if the kids aren't eating, that means maybe the mother's possibly not eating as well. That's not even who in their right mind would think that is a okay thing. I saw this one woman on TikTok saying, oh, well, this black woman needs to be, she needs to be ashamed of herself for running out of food stamps. When I saw this and I said, oh my God, Monique was right. Everybody can't lead you. Everyone cannot lead you. People are going to walk. I'm telling you, folks better get their ish together and start to move in a better light. Folks, I'm telling you, people are going to be walking off the damn cliff. That's what's getting ready to happen. People are leading our community off the daggone cliff. Seriously.
Did this pandemic teach us anything?
I don't even know. I don't even know if it really did. I don't even know if it really did teach us anything. Did it? Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna be quiet.
I don't think it did. I think what we fail to realize, though, sometimes, if we're far removed from those communities or haven't been in those communities in a long time, like how mentally, gone a lot of the people are in those communities. They're so far removed from reality that they think that that's their own. That's just the world. I use myself for example. I'm from Philadelphia. I moved to Atlanta 10 years ago. I went to school, did a lot of things that I wouldn't have done back home. I more than likely would have been killed back home. You know what I mean? Not even jail for me. But when I went back, I left. When I went back, I left. Went back 10. I went back after 10 years, and I'm just talking to people, and I'm like, y'all, they have no thoughts or nothing. If it's not in that community, it doesn't exist. I'm talking to a friend I haven't seen in years, and he's like, yo, you strapped? I'm like, bro, nah, I'm happy to see you. I'm here, I ain't seen you in forever. But that's just what they know. It's the same thing for the women. All they know is having children. It was a thing. I'll never forget the conversation I had when I was working at Walmart. I couldn't understand how people were getting thousands of dollars in food stamps, and I had a young lady come up to me and she was like, "Oh, just start having children." That was her solution to it. I'm like, that's not cool. Like, they're not, children aren't just, a way for you to leech off the system or anything like that. Not even leech, or just get more resources or whatever the case may be. But that's just how they think, and we, I don't know how we can reach them because it's just so baked in to, their existence.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't, honestly, I don't even, I think, I mean, if we're ready for the fight, then if we can have these conversations and we're not ready for the work, we can't even get past ourselves, and, uh, some of the, no, all of the degenerate behavior or the immorality behavior. I think that's what, why Kendra did come out with Mr. Morale. A lot of people did not like the album, but you have to listen and maybe be from that neighborhood. Growing up in Inglewood and understanding the culture in LA, I get it. Um, you have people who have blind spots to certain things because, like I think you permit said, some things were taught, passed down, and so they perpetuate the same mentality and ideology or indoctrination. But we can't stay in the same place. Like, the boat is fucking sinking. The boat is sinking.
It's going to be those who wants to get help and wants to get out of this situation, and it's going to be those who just don't want to, just want to remain status quo. The ones that want to help and wants to get out the situation, they're going to seek it. The ones that want to remain status quo, this is what it is. Don't want anything better for their own children. It's only but so much us on the outside can do, because they don't want any type of change in their lifestyle, or even want to want to say, well, I don't want my kids to go through the same thing I've been through. What do I need to do to get them out of this situation? Because a lot of times I've had conversations, I'm like, well, 50 Cent, all these rappers from New York, they don't stay in Queens, Manhattan, Uptown, the Bronx. What they do? When they get their paper, they move out. Why? And then when they have their kids, to put them in a better situation. I said, there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what, I'm in a bad situation, but what do I need to do to get my child out of here? The best thing you can do for the hood sometimes is leave the hood. Get out of it. Go into a different environment. Hey, you know what? I grew up in this environment. I'm not coming back. I know what I have to do to become, a better person in life. And then I don't want my kids to go through that same, go through those same struggles I've been through. So what I'm going to do to prepare myself to get to the next level, that's the mindset that a lot of people have to, you know, take ownership of, be responsible, and have a sense of accountability for their actions.
I was having that discussion with my elder, and we were talking about that. Leaving Inglewood for something better, and then you sacrifice culture and you sacrifice, being around your people, right? And what feels comfortable, but at the same time, we don't go back to try to buy the land or try to buy housing or try to buy up as it's being gentrified. And at the same time, we lose the community. Like, it's almost like a double-edged sword. It really is, because you sacrifice being spread out away from people, which is why we're having a discussion of a black majority state now, to trying to figure out how do we now build something different. And that's difficult when, we are battling different levels of, financial or economic situations. which is why reparations is very much so important. At the same time, representation in legislation is even greater, even more important, because who is going to be able to push the reparations bill in its entirety through if there's no one there? So, like, we have a lot going on. Like, we have a lot going on. For real.
Well, I think we have to start going back to the basics. Going back to, the foundation, which is the family. Certain stages of people's lives might not be able to recoup and recover from. So like I made a comment before, what are we going to do to teach the youth before they get into those situations? How are we going to send a message to the youth that the decisions you make now is going to impact your life, could impact the way and direction your life might go? I think starting back, the nucleus of the family, which everybody's talking about now, because this abortion thing basically is telling everybody you have to reset the clock, look at what's most important, which is family, and teach the kids family is most important. Okay, look, there's single parents out there. There's fathers that do take care of their kids, might not be married to the mom, but okay, the conversation has to be son, daughter, look, going forward, this is what I want you to do so that you don't get into this situation. Life experiences of teaching. The best teaching in life is experience. I think just getting back to the basics of, telling it, and you have to have a conversation with your child before they get into those ages where, they're having sex. When you're having those discussions, let them know. A lot of times parents allow the TVs to teach them other people, their peers, and it's not right. That's when they get caught up, because a lot of discussions we having tonight about behaviors is sometimes it's out in the streets. It might not be from the parents. It's just that, hey, this man done bought his, I guarantee you, if the guy that bought that kid one meal, if his circle of friends didn't think the same way like him, or thought a different way, like, you know what, it's not right for me to buy this kid one meal and got other kids in there. You know what, let me just give her the money or just go buy some groceries. See, depends on that guy's circle of influence is going to mold him to making certain decisions. So, like I said, just getting back to the basics, family, and teaching the kids about being accountable and responsible for their actions.
I mean, I agree, but we gotta, and not to play devil's advocate, but we gotta understand how powerful the propaganda machine of social media is. A lot of what these people are going through now, like, because we have a thing in the community where everybody wants to be cool. No one wants to be uncool. Everybody wants to be cool and they want to talk the same, move the same, and to be uncool, that's worse than death. So if I gotta follow the crowd to do, so that I get cool points, that's what we're fighting as well. And these people are, the parents are working 80 to 120 hours a week. They barely home because they got to pay rent and food. So the kids are left to the streets and to TV, their phones, and everybody want clout. And it's like, how can you battle that? Like, what can we do to counteract that? I've known children that came from two-parent households, parents, college graduates, shit to do the college graduate, and guess what? He doing life. You know what I mean? Because he wanted to be cool. He didn't want to be, square, as they say. You know what I mean? So how can you, counteract that and battle that?
I think that we have to. I think that. Go ahead, Miss Creative, and I can come back in. Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Oh, most definitely, yes.
Well, I was just going to say, I think, we have to use what we have, which is access to social media and being able to create. Like, we have a lot of really creative minds and individuals who would be able to produce something. Like, y'all remember that show we had growing up, Teen Summit? Like, even if it was something like that, where we brought in people in that age group that was showing, being open to hearing what we have to say, like you permit said, or just even creating new shows that are targeted towards that demographic with the information, because, that's really one way that we have to kind of go around government and, like, media control is using art. So, like, if we were able to create something like that, it would be really beneficial, I think. Okay, thank you.
You notice they took shows like that off the air?
They did. They did. I was about to say, when we had so I grew up with the UPN. I don't know about anybody. The Cosby Show.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Moesha.
Yes. I guess I'm maybe telling my age. I'm born in '83. And Cosby Show, Different World, Robert Townsend. Um, like when we had the UPN, I feel like it was such a different way of thinking, of seeing ourselves, and even how life was right at the same time. And so it's funny that Miss Creative says that, because it's something that we are missing. And I actually mentioned that in regards to music. As much as people get upset about celebrities and things like that, however, the music were from people who were telling the story of pain, right? It was a different type of pain. The pain of the music now is sex and really almost like rock and roll, but it's really like sex and individualism, um, who you sleeping with next, and you about to give it up to whomever because now you got the power. Like, it's so different. The music is different. It ushers in a different a culture of living, and I think we do need a summit to start to now cultivate the narrative. But music does play a big part in that, and so does what we see. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember coming up in the. Oh, my bad, brother. Go ahead.
I think very quick, and also too, we have to keep on our radar the LGBTQ community agenda too with these young kids as well. So,
but okay, but I'm gonna say this: the LGBT community of today is not the same. Because I was talking to my uncle who's gay, and even he agrees. Like, he said, it's not. They were gay. Yeah, he said there's been gay people have been around, or LGBTQ people have been around for a long time. It's not new. What's new is this. If you don't
accept it,
is it accepted, or if you don't want to participate in their lifestyle?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah,
is that what it is? If you don't want to participate, then you're ostracized in a certain way, and it's like that even for women, believe it or not. Which is why you do see people like a Saucy Santana coming after black women and calling them nappy headed and things like that, and doing the same degenerate stuff that white supremacy do, and they're just operating in their group and using that to as a weapon, and it's really sad, because it's almost like, if you look at all the different groups, if you're talking about women or men or whatever, it's happening. It's like this spirit or whatever it is happening in all the different groups: black men, black white men, whatever, black women, white men, like whatever that is. It's like an internalized thing, and now it's becoming a weapon that's being like used against each other.
With them, it's I think it's more of acceptance, because I've had conversations with some of the older ones, and they say, you know what, they always wanted to keep to themselves and just do what they had to do. They said that the younger ones wants to be this flamboyant and just let everything flowing out, which is fine. That's their choice. But my problem is, if I tell a person, listen, I don't give a damn what you do in the confinements of your home, it's not none of my business. But yet, they don't accept that as a positive answer. They want to hear you say, I understand what you're doing.
and I accept what you're doing.
Right, and then taking kids to the, they're taking kids to the they're
The Pride Parade.
taking kids to the what was it the
It was the
what
Pride
was that the is
The
that what
Pride
that
Parade.
was? It was
That was in New York City.
like a drag.
Vagina
a-
head thing.
Yep. And you know what? That was in New York City. But you know the
Oh
difference
my
is?
God, I was disgusted. I was
Yeah.
like, what? I'm trying to understand, like, what
Yep.
what, like, so if that was strippers, right? If we took
Yep.
strippers,
Yeah.
if we did female strippers,
Mm-hmm.
and we said, hey, we're going to take a field trip with a group
Yep.
of kids, and we want to show them the life of a stripper.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. But my thing with what's insidious about it is, it's not like they're like, you know, showing them as just regular individuals. They're showing the most degenerate, horrible side of, you know, of what they do. You know what I mean? Like, you got a guy with a penis jumpsuit, or vagina jumpsuit with a penis head. You got dudes walking around naked and all. I'm like, how is this promoting?
It's inappropriate. It's an adult. It's an adult. You're doing an adult thing that children cannot. They can't even wrap their heads around.
Conceive it, like.
Right, to what actually is going on. They're just looking at the makeup, right? They're probably thinking, oh, this is something that I can do, not understanding there's a lifestyle that goes with that. There's a sexual acceptance, or a sexual grooming, maybe maybe that's not the right word, but there's a sexual behavior that goes along with that. And young babies, they don't even, their minds shouldn't even be directed, cultivated, and indoctrinated in that way. And that's what I don't seem right, and that's what I don't seem to understand. Like, I have not heard the groups where they have the conversations with LGBT. I know Alexis does talk about it, but I have not heard in those spaces. And I don't go in there. I think I popped in at one time long ago before we started helping Marcel Cell and other candidates. And you don't hear the conversation of, okay, children should not be in adult business. That's, to me, you're talking about adult business, not where you got white parents or people who are like, well, you know, we need to champion young kids who don't understand what their sexuality is. None of them do. Like, I don't, what?
I mean, what you're seeing is a society being prepped. See, what you're seeing is a society being prepped for, you know, so they understand that they can't really do much with us. But if if it becomes something that's just, you know, burned into their subconscious, it's normal to them. You know what I mean? Like, this is social, you know, science, you know, at its greatest.
It goes back to behaviors. These just, like they said, kids 3-4 years old, they many tape recorders, and like we discussed, you know, at the end of the day, it's programming. If they can program these kids as early as 3 and 4 years old about LGBT, that means they're trying to up and strengthen their numbers. So if they can get these kids as early as 3 and 4 years old to understand the difference between a male and a female, and a penis and a vagina, and same sex and everything at that age, they know it's more than likely that child is going to turn. So my question to all these LGBT, well, how can you tell a parent that adults that have kids that are parents, how to raise their kids if you don't have a child yourself? And none of them can answer that question.
I mean, I don't think it's about just accepting the behavior. It has nothing to do with, you know, they just want, you know, it's such a complicated and convoluted issue, you know, situation, but it's, you know, to me, it's, you know, how I look at it is that a society that's losing its damn mind. You know what I mean? And priorities are completely upside down. One of my major issues, is that I'm tired of seeing somehow we become the face of these, you know, these programs.
Right.
We have black men.
Can't even watch a show.
They get pulled. We get pushed to the forefront. I'm like, well, this has nothing. You know, what does this got to do with us? And why are we the ones that's championing all this nonsense when we haven't even handled the major issues in our own community?
Yeah, that's the failed black Democrat leadership that gives everything over to every other group and uses us as the mule for every other group. And our face becomes the face of everything. Because I think white society really feels, and this is the liberals really feel like if they put our face on it, it'll be accepted by the rest of society. And that's the way they work it.
Yep, I agree.
I agree completely, but I think it's something else. I think white society is imploding on itself. You know what I mean? Given the numbers are dropping and then they're having a whole lot of issues, and I feel like they just want to they want to drag us in because they realize the only strong unified front, really, you know what I mean, that's going to be around when everything falls apart will be us. So they're like, well, if we're gonna go down, let's bring the whole goddamn kit and caboodle with us, you know. And I think we, you know, have to stay strong and make sure that, you know, we handling our business. And like Rella said, and like a few other people said, you know, we need to start controlling the media and putting out those shows like Living Single, where it was more so about just being young and being professionals and not just being young and wanting to, you know, screw everything moving. You know what I mean? The days where, you know, where the, you know, I remember back in the day where I was watching an episode of Fresh Prince and I was like, man, he in college. I want to be in college. You know what I mean? I'm in the heart of Philadelphia. You know what I mean? And I'm like, man, I want to do that. I want to wear that. I want to go to that college that Martin Lawrence got on his shirt. You know what I mean? We need more of that. We need no more fighting and nonsense on TV. You know what I mean? We gotta have that balance.
See, and that's the problem with mainstream media today. Those type of shows, you know, has disappeared. But I think there's a show called Grand Crew that's on NBC that, you know, and then you have the other show on ABC, which is Abbott Elementary. So far, those two shows that, you know, the Grand Crew, I give them credit. Right now, I watched the first season, and yeah, I was that person that's sitting there, okay, I'm waiting for the gay scene, I'm waiting for the gay scene, I'm waiting for the gay scene. But so far, it's been positive. A positive show that shows young black men and women, you know, there's a couple that's married, and the rest are single, living in California, just going through dating experiences. Nothing ratchet, nothing out of ordinary, just normal black people. So far, it's been all right. But you know what? I think that these directors and stuff know a lot of those shows, like how I grew up on Cosby and Different World and, you know, Living Single, that shaped us to say, you know what, that's who I want to, that's exactly how I want to live my life. That's the type of schools I want to go to. You know, I want to, you know, that's the direction I need to go in. They don't want to put those shows out there. Why do you think it's nothing but Real Housewives and all this other ratchet stuff that's on TV? Because even the music is different, and right now there's no censorship. So these youngsters are looking at that stuff, and if they don't have guidance from their parents, that's who they're going to try to be. You know, that's what and it's a shame.
But see, one of the things that I agree that parents play a large role, but I think we got to understand, like, majority of parents are working an incredible amount of time at work. They're spending, I mean, on average, you know, I saw somebody put up there that if you're not working, Kevin Samuels said 64 hours a week. No one's working 64. They're working they're doing 80 hours a week, 120 hours a week, 130 hours a week.
Yeah, but Big Philly, and I wanted to say hi to you earlier. Hey, Big Philly. Hey, Swanee. But who said that has to be the standard? I think your question earlier was, well, how do we fix that? And I think we have to fix that by creating economics, hubs where we teach each other how to build, sustainable wealth. If I'm going to put in that much, if I'm going to put in that many hours, I'm going to put that many hours in for myself and building something I can pass down through my family. And I think we need to start operating in the way of, if you got to work a 9 to 5 for a brief moment and funnel that money into building something where you can hire other people and then teach them to do the same thing, and create a kind of like a, a culture where we start to free ourselves from, the slavery of time. Like 120 hours of working once you're done doing that for what, 10, 20 years, 10, 20, 30, 40 years, your body is done.
If if you make it that long.
Right, if you make it that long. The stress alone might kill you. So I think that's a discussion that we really need to really start to strategize, to come up with plans to either, figure out, okay, well, what are we going to do? Are we opening grocery stores? Are we, settling and trying to open a strategic, places where, we become the suppliers. We need manufacturing. We have to bring manufacturing back to the States. And honestly, I think we need to own the manufacturing companies. I know some people might not like that or hearing that, but we have to. And we have to do it where we can hire people and be able to pay them living wages, so we can start to, cultivate this community, because we can't live like this. Like inflation and being, bottom caste, we're in trouble. Sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
No, I agree completely. I was just bringing that up as something that for us, because I hear a lot of people, that's the one thing they harken back to is the parents. And I'm like, well, we got to pay attention to what's going on. You know what I mean? We can't be oblivious to the fact that people are working an incredible amount of hours, you know what I mean? And no one's home with their children, but the solution to that would be to create our own businesses and to control, that way we can control our time and take hold of what's going on. That's something that I saw in the Asian community. A lot of them, they start these businesses. They don't even buy. If it's not Asian, they not buying it. You know what I mean? And they're hire their grandfather. I mean, the grandfather hire his daughter. Daughter will hire the son. It'd be a whole damn family in that nail shop. So
yeah, because they bring the kids along with them, and we got to do the same thing. Matter of fact, I was telling my older children, I was like, so it's time for you guys to figure out what type of business you want to own and what things you like to do, and we're gonna capitalize on that, and we're gonna make you're gonna make learn how to make you some money. You can do that while you're in high school. You can do that while you're in school. Have a little business. They got little kids younger than my older kids who own businesses. So, but it's the parents who have to, again, that goes back to the parents. And what I was saying to Falani was, you cannot give something you don't have. If you can't teach it and you don't know how to teach it, you can't give it. There's nothing you can give. You're literally just almost kind of stuck. And so that's where someone who knows the game and who knows how to get set up in a short amount of time so you can get going has to teach that. And the flip side about it is, you got a lot of us who are out there like, well, I want to teach this for 2 bands or 20 bands, or you got to come to my class and pay an astronomical amount of money, when the community doesn't have that. So, like, we got to find a compromise. I want to pay you for your time, but, ma'am, sir, you can't ask for something from me I don't have at the moment. There has to be another way.
I never understood that business model of, hey, you want to make $100,000, going to pay $2,500. It's like, well, I'm broke. I wouldn't even be. I wouldn't be here, brother, if I could, if I had $2,500, I could just throw on a course. But I think one of the things we should do on the space is we should definitely host where people can come in, and if you have a Black-owned business, you can advertise it and talk to each other, so that way we can start to network with each other on a national level. You know what I mean? Because I know I have my own business, and I'm pretty sure there's some people in here with their own businesses, and this is a perfect avenue for us to really just talk with each other, and we can start our own underground economy where we're talking back and forth. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a consultant. One of the things that I noticed that we need as far as black-owned business, we need the other half, which is consultants, people who come in, take a look at your business, and be like, hey, look, this is where you need to, this your mission opportunities here. You need to do this to move there. Like, there's more than just owning businesses. There's other aspects to it, and I think Spaces would be a great opportunity for that.
I agree. We need quality. I think you're talking about quality control. Those are quality control people who actually can go through the business from top, from end to end, find, loop any holes or any type of, something that needs to be kind of fixed. And then they can come back and give you a report and say, hey, okay, I found this. We just got to, maybe find a way to, adjust here. That's quality control. And, it's part of the business model. So I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Yeah, I don't know if Kith Productions, DJ Sejuan's in the building, but him and News Toter have been talking about this for a few weeks. I think they are putting together a black business list, and I know News Toter holds a lot of space, and in every space they're asking for black businesses to get in touch with them. So they may be planning on doing something like you suggested. But what I tell everybody who has a great idea, take ownership over it and be the person who actually, runs the spaces like that. So yeah, I mean, that's a really good idea. No one's doing it consistently. If you decide that that's something you want to do, take charge and build a community around it. You know what I mean?
Most definitely, brother. I'm definitely going. I'm gonna hop on that, man, because I'm definitely passionate about business and economics, and I really, I look at them skyscrapers down, in downtown Atlanta, downtown Philly. I'm like, man, we can own it, man. Like we got some Elon Musk running around the neighborhood. You know what I mean? We got some billionaires, running around that, got brilliant ideas. You know what I mean? We just got to be able to link up with each other.
Brother, I need you, being a Philly man, to move those thoughts just a little bit south in the state of Delaware, whether it's Wilmington, Dover, but I need you to adjust that plan just a little bit, because we can take over the state of Delaware. We can't, Philly, we're not taking over Pennsylvania, but we can take over Delaware. So if we can move our people from Philly to Delaware, that's the master plan right there.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely, I'm definitely taking, heed to it. I would say, it's a hell of a mountain to climb, but it's not, it's not undoable. It's not undoable.
Well, looks like we're gonna put some boots on.
But I know, like I said, I know that I'm that guy. I speak the lingo, so I could definitely get some folks to listen.
I like that. And shout out to Swanee. Hey, Swanee. And I think Enough is in the room. Jeffrey and Mr. Productions. Hello to you all. And look at that. Alexis then popped in the room. You better get up on stage, but I ain't gonna say nothing. I'll keep that to myself.
Oh man! So the last thing I put up here is this video of these kids. This Libs of TikTok is actually like, you would think they're talking about liberal stuff, but they actually are trashing liberal ideology. But this is really sad because they have these, I think it's 4 kids, 2 white and 2 black, but they are speaking the language of LGBTQism. And these kids are, man, they look really, really, really young, like elementary. I don't know, 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade. It's hard for me to tell, but they're very young and they're very intelligent and they know all of the lingo. This is a really, really disturbing video because it makes me feel like this is being taught in schools and or the home and or in the cartoons that they're like how
right.
are they,
and he's saying black, and he said, and he's saying the first little boy goes, well, queer is this, and I'm thinking to myself, I barely know what queer person is, child.
I mean, yeah, but that's their world though. Like that's TikTok, that's Instagram, that's that's all of that. That's school. You know what I mean? They're definitely teaching in school, especially with the pronoun game. And again, it's one of those things where if you're not hip, my wife's a teacher, and she tells me all the time that they know all of that. You know what I mean? They be catching them in the bathroom doing all kind of crazy, weird shit to each other. Pardon my French. And I'm like, damn, we weren't even thinking about that. But when I thought about it, I was like, well, you said you from '83, Rella. I was born in '90, and I remember coming up. In my cartoons, they would have one or two weird kind of characters. And one of the weirdest characters I always bring up is, Powerpuff Girls. It was this devil, but it was like a transgender devil named him. You know what I mean? And that's a pronoun right then and there. And you know what I mean? And that's that's the late '90s, 2000s. So this stuff is programmed into it and is moved and is basically transitioned now to what we see now.
Wow, I missed that wave, man. I grew up with the Bugs Bunny, and it was racist, and you kind of knew it was racist, but you're a kid, whatever, that type of thing. But yeah, I missed a lot of that, man. I guess I'm lucky in that sense.
No, our cartoons were more violent. That's why they took them off.
It was some weird shit, man. We had cartoons. We had white cartoons where they were like making it cool to kind of be creative and rapey. You know what I mean? And then you had on the other side you had semi-gay characters or transgender characters, and then and then if you turn on BET, you know what I mean, they shaking asses, and then outside they shooting each other. So it was all kind of craziness.
Yeah, you need state authority to create a standard for entertainment that goes through a process in order to be on the open airwaves. One of the issues of getting around that, unfortunately, is cable. These paid subscriptions, these streaming services. I don't believe the government is going to be able to control them because it's a private paid service that may be out of the realm of the government. But anything that's public airways, radio, TV, should be able to do some filtering on.
Yeah, but then you would also have to have the opposite side of that, where they control, they have the funding to be able to beat out, the larger companies that want to, spew their material. Because even if it is public, there are still big business interests behind all of that.
Yeah, absolutely, no question. I remember, and again, I don't know if it's the same way, but there was something called the Bible Belt, and anything below it, that essentially is the South, but it wouldn't show anything that involved interracial couples, and they had some other issues, other things. Maybe on Sundays they would show certain TV shows, whatever it was. They were racist in nature, but they did have some level of control over what was broadcast on TV. So again, I mean, you're always going to be up for lawsuits and everything else like that. But the other way is you do counter programming, so you actually support, give tax breaks, etc. to Black Black-owned businesses in the entertainment industry that want to produce positive programming, and you not only support it, but you actually broadcast it as well. So that's the other way you can go with it.
I think another good avenue would be, for some of the, the black folks who are really into tech to come out with content, that downloadable content for the the children to access and understand and show different things and different aspects of life other than whatever they're trying to program into them. I mean, that'd be a beautiful way, because I know, looking at my son here, he'll be 2 soon, but I'm like, man, his whole world, I don't know if he'll ever see a book. I mean, outside of the home, So I'm like, man, all of his content is going to be digital. So for the next up and coming, software developers, man, that's a beautiful avenue for them to take.
Yeah, there are 2 programs on YouTube. It's like Black Kid, Black Education. I'm trying to find it because I texted my sister. If you know them or if you've heard of them, they're actually really, really super cool. They come across the timeline every once in a while. Okay, so one is Gracie's Corner. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of that, Gracie's Corner, if you get a chance to look into that one. And then I'm trying to bring up the other one. Jules TV, JOOLS TV. Those 2 were like really good for probably elementary age kids or, preschool age kids, something like that.
Hey, Gray, you breaking up just a little bit.
Okay, my bad. Can you hear me now? Did you get that? Jules TV and Gracie's Corner. They got YouTube channels, and it's really super positive. Educational, fun, singing Black characters for Black kids.
I appreciate that, man. I'm definitely going to get into that because me and my wife, we be arguing, man, because they got this one program. There's this white woman on there. I'm like, I don't really want her teaching my son, man. Like, ain't nobody else on there, And it's not like it's bad. I just want somebody to look like his mother, you know what I mean, to teach him, you know what I mean, if you can't, and somebody to look like him learning.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Man, like I said, they come across the timeline. I wish it came across a little bit more. They probably have a Twitter page. I'm not 100% sure, but someone mentioned there is a woman. I'll have to ask my sister. Maybe I could post it in the future, but I think there is a Black woman who has like a YouTube channel as well.
And there's something there is kids definitely do respond to the presence of Black male teachers. That statistically has been proven.
Hey, the woman you had, was she called Miss Rachel? Does that sound familiar, Miss Rachel?
You talking to me?
Yeah, because that's
the
white chick, Miss Rachel.
I gotta take a look at it, man. She got like a jumper on, kind of young. I don't know. It's
yeah, that's her. Yeah. She's popular for whatever reason. I never heard of her till like a week ago.
Yeah, she'd be on my son's tablet or whatever whenever he flipping through things, and I was like, man, I got a problem with this white woman, man. Like, where the Black folks at?
Yeah, yes, sir. We need counter programming, that's for sure. Black men, man. So obviously Marcel Dixon was a teacher. I'm sure he was a great teacher. I think the teacher industry, the education industry, is much like this. What I'm hearing in the doctor industry, the medical industry, is that, and even in law enforcement, a lot of Black men and women, for that matter, they sort of get washed out, filtered out, maybe even burned out through the process,
and the fire department. Don't forget the fire department.
Fire department, I'm sure. Man, what's that really good TV show that's going viral? It's got the dude from Everybody Hates Chris on it.
Abbott's Elementary.
Abbott's Elementary, yeah. Now is that a good show? Is that because it?
Oh
like
no, it's a good
show.
I
like it's a very good show.
It's a really good show. I mean, this is my hometown, and the writer, whatever she is, she's from there. And it's beautiful to see, and like I said, I don't have anything really wrong. I mean, it's one character on her. I don't really like her too much.
Who you don't like?
You know who I'm talking about.
The principal.
Yeah, whatever she is. I hate that over the. I hate that.
Why you don't like the principal?
I just don't. I hate over the top or caricatures of Black women and Black men. You know what I mean? And they just be doing too much because I'm like, I never really see. You see these people, but I don't need to see you on TV. You know what I mean? But nonetheless, it's a great show outside of her.
It is. It's a great show, and she's supposed to be depicting, I think, the modern she's supposed to be depicting like a modern version of like a not. I don't even know if that's millennial. What is that? Are they? Would she be considered a millennial?
Yeah, I don't know what
Oh,
generation they on now, but
I don't know, but okay.
I'm a
Well,
millennial, so she'll be millennial.
I like right. I like the fact though they do have the difference of they show like a different character images. So like then you have the older woman, what's her name? The actress, she's been around for a long time. She used to be on Reading Rainbow too.
Harvey Show. Oh my God, what is her name?
Oh my God, what is her name? That's so sad. Lord.
But
That's
I
sad.
would love
Yeah, I
to
know
see,
who I'm talking about.
like see masculine dudes, man. Like that's one of the things that we missing. We don't really see. We either see they're either kind of like just regular, but they're not really they don't really appeal. You don't see the real athlete no more. That kind of appeals to that crowd. They're just kind of either they're emasculated or they're just kind of around or they're funny, and we it's like nah.
Okay, so you want to see like a jock introduced into the scene.
It ain't gotta be a jock. I mean, just a man.
Well, because that would be the definition in school. The jocks, like I mean, I'm a former athlete. I played basketball, ran track and volleyball, and the jocks. And you knew the jocks. You knew the the nerds or the like the. Call them the cornballs.
You got the nerds, you got the weirdos, you got
the weird, right,
you got your skaters, you got you got weirdos, you know what I mean, and then that was that, you know what I mean, and nobody really. One of the things that I would love to see is that nobody got beat down or harassed in school. You know what I mean? We just kind of did our own little thing. You know what I mean? Actually, the nerds and the weirdos were protected by because I was a jock. I played football. You know what I mean? And I was one of the hood, the street kids. So, but we protected our weirdos and our nerds. You know what I mean? We ain't beat them down and mistreat them. Shit, half of the time we needed them to help us with our work.
Yeah, that's true. They was always included in the club of people. I think I don't know why. I think it was like the goth kids and the kids who were like just I don't know, like maybe they were always like to themselves or something like. There was always a separation in that regard, but
oh yeah, it was always you had like your super. I didn't really see goth kids until I moved into the like Delaware County, and like where the white folks were, and then you started seeing them weird Twilight looking people. But and I remember coming up, you either had the people that no one talked to because they ain't talk to nobody. You had the Spanish couple who every high school had that been together since 9th grade, and then other than that,
right? Were they like child brides or something? Because I swear, like, why all the Latino kids? I swear they was married in school.
Up on the locker, you be like,
right?
Like y'all meet, like.
Y'all crossed. Probably wasn't to say y'all crossed together. Is that what
y'all crossed the border together? Oh man, y'all was trunk mates. I don't know, but whatever. I just remember them.
Did y'all have the drill sergeant / coach / math teacher?
Man, hell yeah, that was my coach. Man, he would go to class.
Yes.
He would hunt me down. Like he will hunt all of us down. We had something called study hall. He'll pop his ass. He's like, Gray. I'm like, I'm right here, Bo. Oh, all right. You make behave your ass class when you running all day. I used to hate him, man. Like, cause he was my English teacher. He would hunt us down, man. And then, Lord, listen, don't get in trouble. You run the whole practice, man.
So, my family was a football family, and unfortunately, a lot of my family actually worked in school system and the schools. I think strategically because our family was so big, it was designed that way. My uncle, dads, my uncle was the head football coach. Dad was assistant football coach. Uncle was assistant football coach. We had a aunt that was a teacher. So, and then everyone knew, the family because my family grew up through the school. So you couldn't really do anything. Even if you tried, there was a lot of snitches all around, so you couldn't really do anything. And it was hard being the daughter of a coach or a niece of a coach, because there was always an expectation of you had to, live up to, the things, the legends that they laid before you. So it's different. Like I that's why I said I understand when you're talking about Abbott Elementary, there does need to be a presence of maybe the jock in school, because they do have Everybody Hates Chris character, and then they introduced the white boy's black boyfriend who's gay.
Damn.
Right. Well, I was gonna mention it, but I'm gonna land my plane there, and I'm just gonna say you see the different elements in the show, and I like it. So, I will say that.
All right, I only came to the stage 1 second to rip on Rella and Big Philly. How do you guys not know the name of the Dreamgirls cast member, Dina, from Moesha, the Cheryl Lee Ralph?
Damn, that's what it is.
Okay. It was right there.
Okay, I knew it. I don't know why I couldn't remember it.
Okay, Keith Productions.
You got it right. Greg Black State Majority. What's up? It's your boy DJ Said One. This is our music page over here, so y'all come on over. This is where we get our music education from. But yeah, with that being said, bro, you can't mention Gracie's Corner unless you actually play the track. You gotta play the beat, dog. You feel what I'm saying? Let's get to it, yo. You know what I'm saying? Exclusive.
Let's learn the sounds of the letters. This is the phonics song. God is reading all day long. This is the phonics song. One sound is the letter A. One sound is the letter A. We can sound out, yeah, you heard. Put the sound together, now we're reading words. A said, He said,
Look, DJ Productions in the building.
Listen, bro.
I ain't gonna get up that
TikTok that ASAP. That's gonna go viral, bro.
Hey, bro, we late to the party. I just found the track a couple weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably about a couple months late because Gracie's Corner been around for a while now, and I knew about it. You know what I mean? But I ain't know they was doing this level of work. I thought it was just more of a regular Sesame Street, but it's really a Black American young girl who just came up with her own idea, and the parents just backed it. That was it, yo. You know what I mean? I'll post it to the Jumbotron since I'm up here on the talking points right now. Yo.
Awesome. Thank you, DJ Productions. Okay, who's going next? I think it was you, Permit, and I believe we have Secret Sister.
I'll pass on this one.
Okay, thank you, my brother. Secret Sister.
Hi, family. How is everybody doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm home from the hospital finally, so I am very happy. Very happy. So it says righteous Black fathers versus bare minimum baby daddies. Now, I have a lot, not a lot, but a quick say so about that. I have 2 children by a man that, when I chose to leave him, he chose to sign off his parental rights. But my husband said, oh, pretty much fuck you, I'll adopt him. And that's what we have done. But, we have this culture now, like I'm older, I'm 60 plus, okay? So I'm not used to hearing women say, I don't need a man. I never say that. because I need our black men. I need a man. And nobody's going to take that from me. And I just wish we would kind of get out of that, because we have to start finding our place. And it's not that my husband runs me. I respect my husband as the king and the ruler he is, or else I wouldn't have married him. Okay? And I am treated like the queen of all queens. Like, I don't have to do a thing. And because he looks at it like, you are the mother of my children, and you have done probably one of the biggest jobs. And sometimes, and I tell my daughter, I said, I picture their natural father, but just because I picked him doesn't mean that that was the one that was for me. And I believe the man I'm with now should have always been their dad. And they also believe it because it's their chemistry, and just like y'all are all my brothers and sisters on here, family is not because you come out the same womb. Family is what you make it. Because I have 9 brothers that, I speak to half of them, but I bet you I probably won't ever, like DJ Productions, that's my brother right there. Never had nothing bad to say about him. He has been a stand-up guy to me, as well as News Totter. Is that how you say it? News Totter, I think. They have
Total Totter.
Total Totter, okay. And I want to thank both of you for keeping in touch with me while I was in the hospital, and things like that. And that's the kind of stuff we need. Like, my husband is not a jealous man. Did you hear his music? And my husband is a musician also. And I just think that we should, it saddens me because I look and I don't see as many warriors. I'm just going to come straight out. Because we family, I'm going to come straight out with it. I'm an older woman, and I don't know what happened to the men. Where's the warriors? My dad was underneath Malcolm X. He was my Uncle Malcolm and my Uncle Khalid. That's all I know how to do, is get in the street and fight. But I'm damn sure not used to being front line. That's not what I'm used to. But I have no problem getting there. But we have to get our men, and this is you women, we have to support our men, because our men need some, how do I say it, some help? Not help, because, the white man is already tearing them down. Like, once they leave out this house, they are tore down. They always say the black woman is the most abused. I think it's the black man. I really do. I think it's the black man. For one, they want him gone because our black men can procreate. They procreate very well. And black women do too, but I'm saying, and they are fearful of that, because when a black man even hits off a white woman, that baby still looks like a black person. We have some strong genes, and they don't like that. But I'm going to step back, and I want to hear some responses first. But I do believe that just because a man makes a baby doesn't make him a father. But they do have some little... No, he fathered him. He didn't daddy him. You know what I mean? Because my husband now, which we just celebrated our 18th year anniversary. We were together longer than that, but our marriage. And I am so proud. I'm still in love with my husband. And that's what you got to do. You got to get a little kinky, even old. No, that's another show. But you got to keep that because my husband's 10 years younger than me. So I needed somebody that could keep up with this old woman. I'm there. So there we go. And I want to hear some of your responses.
So before productions go, I want to say that I'm so glad that you have come on stage and given us a praise report so that we can get to know you and hear that you are doing well. I'll definitely be praying for your continued healing as you going through the process of whatever has happened to you. And I truly admire, I think, Black American also. He said, and I think Big Philly too, as far as you guys is, professing your love and your admiration for your spouses, talking about them and giving examples of, what it is for you in the day in life for your partners. I think that's a good thing. It's a beautiful thing. And we all have opinions and we all have ideas of things and perceptions. And you being, a seasoned woman, your experience is needed. It needs to be heard. And I think that it should be respected to hear that and acknowledge that there's things that you're seeing that need to be addressed. And I think that's important. So thank you for that.
I want to say thank you also. That was so beautiful. And it kind of brought tears to my eyes a little bit because I have been trying to, I'm sorry. I've been trying to talk to my people. I have been a revolutionary since I was young. And I'm all about my people. And I'm talking about Black Americans, FBAs. Because now I used to be with that whole, oh, that's our people over there. But after hearing the disgraceful, and I went on one of their things, and as soon as they seen FBA on my name, they called me all kind of bitches and this. And I said, wait a minute, I'm 60 plus. You come from what you say, the motherland? And do you think your ancestors would approve of you disrespecting an elder? Because I'm an elder now, but I'll soon be an ancestor. I said, and when I'm an ancestor, if I can reach you, I'm going to beat that ass. I wish I could beat that ass now, but there's not enough ass whooping around here. We don't need to shoot because us Black Americans, we know how to fight. Now, we could quit that. We know how to put these things on. You know what I'm saying? That shooting is for bitches. If you can't throw your hands first, now if they come to you with a gun, of course. But I just want to say thank you so much. And it's how do you say your name? Rella?
It's Sister Rella. It's my uncle gave me that name. I lived the Black version of Cinderella life, and most people call me Rella, so I shortened it to Rella, but it's Sister Rella.
Oh, me too. I kind of lived that. I was born with a silver spoon in my. I was born into a mansion. My parents were rich, but they always made sure I remembered we got money. You just was blessed to be born into this. So I always said, well, I need to get my own. And I've been working since I was 13, and I own 2 nursing, to help our Black people. And yes, I do. I only hire Black people. I have very good wages and everything like that. But that's what I do, and I am a retired homicide detective and or government agent. Don't be scared, because what it was is when my uncle Malcolm got killed, My dad sat me down, and I always wanted to be a cop when I was little. And he said, well, this is what you're going to do. You're going to go to school, and you're going to infiltrate those bitches that took your Malcolm. And so that's what I've been doing. So when you see little stories from little weird newspapers, I might make up a newspaper name or something like that. It's now 4 generations in of infiltrators, agents. Isn't that cool?
Well, thank you. And I definitely I didn't live the silver spoon life. I actually definitely lived the hood life. But my family did have influence in our community because they were very influential in the community. So, yep. And yeah. Go ahead, production.
Yeah, hold on one second. So let me come back up in the chat. Apologies about that. So yeah, Secret Sister, I'll put my comment rather up in the top right hand where it says relevant. Let's talk about it. You'll see my comments down in there, but I also posted it to the top left of the Jumbotron, and you'll see there where you say, you think it's more male related. So everybody go study what black male hate is. You could go to Dr. Hassan T. Johnson's channel. He's right here on Twitter as I think Law Hassan or something like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, check his channel out, and that's what he's speaking about. I'll yield there.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. So you obviously agree with me that our black brothers are the most abused at this point right now. When you look at, would you agree? And I'm asking all the males and females.
I'll say 60-40. I'll say 60-40. I won't give it the full 100% or even hit it with a 50-50. But the reason why I say 60-40, I'm a single male individual, and I lost my mother at a very young age, and I didn't know my father because he died, prior to me being born. So when Dr. Hassan, teach about black male hate, I could relate to a lot of that. But I could also understand the domestic abuse and the issues black women go through because I was raised by black women, and I saw a lot of that in the household, or whatever the case be. You know what I'm saying? But and throughout the neighborhood and just dealing with certain friends in life and dealing with their respective wives or baby mothers or whatever the case be, just issues, in that corner where it seems like the man will always be to blame, but kind of like the woman in the video where she's blaming the baby father for bringing one kid food and not the others, and then she comes back and says, well, he was with me and he knew that. Well, I think that's a lot of the argument where Rella, you may not understand where, or you too, Secret Sister, where you say, hey, look, where the men at? I think we just don't care no more. Not all of us, but if it ain't damn near the majority, as you women see, because you see a lot of, videos and articles and things and throughout the world where it's just like, there's no togetherness of a black American family like there is of a white family or a Puerto Rican family or, an African family. Unfortunately, we fail to realize, the drug epidemic, they just did a number on us. The slavery was one thing, Jim Crow was another. But the drug epidemic, that shit was some real shit, you know what I mean? And I think a lot of us are just really still coming out of that. I lived down in the DMV for a few years, not only a couple years back, not too long ago, you know what I mean? A little over 15 rather, you know what I mean? And I felt like I was back in like 88, yo. So, if I'm in a modern day era, feeling like I'm in back in the New Jack City era, you know what I'm saying? It's like, nah, I got to get out of here. I'm past that. But, some black folks, we don't know how to escape that type of tragedy. We feel like this is just the normal shit as black men we're supposed to be doing, banging or trying to find a way out. You know what I mean? I yield there.
So I think that a couple of things. So I think a lot of things that you did say, we have to address right in stages, and as you brought them up, right, different things that you said at one time. And in regards to the video, I was clear on the situation that the kids were the casualties. The black man wasn't the casualty. He's not the casualty. He is a contributor to the situation. He gave her a baby, and he wanted her to accept the fact that his decision was, I only want one meal. And I listened to the video in its entirety because it wasn't about blaming. It was about a teachable lesson. And I think that people want it to be that the black man, because like, and I said this earlier, that we see black men in situations where black men who are doing right by their children's mother, or who are doing right by their children, do not get the same regard, right? However, in this skit or video or whatever people are calling it, what was displayed is we have to actually acknowledge what was displayed. A man brought a meal, a 42-ounce soda, fast food, for a woman he was with, and that he also still asked for sexual favors, and that he also put himself in a position to develop a relationship with the children prior to their split, and him actually impregnating her and giving and them creating a child. I think because you don't hear me saying, well, she should have done better, or she should have chose better, or she shouldn't have had all them kids, or she should have did this, X, Y, and Z. The children are here. The babies are here. They live with her. They're in her under her guardianship. The demand for you to be a honorable, decent human being, just off the premises of making sure children, a woman who has children, and even her himself who has to care for them, because it seems like he's not there 24/7. You should want to make sure that you're not getting the calls of, hey, I get food stamps on 11, I'm in between resources, I need help, can you bring food? And then you bring me one meal for a child that needs 3 meals a day and 2 snacks. You cannot disregard that. You can't disregard that and say his behavior was commendable because he showed up. If you're going to show up, then you need to show up in quality. Show up in entirety, in honor. Show up. And some people are like, oh, well, maybe he didn't have enough money. So now we're at a point where people don't know how to rally the troops. Hey, I got a woman with 4 kids in the house. She needs food. Can someone, assist me? One of the kids in the house is mine. And the onus is not just on him. It's on whoever contribute to the children being born by this woman. Like, I think we cannot skip. What I'm saying is, I understand that we have other issues, other things that are detrimental that are happening to our community, but we cannot sit and continuously disregard behaviors that are degenerate and then want to say, well, it's always the black man. You always want to blame the black man. Well, then stop being a contributor of the degenerate behavior and take accountability for your for what you contributed to the situation. You want me to say that about the black woman? Take accountability for your contributing to the conversation. If she's calling out now, if you didn't like her making the video, okay, say that. That was wrong. People said it was wrong. They didn't like the fact she made the video, but she made it. That she made it in whatever capacity that was of her being, saying, hey, I need some support and resources, and the closest person to me wants a piece of my body in order for me to get the assistance I need. You don't know how hard it is for black women to go out and get, and maybe you do. Yes, you said you had a single mom, so you understand. So when I hear people say, well, you need to do this and make better choices and stop picking these types of men. Well, you know what? I didn't ask nobody to beat me. I didn't ask anyone to abuse me. I didn't ask anyone to come into my ecosystem and prove to me that they were not um, going to respect me. I didn't ask for that.
But you know what, Rella? This is when elders are necessary. Because when something like that happens, if the man doesn't have it, it's okay. Because guess what? They don't want to give our black men. They want our black men to lose everything about themselves that make them the warriors that they are. So that's when, and retired lady like me, I had no problem giving that baby. But if he's going to go buy a takeout meal, I didn't even see the video, but if he's taking a takeout meal, he should think it'll be easier to buy a pack of hot dogs with some bread opposed to a takeout meal.
Responsible adults would have been like, listen, we need food. We need a couple of food, even if it only have a little bit, $20, $25. Maybe I can lend maybe 50 or whatever, and I can, get some spaghetti sauce, and I can make it stretch. Something that can get you through until the 11. Right, and then maybe I can hit up, some of my family members to also help or whatever, and then, have you talked to the other kids' dads? Have that kind of conversation. Not, well, I'm supposed to go in my bank account and spend my money, and buy them food. And then she has to make another video to say, hey, yes, you were in their lives as as a figure influence in their lives. It wasn't like he was a stranger. He just had sex with her and had a baby and bounced. They had a whole relationship. That means he had a relationship with the kids. And so now he's trying to renege on the choice that he made as an adult to deal with a woman who had children, to now say, oh, well, you know what? I'm only going to help you with the one that belongs to me. No, you and the other ones, the other kids' fathers, are now entwined in a situation where you are responsible for the livelihood of the kids under the roof that they live in, unless you're going to go file for custody and make sure that they are okay under your roof. You are responsible, period.
Yep. And that's the thing. I know everybody got their hands raised. We got to get, I'm tired of this raggedy ass dating and raggedy ass relationships that people are jumping in here. They half-assing everything. You want to be in it when it's beneficial to you. You will not want to be in it when it's not beneficial to you. You want to drag the other person when they got you pissed off. You want to drag the dude to court and get him caught up in that white man system because you pissed. You want to call her a bitch and a whore and all that because you already knew what she was when you laid down with her. But because she had a fat ass, nothing else mattered. We have got to get away from this half-assed, low-down, degenerate behavior of just sleeping around. We not understand that we have no concept. We're unable to understand that if I lay down with a woman and she has children and that woman becomes pregnant, by proxy, those other children become my responsibility because that child, those are his siblings. That is his blood. And I don't do that half sister, half brother bullshit. We either brothers or sisters or we not. You feel what I'm saying? And on top of that, even if, you know what I mean, that, he wants to say that that's not his responsibility, okay, whatever, I'll grant you that. Because there is other fathers in the picture. But the common decency would have been like, listen, there's a bunch of other kids. I'm not about to have my child sitting around eating and them looking at him like, damn. You feel what I'm saying? That builds resentment amongst the children. You know what I mean? And then that turns into another generation of families broken because they feel like one child was favorited, the other child not favorited. This is again, what I saw were two adults who made piss poor life decisions, and the only ones who are going to have to suffer from it are those babies. We got to stop this raggedy ass dating, these raggedy ass half-ass relationships, and we got to stop pointing the fingers and blaming each other and trying to blame the other side. And understand that two adults decided to have sex, procreate, and it's now up to y'all to handle that. so that I ain't gotta worry about I don't gotta be reading about your son or your daughter being blown away by police officers or shooting at each other on some crazy shit. And now I gotta come behind, you know what I mean? And brothers and sisters like us gotta come behind and try to rebuild from your broken, fucked up decisions. This ain't about this ain't about black men and black women being, blaming each other. This is about children that's involved and children who didn't ask to be here being put in the middle of motherfuckers who should have never even had children. Like, we got to cut this nonsense out, man.
It all boils down to accountability, responsibility, and getting back to the basics.
Hey, up in the blackboard, so, my dude, that's my dude. He had on this innovative outfit, right? This is a local company, black owned, I'm assuming. I did email the owner of the company, told him to check out this space. Not sure if they're on Twitter, whatever. But that particular outfit that he had on is $120 outfit. It's $120 sweatsuit combo that he had on. I'm assuming the shoes cost about $1. He was driving a vehicle. That means he's putting gas in his car. He's paying insurance. He's paying for car repairs. So, and then he mentioned he's got a bank account with money in it. So the argument that he's broke, it goes way out the window, right? Because that was the justification a lot of men I saw were making. Oh, he might be broke. You don't know his situation, blah, blah, blah. Well, Kevin Samuels said, if you ain't working 64 hours a week, don't talk to me about being broke, right? You got to apply yourself.
He's not broke, brother. I don't mean to cut you off. He ain't broke. He wants to take his money. And listen, I've been around these dudes my entire life, man. They stunt and they ball for another for pardon my French, ladies, for the hood rats, so they can continue this cycle of impregnating hood rats, and hood rats getting impregnated by niggas who they think got money, but he ain't really got no money. He just got a couple dollars. He got a decent job, but he want to get impregnated the hood rat, and she got a fat ass. And it just continues to go on and go on and go on and go on. Then you show up with McDonald's or Burger King, whatever that bullshit is for your kid. Come on, dog.
Well, I mean, that means he's a hood rat. Like, so
he's a dusty nigga.
Right, he's a
but
what I'm saying is,
chick was a hood rat.
So what I'm saying is, I think that we really have to look at this situation and not at it. Look at the situation for what it is, and not at, what YouTuber told you to believe, whatever else is going on in society at the moment. Look at the Look at the video. Listen to what is transpiring between two grown adults. And then make your decision on what actually is the irresponsible moment there. A woman is saying she don't have money to continue to get her through, to make sure the kids have food, which includes one of your children. You show up with one meal that is only, I get it. It's your son's favorite meal. Kudos that you know your son's favorite meal. But your son gonna have to eat the next day and the next day and next day. So you just showing up every day with one meal? Or are you making sure that they have meals throughout the day? Like, I just really think that some people are really irresponsible. Like, you're just irresponsible, and you want everyone else to be okay with your behavior. And so you cloak it with, well, that's a good black man. He's showing up. The devil can show up. Clowns can show up. You can show up with shit that don't make you a good black man.
Completely. But what about the?
So may I jump in here, please?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, because I'm going to say something that's highly unpopular, I think, based on what I'm hearing in the room. But I do want to address, first off, what Secret Sister was saying. And this is not to disparage anyone in this country, because as a black person in America, we are all under attack. And she made a true statement. The black man is much more is the crux of the problem for white supremacy. Not that black women are not a problem, but black men are really attacked under the system. Let's just be very clear about that. I just want to make sure that we say that and we're fair with it. For the second thing, I think, Big Philly, you're making a great point. A lot of people are making great points. I refuse to look at one video in one situation and make any judgments for anybody what's going on here. I'm not going to do it. It's like I tell my cousins, don't call me and tell me you're ready to leave your wife or leave your husband, because at that point, I no longer like that fool anymore. But then you stay with that fool, and now I'm looking all crazy at a damn family meeting because I don't want to talk to him. That's your damn fault. Don't call me with this nonsense. That video should never have been made. I'm gonna say it. Yeah, I was mad that the video was made. I absolutely was, because it showed me nothing about either of those two people other than somebody's mad about something, and I don't know what it is, and I don't have time to judge it. But what I'll say, yeah, to me it didn't make sense. I'm like, why didn't you just go buy like a pack of hot dogs or some, pasta and damn a pack of meat and some spaghetti? I don't know, but you could have done 1,000 things differently. And you know what? If it were Alexis would have done 1,000 things differently. But I am not either of those two people. I didn't grow up the way they grew up. I don't know the history of their relationship. So for me to judge it in any shape, form, or fashion, no matter who's wearing what, I don't know, because it sounds to me like when I get pulled over by a cop and you ask me, how can I afford the vehicle I'm in? To me, that's some bullshit. But I'm going to be quiet now.
Hey, Rella, there's been subsequent videos. She put out another response where she did describe the relationship in a little more detail. I don't know if I haven't seen anything from the guy, but I want to point everybody to the blackboard. Up here, it says, can we not do this in 2022? And there's 3 broken hearts. This is a picture. It's a meme. And I don't know. It's not about the situation, which is actually even more disturbing because there's a whole nother thought process to this. But there's a guy, I thought this guy was a kid, but it's actually an adult, I'm assuming, in the background. You got one kid eating out of what looks like a pizza box with his soda, and then you got 4 black kids staring at this one kid eating. And it says, me visiting my only son from a mother of 5.
Nope, there's 5. There's 5. There's 5 because there's one little boy kneeling underneath the headlight. Yeah, so there's 5. So there's the one standing afar, and then the 3 in the back. There's 6 of them. Mm-hmm.
But I think the guy in the back, I think the guy that's standing there is the so-called father. I think that's the father. He's
right.
The
one that took the picture.
Yeah.
In the back with the guy on the grave.
No, he got a kid. He got a thumb in his mouth. That's a kid.
That's a little boy.
You think that's a kid at this distance?
Yeah, that's a little boy. He might not be as small as them, but that's a kid.
That's the oldest, man. He the oldest. Ain't no grown man sucking his thumb, bro. You know what I mean? That's a 13-year-old right there. That's 14, maybe. You know what I mean?
So there's 6 kids in this scenario. Holy crap! And only one's eating. Damn. Oh man, that makes it even more depressing.
May I jump in one more time, please? All right, I am with you 100%. I just personally think that you don't hold children at fault for issues that you decided. Either way, mother, father, whomever it is, grandparents, all kinds of people, a community can be involved here, and there's a better way to handle the situation overall. I just see this as part of the opportunity that we have where we can say, hey, let's get back to these basics, right? So we talk about, it's really great that there's Supreme Court said, you know what, get rid of Roe v. Wade. Now, let's face this in the eye of, now when you have the child, you make a child, you give birth to it, what happens next? That's something that we have to be on. And Big Philly's talking about he's seen people like this. We all have seen some people that are like that, but we've all seen many more people who take care of the responsibilities and even say, like I have, on my dad's side, well, I've told the story to many people, but on my dad's side, he has 5 brothers. 4 of them were married with children and got divorced and all got custody of their children after the divorces in the 1980s, which is a big damn deal. But, one of them adopted the 2 sons that his wife had before he married her. And another one did not adopt the 2 kids that she had before he married her, but still, raised them and, those grandkids are his grandkids. So, I mean, there are plenty of black men out here that do this. And again, I'm going to go to that video was just something that's an unfortunate situation for whatever's going on in that relationship. There's some healing that both of them need to do. And there's some healing that needs to go on just all across there. But we have to hold ourselves accountable in that regard. And when we're not, and then we can go in and we're looking to say, this is how much, this person had, and this, I don't know what his bank account looks like. I don't know. And it really is immaterial if we think about it. What is really important is how those children are living. She's talking about she can't get food because she's on food stamps. And we know we're in a situation where economics is a problem for us. And, reparations would fix some of that, but it does not fix our behaviors. Our behaviors have to be fixed because we know that when I make a baby, this is important for me to be there for said baby. Male or female, does not matter. That's what I have to do. It's not having to leave it. That's not how it's supposed to work. And we have to make sure that we're, holding people accountable for that.
Okay, let's go with an order here. We got Keith Productions, Secret Sister. Let's let Romeo Levi, he hasn't spoken yet, and then between Big Philly and you Permit, you guys can figure out after Romeo.
So you said I'm about to go right now?
No. Kite Productions, Secret Sister, Romeo Levi, and then You Permit and or Big Philly.
Word. With that being said,
Miss Enough is going to come after you guys.
Right. So with that being said, right. So the one thing I always like to speak about, when I do my kite production in space, is the context terminology of the things we say, right? So let's go back to the one video where it first happened. I'm about to get you on tape. Look at this fool right here, yada, yada, yada. He only bring a fool for the one son. And for the record, I don't agree with what he did because I've been in that type of situation where I'm a young person that had to provide for my whole family. You feel what I'm saying? I've been in relationships with single mothers and done more work for her kid, than their actual father. You know what I mean? PTA meetings, school play, added up. I was there. You know what I'm saying? When the father only lived right down the street. You know what I mean? So there ain't no context terminology or what we agreed to disagree on. But the one thing I will say again, context terminology. So she said that I'm about to embarrass this fool. So this is why Secret Sisters is talking about the black men are really getting it out here. This is why Alexis kind of said the same thing. So at the end of the day, what it really falls down to is the women, black women specifically, you have to study the black male hate. So, and I got my window open because I'm in the studio. I don't want to turn the AC on because it's not that hot, but I'll try to keep, hopefully you can just hear me because I got to talk low. Walls got ears and shit. So a few months ago, I had to stop my neighbor's son from damn near like either hurting himself or killing his fucking mom on some real shit. You know what I mean? Because she threw him out the house because he wouldn't find a job. And I said, damn, that's not reason enough to throw this man out the house. And he's only a little under 30, you know what I mean? But he lost his father when he was young. And he was maybe on some type of pharmaceutical drugs, we'll say that, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been in special type ed classes and I've been through programs where they feel you are mentally challenged in some way. But that's not it with black boys. We only realized late in life it was the shit we were seeing growing up in the household and on the street and on the television and issues in school. This is why we're quiet. This is why most of us, when you come to us black women, you say, hey, is everything okay? Yeah, I'm good. Nah, not really. You know what I'm saying? But I can't tell you because you're going to tell me to suck it up, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Be a man, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Put some fucking muscle in your back and shit. You know what I mean? But I don't know how to do that because nobody never told me. You know what I mean? Or taught me, rather. So with that being said, let's go back to what the guy said after, she embarrassed him pretty much. Where are your baby daddies at? Remember, she said later on in the other video or whatever's video, that he is the last baby father. So why ain't she giving the same smoke to the other 1, 2, or 3 or whatever? You know what I mean? It may be because it's 4 kids total. Also, the one thing we don't know is, I understand what you're saying, Black. Like, yeah, you got a car, obviously got a $120 outfit on, this and that. I got to spend some clothes here too, but I shop at the thrift store. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm up in Marshalls and Walmart and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because I care to spend more than $100 to $200 on my speakers than I am on my Jordans. You feel what I'm saying? Because I know the speakers and the keyboards and all the other equipment that you hear in here can eventually be passed down to my seat. You feel what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, the other thing is about, I said I'm 60-40 with it, about, everything is because I got to lean that 10% just because I am a man. You feel what I'm saying? Otherwise, it'd just be 50-50, and it just depends on the situation at hand. But, you know, I know for a fact, me growing up, being the only male in my age bracket in early 40s, 42, that I have no other father figure, male figure, cousins, or anybody that could have taught me anything, even though I do have them, but they're on like other sides of the family. I am the only male in my age bracket that's on my mother's side of the family. So everything I've learned in life, I had to do that shit on my own, for the most part. You know what I'm saying? And I got a large family, but they mainly consist of black women, females. You know what I mean? Aunties, sisters. I'm the youngest boy. I got 3 older sisters. You feel what I'm saying? Straight up. You know what I mean? Much older. You know what I mean? So, you know, I got to listen to what they say. But, you know, like the other sister that chimed in earlier, you know, I tried to get other men to teach my son or whatever the case be. You know what I mean? But you got to also remember, a lot of us men, while we were dealing with a lot of the single mothers in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, don't tell my kid what to do. Don't tell my son or daughter or whatever how to act, say, or do anything, because they might have done something wrong and you're disciplining them as the village elder. I've gotten my ass whooped on the street by complete strangers multiple times and dragged right back home. Hey, ma'am, you know, your son out here, da-da-da-da-da. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very much. Get your ass in the house. You about to get it. Again, damn, I'm acting up in school. Mother sent one of her sisters up there. Tie me up on lunchtime. You know what I'm saying? Friends come back inside the class. I'm crying and shit. What's wrong with you? Got my ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? That's the village shit that we're supposed to be doing, but we don't want to do that because black women don't want to relinquish the power, yo. This is why Kevin Samuels was right, and I say that, you know what I mean? That's the 10% break right there. And there are other entities or movements, rather, we'll say out here. You know, you could say Kevin Samuels, you could say Tommy Sotomayor, you could say Cynthia G, you know, Migto, Manosphere, Men Go the L Way, whatever, Pink Book Lessons or Pink Pill, you know what I mean? We're split as a faction down the middle because of government interference. So we know the issues to our problem, rather, I guess that I'll say that, but what are the solutions? You feel what I'm saying? So again, I've had to provide, you know what I'm saying? As a young person, I dropped out of school straight up, 9th grade, didn't give a fuck. I'm out on the street about to get it. You feel what I'm saying? Because even though I don't really come from like some weird, crazy, broken home, there's no fucking money here, yo. It's not enough to survive month to month. You know what I'm saying? Education don't mean shit when your stomach is hitting, yo. That shit is real, yo. You know what I mean? So I understand that he should have thought better and definitely went to the supermarket and say, hey, look, boom, boom, boom. But I gotta go back again. If he is the last baby daddy, where's the other ones at? Because if he was already with her and then they committed to the relationship, what the fuck went wrong? So it seems obviously it's her, particularly her unaccountability. She don't want to be accountable, and that's the one argument of Kevin Samuels. Black women don't want to be accountable because you don't have to be. The government has your back. You could go get welfare, food stamps, whatever, get a job, have a Fortune 500 company like Goldman Sachs give you $10 billion. They'll never give $10 billion to black men to uplift that. The Obama, my brother's keeper, that shit is bullshit. You feel what I'm saying? There's no help for black men out here whatsoever. We are truly on our own as individuals, not even as a people of black American. You know what I mean? We're just straight up regular. Well, majority of us on our own. And just to yield my plane, I'll say something else you said. Something you ladies said. You know, pretty much what Alexis said. You know, can't even really judge because they ain't even our shoes. You feel what I'm saying? So, like, you know, like I said, Black, you may really actually have all that shit, but like that, even I live month to month because I'm self-employed. You feel what I'm saying? You know, I'm trying to get these DVDs and CDs off. You know what I'm saying? That's the name of the game. You know what I mean? I'm not even gonna stun on y'all. I kind of went off on my aunt the other day. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm asking her to support me. She telling me to get a job. I ain't had a job in over a decade. You crazy? I'm never going back to work to deal with these prejudiced white motherfuckers, yo. Ever, yo. It's over. So if you don't back me, it's over. You know what I'm saying? I have no choice but then to go back to work. But why do that when I spent the last decade building my own shit? What I'm going to work for? You just got to support me, black people. That's it. You got to support Greg Black State, Black America, Rella. You feel what I'm saying? Secret Sister Alexis, Big Philly, and you permit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure what else got their hands up. Oh, hey, sister, no, hey. West Side, you know, I'm gonna use my mic now. Hey, what's up, Romeo and Dark and Lovely? Let's go.
All right, wait, am I going next or?
Well, you know what? I have to agree with so much of what you guys were saying. And DJ Productions, you have a mama now, okay? I just adopted you, me and my husband, okay? So anytime you need. And about your music, I do believe my husband is about to talk to Jay Prince, him and somebody else. I'm definitely going to put you in contact with that because that's what I do, okay? I am a very resourceful person. I know a lot of different things, and that goes for everybody in the room. If you need something, call me. More than likely, I have somebody in that field that would take you. The one thing I think us as Black FBAs, okay, we've come on code for reparations. Now it's time to come on code. And I think we need a do-over all about this family thing. Because I'm going to tell you, my parents and my grandparents, everybody had the same mom and dad. I had the same mom and dad. My 2 kids had the same mom and dad. And my daughter doesn't have any kids and she's 30. She's single, she's 30. She's a head of hotels and chef. She's a head chef. And she said she likes to travel. I'm not ready for a child. That is a responsible Black youth, Black child of mine. I also have a son. He's an engineer. He has 2 sons. Unfortunately, by a one of them rice eating people. What's they called? Not the
Lord. The Asian? She Japanese?
Well, she ain't Japanese. She's more nigger. I'm trying to think what they call.
Ooh, you talking about Cambodians or
no?
She's probably Thailandian or Thailandish.
What's the other one? The one that Pacquiao is. What's he?
Filipino. He's Filipino.
Filipino, yeah.
Her, because she got a big face. Her nose is bigger than mine. Her lips is big. You know, you understand what I'm saying? But she gave me, I have to respect her because she gave me 2 beautiful grandsons. Okay? But my son, unfortunately, he just wanted to see an Asian experience. And with that Asian experience, she got pregnant. And he said, if I was to get anybody pregnant, I'm just going to stay. But that is not what he wanted to do. He wanted to be and marry a Black woman. But he's not married to her. But he did just move to California. He's in 6 figures, going on 7, my daughter as well, you know, and my thing is now, like as far as they are concerned, they were raised by me and my husband now, but they do know that they have a different father, but daddy has always been here. And what you were saying, DJ Productions, is quite, you know, one thing about Black women, we are Black American women. We are very rough. We're rough around the edges. And I do believe that's the DNA from ancestral. Because you got to remember our ancestors were raped while their man stood there and watched. And we didn't understand how you can do that. You should die before you let this white man do that, you know, and things like that. But we have gone so far away that school can't teach us nor our kids anything. I learned about myself from my great-grandmother telling me to get your ass up on this porch. I got something to tell you. That's how I learned. You know, I did go to college. I do got 3 degrees, but that's really who I learned who I was. And I've always walked this turf here like I owned it. There was nobody above me, and people used to call me conceited. And I said, I'm not conceited. I'm just convinced of who I am. I'm proud of who I am. And to be proud, you lift and you walk that way. I taught my children that way. And I would have to say, like, you, DJ Productions, for you to have been around all these black women, I have to say that you inherently are a very strong male presence that I feel. And I think most women can see that. I would not have thought that you were in the company of that many women, you know, because we normally can fuck a man up. I'm going to be honest. I just sit back and I watch because I could teach. We're nurturers. We nurture them only but to so high. And then I got to back off. It's my husband's turn now because I can't make this young man be a man. I can't do that. I can just tell him how to be. What I did with my son, I just taught him how I would want to be treated. So he opens doors. He gets offended if you open up a door as a female. He doesn't care if a married couple is fighting. He jumps in. He does, as a 32-year-old, what I am looking for older men to do. And everybody, we're afraid of our youth. I'm not. The first thing they say is, well, they'll shoot you. I have come into contact with that. I told him, oh, wait a minute. Watch your mouth, baby. You're cussing and I'm standing right here. Oh, fuck you. I said, look, watch your mouth. I don't know how your mom raised you, but now you in front of like a grandma figure. And what you're going to do is watch your mouth. He pulls out a gun. And I said, let me explain something to you. This is old school. If I could see your gun, you never wanted to use it. Because I guarantee you, nobody that I pull my gun out, you're not going to see it. You getting what I'm saying? So, and when he did that, he put it down. Till this day, he comes past, hi, Miss McAfee, how are you doing? He's very respectful. Sometimes they need that rough edge. They need to see that, oh, she ain't even scared. No. Because guess what? We go up against a lot of stuff. And death is something that Black Americans, we're not scared of that. It's life that's taking us down. So we probably just need to do a do-over. And we need to look at our ancestors and see how they did it. And we have to re-implicate that into our life. If there's a woman that is out there, then it's for the other women in that, you know, in that area. Look, little girl, no, don't wear your stuff up like that. That's not cool. Well, your mom, she might be slipping. But I'm going to just tell you right now, if a man can see it, he don't want it. He don't want it. I said, give a man, and they always say, well, we all got the same thing. I said, oh, no, we don't. No, we don't.
I agree, and I totally agree with you on that one right there.
Don't they show? They just show too much, and then they look, and it's only our black little, our black young women, and I'm like, you have a body. Wear regular clothes. Wear you some. Be a tomboy. Be whatever I said, and be respectful of yourself. Do not let anyone call you bitch. We don't say nigga in this house, because ain't a nigga in here. That's that white man's word. That white man can keep it. There ain't no nigga in here. It's brother, sister, mom, dad. That's it. If I'm mad at you, it ain't a nigga in here. You getting what I'm saying? And I just don't, I just want to, because I was saying I wanted to start a program because I have a program. I'm a motivational speaker. A lot of people, well, I'll say the women, they have been coming at me, and I'm talking about here, they have, protested because I go into the jails and I speak to the men that are abusive and rape women. I've been raped 3 times. I've been beat up. Why would you want to do that? I said, because let me explain something to you. They were babies and little boys before they became this monster. We have to find out where from there to there did they disconnect and feel that that's a way that they show love through putting your hands on me. And we have to reverse that. And so that's what I do. I put a lot of, I help our women too, but sometimes hard to help women because they don't want to hear what an old woman got to say. Oh, you just don't know. You don't know. Oh, I do know. Just because you're going through it now, one thing about it, the world ain't round for a reason. That's just how life is. It goes around. Mini skirts was back in my day, it came back. Bell bottoms back in my day, it came back. Everything goes and it comes right back around. And we have to recognize when it comes back around the next time, let's make it better. Don't like throw yourself away. We are a beautiful people. One thing we have a spirit that of forgiveness, but I want us to have a spirit of forgiveness for each other. And if we have a problem, get in the ring, put on some gloves. That shows me a real man. Get up there and let's box. And when you get done, win, lose, or draw, y'all both get out of there and go somewhere and drink a beer, and it's over. That's how family do. We wasn't allowed to argue in the streets. That's why when I see on here, this is considered like the streets. And social media is more than, I would have to say, this is one of the biggest things that they threw at the Black community that we use to bring us down even more. We were better off without all this social media when we had to call on the phone and go meet. We don't know each other. We look at avatars all day. We don't even know if that's the real person behind there. I mean, that really kind of, that kind of bugs me because I don't know who I'm talking to. And I'm like a person, of course, being a detective, I like to see eye to eye because when I speak to you, I want you to understand me. I want you to know what I mean. And I want you to understand I mean what I'm saying. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts. But for me, anybody in here, anybody out of my whole family in America, because everybody has turned their back on us, even our diaspora. I used to think, oh, I didn't went over there and got, well, why is your hair like that? You're white. I said, well, more than likely I got white in me. Yeah. I had a slave master in my history. But thanks to your people, and that the Nigerians, they come over here with this attitude when we should be putting our foot in their ass because it's y'all that sold 3% of them, and it could be one of our ancestors. It's y'all, so we really need to be kicking your ass. Instead of that, y'all want to side with the white people, and y'all want to bring us down more. So I just say we stick close. We got to stay on code, and I wish we just had a deeper code way, like code word. Even if we go back channel and we go from email to email to email, and everybody knows that if we say this thing, like if Black say a secret, where you at? What you at? What you doing? And I said, PA. We know that's my state. You getting what I mean? But they don't understand that. So we just got to get real tight with it, because now we see it's even our own skin folk taking us down. And I'm going to land on that.
Thank you so much, Secret. Go ahead, Romeo.
Yeah, let me
I just want to be honest, you know. I might say some things that people
wait a
don't
minute. I'm sorry, Black. What did you want to say?
No, I just want to shout out that Little was in the room. Lydell's in the room, so I wanted to shout him out. That's all. Go ahead.
Hey, Lydell.
All right. I just want to be honest. Some people might not disagree with what I'm going to say. You know what I'm saying? But I personally feel like the black man and the black family has gone through a lot in the past few hundred years, and I'm just to the point where I feel like we're not supposed to take care of our own kids. I feel like that's for reparations. Me personally, I have 5 baby mamas and 12 kids. I don't take care of any of them. I don't pay rent. I haven't worked in like 12 years because I feel like a white person's supposed to do that, you know? Like,
okay,
our ancestors went
Yeah, he trolling, man. Come on, man.
That's just me, personally.
No, get him off the stage, please, y'all.
Man, if you don't go ahead and act like a man, that's that bitch ass shit. See, that right there, that is what makes us. That's what drops us down. Now, see, we had a good conversation.
Wait a minute, sister. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Sister, don't
Did
allow
he
that
say?
to derail. No, Rilla, hold on. Okay. Let's not allow that to derail us. We know exactly what we're talking about. Let's move on with our conversation. He was a fool. Let's move forward.
He said,
I got kids and 5 baby moms.
He said, I got 12 kids and 5 baby
moms. I don't work. That's some funny shit. I say this, man. I think it was on me because the other brother dropped out. You know, I as black men and women, you know, we in this system, we had it rough. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go into the statistics of who had it rougher, or, you know, or we had it rough. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you know what I mean? We went through it together. We got issues. We're going to have to learn how to talk to each other. We're going to have to learn each other. We need to listen to comprehend instead of listening to respond. That's one of the things that we've really got to stop doing. You know what I mean? When black men are speaking to you and telling you our grievances, listen to understand and comprehend. And likewise to the brothers, when the women are talking, you know what I mean? And do we listen to comprehend and to fix? Don't just listen to respond. That's one of our biggest problems, and that's something that I hear a lot. You know what I mean? Because somebody say, "Well, black men this," and somebody else will respond, and it's automatic. You know what I mean? It's an automatic thing, because we have a big thing wanting to pull each other's card. We got to stop that, man. We got to understand that, you know, we're damaged. We got issues, but, you know, we need each other. You know what I mean? We are the guys of this earth. We're the original man, the original woman. You know what I mean? From us, everyone else came. You know what I mean? And like the Bible says, they will return. You know, so, you know, we got to understand, you know, women, you're going to have to learn what we are as men. You know, and understand that how we operate and how we move and shake, you know what I mean, and what our role is. And women, you know what I mean, y'all, men, we're going to have to learn what a woman's role is. We're going to have to learn their nature. We're going to have to understand, you know, fundamentally what they are, just like they're going to understand what we are. And that's how we move forward.
Oh, wait a minute, Big Philly, are you saying that you should have authority over a woman?
I'm not. I believe that's the natural thing. I believe that men have.
No, it's not. No, it is. Well, wait a minute. Let me. Oh, can I take this one, Rella? Oh, let me take this one, Rella.
No. The reason why I said the reason why I said that was because there was a guy. I don't know. Were you in his faces last night?
I don't know where you get rule.
No, this man came on this. Okay, let's look. This man came in the room last night. Black had to literally. I didn't say anything. I was quiet because Black handled him when he came in, and he decides he still wanted to address me, and he kept saying, "Well, what did he say, Black? He said, what is a Oh, hell, I forgot. That's how stupid it was.
Yeah, it was something about what is marriage. That was one of the questions, the definition of marriage.
Right, and then he said that a woman who opens her legs to a man is in his mind is immediately married to that man, and that he has authority over her. And then that he then said that then he said, well, the woman has to give him authority over her. And I was just like, I said, well, then you're kind of contradicting yourself.
He full of shit. He's full of shit. I've been married. I've been with my husband. My kids is, like I said, 32 and 30. We've been together since my son was 2, and he ain't never said, I'm your boss and you do what no. What it is it's a way that we have to respect each other. And my thing is I naturally know how to, when he is speaking, I shut the fuck up. When he's talking with a man, I remove myself. I don't sit around. My husband is right now downstairs watching the fight with men. I do not sit around my husband with other men. He does not sit around me with other women. Okay, this is just a natural thing. And the thing is I love my husband. I still get butterflies after all this time. And you know why? Because he treats me like the woman I seen my dad treat my mom. And my daughter, she hasn't yet to find a man that can do that. That's why she is single. My son does it to his wife. The thing is if a man is willing to go out there in this white man's hell, you could at least make him the ruler of this when he comes in here. Let him freak out. My husband has been so stressed, and he just be on, and I don't want to hear, just be quiet. And I just be like, whatever. And then I have my days. And guess what he does? He just lets me go. We have to stop, like you said, Big Philly, we have to stop fighting each other and shutting up and listening. Because in that rant, trust me, there is the truth of why they are angry.
Exactly.
Well, I'm gonna shut up so Big Philly can finish. Go ahead, Big.
When I say authority, I mean as in like at the end of the day, I'm willing to die for my woman and my child, and I have to be willing to lay my life on the line for my family. So and to lay it off. Somebody comes into my place, I'm the one getting up. I'm the one going down the steps. I'm the one that's going to go face that danger. You know what I mean? If somebody said that, listen, you're going to have to work yourself to death to provide for your family. Guess what? My ass is going to the grave. As long as I know that they're going to be okay, I'm good to go. You know what I mean? Just like, I see them, I see them when they get to where I'm going. So when I say authority, I mean as I'm the king of my castle. Like I tell my wife, I value your opinion. I value your opinion. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I as a man, when I make the decision, I make the decision. Now, it's not saying that you some kind of slave. You got to jump through hoops of fire. No, but we have a role to play. You know what I mean? And just like I'm not going to pretend to do what you do, I don't want you to pretend to do what I do, because how I deal with masculine energy is not how I deal with feminine energy, and it just doesn't work that way. How I deal with another man, I don't want to deal with my woman like how I deal with another man, because the threat of violence between men is always there. That's why there's always a certain level of respect. I don't want to have to walk around here and because at the end I'm not going to view that as I'm dealing with a woman that's going to come off to me like you challenging me. So when I say authority, I mean that I'm the king of my castle. I'm the man. I'm the one that has to fight the battles. I'm the one that has to give my life up. You know what I mean? Now you're my woman. You know what I mean? And you have, and that's the thing. A lot of women don't understand the power y'all have over. You can make or break your man's day. When I come home from a long day of work, with people I half-ass like, you know what I mean, dealing with bullshit bosses, and I come home and I see my woman smelling good, looking good, hooking up a hot meal. Hey, baby, that shit, the day don't matter no more. That shit is over with. You know what I mean? Like, well, fuck them niggas. I don't care what the fuck happened at that bullshit ass job. I'm looking at this beautiful woman. I got my son smiling at me. You feel what I'm saying? But if I gotta go deal with that bullshit and then come home to a woman that's screaming and hollering, that's trying to go back and forth with me on every fucking thing I say, you know what I mean? I'm like, I might as well go get another man. I might as well go date a man. I might as well go be with a man. What the fuck? I don't want to have everything I say. You got
Oh hell no! Stop
I'm
right
just,
there.
no, I'm just saying. I'm using
Now
it as
that
an
was some
analogy.
troll. Is that called trolling or something? We ain't going for that. Don't even
No
put
homo,
that in
no
the
homo, nigga.
universe.
No homo, nigga. Fuck that.
It's an analogy. If you want to take it somewhere else, I can't help
It
you.
was a joke, Big Billy.
Don't take it literal. Yes,
It was
she's
a
joking.
joke.
She was
So,
joking.
man,
But
Y'all
I
both.
think
I
some
will
people
say
be taking
one
it somewhere
thing.
else. They be like misconstruing what you say. I'm like, damn. Am I speaking?
Okay.
Yeah, one thing I will say about what you just said.
Hold that, sister, because Enough and Alexis need to go after Big Philly. So once he lands, let Enough go, and Alexis, and then you can follow up.
I apologize, sisters. I apologize. I just now looked at my phone. I'm sorry.
I landed my plane, man. Like I said, I need my wife. You know what I mean? So when I say authority, I'm not talking no crazy nigga. I own you, and you gonna do what the hell I got. I ain't talking about that crazy nigga off the charts bullshit. You know what I mean? That's some other shit.
Enough. Welcome to the floor. How are you?
Hi. Okay, so everybody knows I'm young. I'm 25. So if I say anything that you guys don't agree with, I just haven't been here long enough, okay? So, I wanted to say something about what someone says. I'm sorry, so many people have talked. You guys have said a lot of great things tonight. Every last one of you has been so so much knowledge, and I appreciate it. But I wanted to say something. So, I am a widow. I'm 25. I'm a widow. I have 3 kids, and I think it is going back to more about the video. And I know we surpassed that, and I'm sorry, but everything, I don't know, it got twisted, and everybody was talking. Okay, I'm nervous, so if I ramble, I apologize. Okay.
You're amongst family, sis. You're amongst family. Take it easy. You good? Take your time.
Okay. And I wanted to say something about the post about the girl. Okay. Basically, I wanted to say, hold on, my kid is calling me. So, Alexis, you can go. I need to help my baby. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no need to apologize, sis. I understand. And
Not for no babies. You don't apologize. You go tell you do that, and when you come back, you pop right back on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have a lot going on there, and we appreciate that you're here in the space, engaging with us. And I had a lot to say, but I'm going to keep it really, really quick here because I made some notes. Big Philly, you know you're my dog the whole way around. I think you're brilliant, absolutely 100%. And as you were talking, there are 2 things I wanted to address that you said. But the last thing you talked about is when you come home and end the day. That is a real damn thing. I'm just going to let everybody in here. And I'm a fan of sci-fi. And I like Star Trek The Next Generation and all the Star Trek stuff or whatever. And in any sci-fi thing where they live in space, when they come back from space, they have to decompress. And that's the period of decompression for the man. Like, he does not need to come in and you arguing with him about 59,000 things. Run him a bath and have him some food to eat. That's what should really happen, because it is a real thing, is that you should be the king of your castle, because out in this world in America with white supremacy, you're not the king of anything. Not to say black men aren't smart or talented. That's not what I'm saying. Please don't take that part literally. What I am saying is that give the person a chance to decompress, then everything you want can be accomplished after that. But the second thing is something you said much earlier around, you're tired of this like fly-by-night dating. I agree with you. I am tired of it. And one of the reasons a village raising a child worked back in the day is because the village was just your extended family. Everybody knew you weren't trying to harm these kids. You had everybody's best interest in mind. And I think about where my grandparents lived and when we would play, when I was out with my older cousins at 4 years old, you know, we had just on what my grandfather owned there was over like 150 acres. We played on that all day, and then he had given one of his sisters 70 acres because she married a man that didn't have anything, and so they lived next door. And down the street was my grandmother's first cousins. So all the land owned over there was like all family. You had like 600 acres to play on if you wanted to between everybody that lived over there, and so it was fine. But what I would say is we get back to the basics of our parents, our grandparents, our aunts and uncles helping us vet who our spouses will be. And so I'm going to give a piece of marketing to an app that I am putting together. I need somebody to develop it for me. Irilla is a part of the development of the app. It's called Auntie Match, and it's all about people who have nieces, nephews, sons, daughters that want to find someone, and they then say, okay, this sounds like a good plan, because I'm going to tell you, I could never have gotten with my husband and I'm a widow as well, so I appreciate that enough. If he didn't understand saving and investing, it would never have worked for us. If I met any man that didn't understand saving and investing, it was never going to work. So that's all I want to say, and I'll land there. Continue on with the conversation.
Go ahead, sister. Oh, no. Enough? Are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so like I was saying, okay, I'm 25. I'm probably a lot younger than probably everyone in this room, in this space. But I'm a widow. I have 3 babies. And I want to go back to what you guys were saying about the boy and the woman with the food and the situation. And then somebody was saying like, for her to take responsibility and for him to take responsibility, and I agree, they both should take responsibility. But this, like, hearing sometime, like, because I've been in different spaces and a lot of people have talked about the subject, but like sometimes hearing men, like black men, because my husband was black, I'm a foundational black American, and so was my husband. We have 2 beautiful boys and we have a girl too. And I'm a single mother, and I'm raising 2 boys to be men and 1 girl to be a woman. And to hear like black men, like not in this space, just throughout the whole time, like kind of I guess siding with him makes me not want to be with anybody else. Because if I get into another relationship and then that man doesn't really particularly care too much for my other 3 kids, or knowing that my husband isn't here anymore and he's in the life of my kids, you know what I mean? And then he treats them differently, I think I would feel some type of animosity or some type of hate towards him. So that, and I think I heard somebody's like, women saying that they don't want to get in relationships no more. Like, that is my biggest fear of getting into a relationship, because if I get in a relationship with a man, I do want to get in a relationship with a man. I don't necessarily care if he has kids or not. I will still treat my kids and his kids the same way. No, I don't want a Pookie that got 9 kids. That's a lot of kids, okay? but I don't know. It's just scary to get in another relationship with a man. And I know people like, y'all just want to do it on your own, but that video, even if it was,
I don't want to do it on my own.
Go ahead.
I don't want to do it on my. I don't want to do it on my own.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. Like, but doing it on your own, and then some man, you might have a baby with him, right? If I go, I'm still young, I'm 25, so say 2 years from now, I get in a relationship with a man, we together, I don't know, for however long, we have a baby, and then he decides to treat my kids differently if we decide to go our separate ways. You know, that's scary to me personally. So if I said anything to offend anybody, I do apologize.
No, you couldn't. I would say
not at all.
I would say, date with a purpose. I mean, you know, in your situation, when you're dealing with men, you know what I mean, then you deal with men with a purpose, and you know, you let your standards, what you need and what you're looking for, you know, that needs to be talked about immediately. You can't, there's no time to wait, ain't no time to, because you got 3 people, that's dependent on you, and my condolences. You're losing your loved one, but when you're dealing with men out here, we appreciate the honesty, So like, listen, I'm looking for someone that's, if we move past a certain point, I'm looking for somebody that's, that understand that when when you're courting me, and you come a part of my life, you take on, the responsibility of my 3 children. They become your children. So you just have to make that known, and don't, not saying that you will, don't put yourself in a predicament, that you're not gonna be able to get yourself out of. So definitely, like, your woman with needs, I understand that. So just, you do whatever you do, protect yourself at all times. Don't bring nobody around your children. Do not bring anyone around your children unless he's going to be a permanent fixture in your lifetime, in your life and in their life. So if you deal with him, he needs to get a hotel, or you get a hotel. Preferably, he gets the hotel. You know what I mean? And he doesn't meet your children until, he's brought on to the team. He's ready to play quarterback. You know what I mean? If he half-assing, you don't sign him.
And so I'm sorry, can I just rebut to him 1 second? And then everybody, I know everybody has their hand up. So I do understand that part. And I get a lot of men like trying to talk to me. And where I live at, a lot of white men. Okay, I live in Oregon, you guys. So of course I will not date anyone here. Okay, not at all on any level, But I get a lot of men that try to talk to me, even like when I go home to California, like a lot of men that try to talk to me, but sometimes when you tell men that you have 3 kids, sometimes they don't even, once you say that, like, it's up and it's stuck. And I guess this question is to other women that may have kids with, I don't know if you don't, or if you do, or if, you know what I mean? Like, cause I didn't, like, my parents died when I was like kind of younger. I grew up in foster care. So I don't know. I'm just asking, I guess this could be for men or women, but I don't know. Rella seems very, and Alexa.
Okay, so let me answer the question, because I normally don't talk about my personal life. I literally just started mentioning that I have seedlings, because I'm very protective of my children. I'm protective of even anyone knowing of them, in that regard. I am a mother. This one guy in another space asked me if I was a baby mama, and I was highly offended, because I don't subscribe to that, especially the stature of woman that I am. And I was married for 16 years. And the relationship, unfortunately, I didn't choose the separation. The situation dissolved itself because of however it happened. And it's almost kind of like I feel like I have to protect him and our situation at the same time as I'm speaking. So I'm not trying to say the wrong thing, because he's a damn good father, in the realm of he's present. He makes sure that the kids' education comes first, and we co-parent very well. I am. He knows the type of woman I am, and unfortunately, we had family members, or a family member that made the situation what it is. And so all I can say is, for a woman with children like myself, is that what is required if I entertain or decide to entertain someone in my life, they will eventually know that I have children, and they have to. It is a must. It's imperative that they understand it's a package deal. I would not proceed any further at all with a conversation. I couldn't even be friends with you if you could not respect the fact that I am a mother with children. Because some people want, they'll want you and maybe try to just deal with you. not realizing what comes with you is time, resources and things like that. And sometimes we don't have that if we're doing other things to, keep the foundation of what we're handling at home intact. And so I think what Big Philly said is very important, because you don't want someone that's going to step up to the plate and they're not willing to take on the entire team. They just want you, right? That's not going to work, and it's very dangerous at the same time, because it becomes a jealousy type situation. Because we've seen situations where some people, both either man or woman, harm the children. And I'm sorry, I will put people in the ground. You will be under 6 feet under. And so I'm not trying to put myself in that situation. So I'm very cautious, even speaking in this space. And I know it's recorded. So now you all know who, a bit of who I am in the realm of relationship. And I think it is important for single mothers who have children to be very protective of them at all costs. At all costs. Even if you're a single father with children, you have to be protective of them, because they can't protect themselves. So the sacrifice of how I go about entering or re-entering dating or whatever that looks like, it will be different. It will be different, and it will be new again, because you're talking about 16 years and then coming back into, like, I'm scared. That's why I said I might be a nun, because I don't know.
The game ain't the same, I'll tell you that much.
It's not. I'm a little scared.
What, Rella? Can I say this to you and Sister Enough? As a homicide detective, I'm going to tell y'all, the first thing I would advise men and women to do background checks. Because as a homicide detective, I have went and I have seen some horrific sights, because the man was jealous, the woman was moving on, and he went in and shot brand new baby. And the baby was with a shotgun, and you seen a finger here, a leg here, and it was just that just comes to my head all the time. So I tell everyone to do a background check. Okay, if y'all meet somebody and y'all want me to do them, I'll do it from the governmental level. I mean, do a background check. Okay, that's first and foremost. Then find out what he wants out of this. That way y'all can have a clear understanding, because if he's saying, well, I don't want no relationship, that means you just want to hit it. I'm in it for more than that, so we could stop that right now. You understand? Before feelings get involved and everything. I always say 12 months to 15 months is a good enough time for you to be with this person before even your kids even set eyes on them. And when you do introduce your kids to this person, public space, let them be out at Dave and Buster's and say, oh, this is just a friend of mine. And watch how your kids, because a lot of people don't pay attention to that. Pay attention to your kids' reaction to this person, because they will let you know, Mommy, that's not good for you. I relied on my kids. My daughter just came and, she started crying, and she looked at him for a while, and she just went to him and hugged him. Now, this is a little baby girl that nobody touched her. So that was a telltale sign. You understand what I'm saying? So start making your list. And I'm not saying have like such a big list, but always put them first and then you last. How do you feel? How many do you have? because you would have to accept his as well, you know, and we don't need to have a baby's mama that's jealous and that when you know, be out with my kid or any of that, then that baby, because I want none of my Black people in jail. And that's a way that you can steer away from jail, period.
And
Like
I just and I wanted to jump in there, Secret Sister, and say that even even with whoever his family is or their family, look at their family.
That's
Look
why
at
I said
how
a
look at how
complete background check.
right,
Like
and
when I
look at how he interacts with his family.
I
His
mean,
mother.
down to the, and I
Or
know it
she.
sounds crazy, down to
Yeah.
the, how long has he had employment? I mean, this is how I look. You know, now, no, I understand people have problems, this and that. I understand that. But you look at it and then you see how honest he could be with you to say, I don't have any job, but I'm working on it. I'm trying. I was in jail. I did have this. This is the stuff that you need to be watching out for. If he can't come out and he doesn't show what you have already found out and he's not telling you, don't tell him a thing about you, and he damn sure don't let nobody know where you live. You
Hey,
always
can I jump
meet.
in real quick and add something to that? One of the
Wait,
things I also
wait, Big Philly. Wait, hold on 1 second. Alexis, go, and then Big Philly.
Okay, hi. A couple of things I wanted to say really quickly. First of all, enough. You are absolutely enough. You are doing the right thing. And I want to acknowledge that you said you grew up in the foster care system. And so you've come up against a lot of insurmountable challenges. And you and your husband, rest his soul in peace, have done a great thing, okay? And I don't know, so I do have to ask a question for you, and I'll make it very brief. Your husband, his family, like, are your children's grandparents around, their aunts, uncles, things like that? Are they in their lives? I'm just curious to ask that question.
No, so he grew up in the foster care system.
Okay.
So, it's just me. And I have siblings, though, but we always in foster care. So we close, but we're not, you know what I mean? Like, once you, like, separate, it's kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. It's really hard.
No, it's okay. And I appreciate you sharing that. That's okay. And I want to acknowledge that. And in a situation where it was one that there were grandparents, aunts, uncles, things of that nature involved that were close, I would say that right there is a part of that vetting process, and they can be integrated into the lives of those children. And that will help you make the best decision. I don't want you out here scared of every Black man that's going to come in your face, but you know what's what. You've been through life. You know inside of your spirit when it feels right and it doesn't feel right. Continue to do what you do. And I want to bring it back to this because we learn a lot of things. And I heard someone say earlier, there's nothing new under the sun. I think that was Secret Sister. But we may have had an aunt or an uncle or a grandparent or a great uncle, great aunt that told us the players may have changed, but the game remains the same. There's nothing new out here that we haven't experienced. And I'm also a fan of period dramas, and I watch a lot of them. And I say, you know, if I was born in the 1500s and I was a woman, I would have got married to a man and hoped his ass died because then I could control everything. And I never would have gotten married again because as soon as I got married, the husband took control of everything I had. And these people out here that are just coming at you because, oh, I'm a widow, they think you got some kind of benefits or some kind of money that they're going to come over here and control. Yeah, screw that. Wait in your spirit till it feels right. Secret Sister
I ain't
told you
got
something.
Go ahead,
I'm
can I
sorry.
say something? I ain't got $1. I got the money that I go to work for every day. Okay, that's all I got. So please don't come over here looking for nothing. All I got is whatever I got is for my kids. Okay, that's all I got.
Oh, I'm just telling you they will, and I don't want you to be scared of every person out here. I just wanted to share that, and I'll be quiet and let everybody else talk at this point.
Hey, I'm gonna let my man down there, Kaith Productions, let him do his thing. He had his hand up for a minute.
No, I'm just piggybacking off of y'all holding my talking points. That's all, man. So, but I appreciate it. But what you call it? Yeah, I don't know. So, I guess the situation is like, you know, I don't think you should give up on finding love enough
and you my sugar mama for life from now and now. So don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? All good. You know what I mean? So so you do appreciate the donation. You know what I mean, for the DVD. That's what it is. You know what I mean? So I don't think you should ever give up on trying to find love. You know what I mean? Because you're still here on this earth. Your kids are on this earth, and they're going to need somebody to train them on what life is, especially if you got a baby boy. Can't teach them how to be a man, mama. You know what I'm saying? I had to learn that on my own. Not to say I was really always on my own, but 9 times out of 10, I definitely figured out how to tell my shoe on my own. You see what I'm saying? So you don't want your baby boy going through that, or even your baby girl. Real talk, because
I was gonna say. So, are you saying projection that I should not sign up to become a sugar baby?
You mean the sugar mama?
No.
We got
First of all, I said it right. I said a sugar baby.
Yeah, I heard what you said though, but I want to make sure you heard what I said right, because I said you're gonna be my sugar mama forever because you made a donation. See that? You missed the point. So
oh my God! I gotta keep. But see, I heard what Enough said. Enough said the money she make is for her baby. So
but I do donate. I do donate to help the Black community and to
that was a
build,
donation, right? Thank you for the donation, right?
For the news
so you take money out of you sacrificing money from your family.
Don't do that.
To donate.
No, Bella, I promise.
Don't do that.
I donate to myself.
When the last time you hold up a minute?
No, I'm just messing.
I know you is, but I gotta get you now. Get ready for this month off. I'm about to like the weed too. Know what I'm saying? Real talk. Know what I'm saying? But no, I know you just playing with us though. But with that being said, and this is how we joke with each other. This is why we're the original kings and queens of comedy. See that? But enough just to yell. You shouldn't give up on finding your life. You know what I'm saying? Being with somebody. You know what I mean? Your true love that has left this this realm. Because you'll see him again. You know what I'm saying? And you can see him whenever really you want to. You just got to bring up the memories in your mind of him. You see what I'm saying? And the good times you had, and that's what's going to be the stuff to put a smile upon your face. You see what I'm saying? And if you are going to be with somebody, I definitely agree. Hey, look, me and my kids, we a package. You feel what I'm saying? And yeah, even though with my ex, if her kids came to me like, yo, I need, all right, y'all, I'll see what we could do. I ain't going to just be like, get the F out of here because me and your mother broke up and we don't talk or whatever the case be. I go to my ex-mother house right now and go, what's up, ma? What you got in here to eat? And it's all good. You know what I'm saying? And I bring her shit as far as groceries whenever I can. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. You know what I mean? So don't think that, all men are out here. Not to say all, because I know we talk in context, but there is somebody for you. I just leave it at that. But obviously you working on yourself, trying to get it together. You know what I'm saying? Keep it together as well. This is why I say you can always call any of us up here. You got the digits, you feel what I'm saying? Hit the pound sign. You already know that. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, you ain't never going to be alone because there's always going to be somebody here to help. This is why we have community organizations. But unfortunately, what the other brother said that was in my space, you're going to have to get the hell out of the spot you at on the west side. Go back to the the hood and shit, you know what I'm saying? Or at least be around some black folk, you know what I mean? Because if you don't see yourself being with one of those white dudes out there and shit, male, you know what I mean? You're going to have to be around somebody because at the end of the day, it takes a village to raise a baby. I yelled there. Go ahead.
Can I just say one thing? So about that situation, I moved after my husband died. I had to leave California. It was too expensive. I couldn't do it. It was either me be homeless or move somewhere where I could afford it. I did the best I knew what to do for me and my children. Okay, I was 24 years old. I had 3 babies. So I got the fuck up and I got my ass in my car, packed up my babies, and moved my ass to Oregon. And I didn't do any research. I just found a place online that I could afford, and I knew that I could transfer my job here. You know what I mean? No, I didn't stay at that job. I ended up getting a different job, but I did the best I could do for me and my children, and not to be, because welfare wasn't going to get it for me. And even though I have 3 kids, because of what I was making, they wasn't going to give me anything. They wasn't going to help me. So I had to do what was best for me. And yes, I am in the process of, looking towards moving down south, but I have 3 kids, so I can't, sometimes you just can't get up and just move like somebody that is just a single person. You have to be smart about the situation. So that's what I'm doing. So I just want to let everybody know that I do regret moving to Oregon. I wish I would have went the opposite way, but I didn't. I just did the best I knew.
I'm gonna say this to you. Don't ever regret your choices.
Facts.
Don't ever regret your choices, because your choices are reflections of your ability to survive, even if your choices are bad. My uncle, God rest his soul, who helped raise me, he would tell me all the time, if your good choices outweigh the bad decisions that you make, you are doing good. Because we are going to make mistakes, and you have to make sure that those are learning lessons that you don't continuously repeat. And so you're in Oregon, but it does not mean that you have to stay there. It just means you have to prepare for your next destination, and whatever that may be, you tap into your inner self, your faith man, however people want to, call it. I just say your spiritual, your inner self, and you tap into resources. And apparently it sounds like, with this particular group of people that, this is the type of setting that you will mostly find me in. I don't necessarily go into any of the other spaces, and that is because I have to protect my essence. I have to protect my energy. And so you'll find me in spaces maybe like this and having intentional conversations, because you're 25, I'm 38. We're in the same situation, maybe, I don't know, economically, however, but we're still 2 Black women with children, right? And so I say that to say you always have the ability to reach out. Don't ever feel like you can't. Don't let nobody make you feel like you can't. Start to develop your strength and find your place in finding your support system. That is a must, because you have the babies. You have to. And then you also have to watch them too. People who are around the children as well. Be mindful, because everyone, even family members, are not always the best, but you don't want to ostracize people out of your life so that you're alone. I love the fact that, again, Black is developing the migration for the Black majority state, because it gives me a glimpse of what it's going to look like for us in the next couple of years. My sisters we're all from California. I still have a lot of my family. My father's still there. My mother is buried there. My sister is planning to move to the East Coast with me, because unfortunately, I'm not going to leave this area, because the schools are the top schools here. And my kids, we're big on education, and this is where we want them to be at as far as school. But I need to develop a Black community that actually is going to help sustain my children, and I have to figure out what that's going to look like if I move. And so I need people in spaces like this where we can have that discussion and say, okay, this is what I need to be thinking of, and I need to bounce these ideas off of adults who want to have these constructive type conversation, if that makes sense. So please don't feel bad. Don't regret your decisions. Never. I don't even want to hear you say that again, because your journey, it was by design. Period.
And you know what? I want to piggyback off of that. You said you moved to Oregon. DJ Productions can let you know this.
I found out that Oregon has passed their reparations. However, it's not a lot, but I will put it up there. Well, you know, DJ Productions. I don't know how I put it up in that little up there, but I will put it up there. And it is, how long have, if you don't mind me asking, how long have you been there?
Well, my husband on October 27th, it'll be 2 years. So in December and like November, I'll be here 2 years. But I'm the one that sent the. I know about it. It hasn't passed though. I just want to put that.
Yeah,
out
it's
there.
just, but they're looking for people to give in their.
Yes.
Right. So make sure you put your application in so that you and your children can get what is deserved. But however, I don't think 123,000 is that they're trying to mess up. But I look at it. But y'all will be getting that per year till the end of your days. You know what I mean? That's one thing, because it's not many blacks up there. So I do understand you probably wanting to leave. It's another thing. You came in here, and so far, me listening to everybody, like Rella said, and DJ and Big Philly, everybody, Black, Alexis, we all are here for you. And yes, you might be young in age, but you have made some very good decisions, you know, and that goes for you too, Rella. You know, and I want to send out my condolences to you for the loss of your husband, but do not give up on our black brothers, and get up out of that get up out of that white city. You gotta leave.
Thank you. I think we have Alexis and production. I'm not sure which one was first.
It was Big Philly was supposed to go.
Oh, Big Philly.
And then after him, me, and then Kite, I think.
I'm glad somebody paid attention.
Oh damn, I forgot. I'm trying to put this damn Swiffer together.
Technical difficulties.
Man, listen.
Look at that, you in the house putting the broom for the cleanup. What?
Man, this Swiffer, man, this is the most complicated, easy thing I ever put together in my damn life, man. I'm trying to figure out how to attach this.
It's the instructions in Chinese, my dude. You know what I'm saying? Let me translate for you.
Facts, bro. You know, I got the honeydew list, man. It's 1:42 in the morning. I'm putting on the damn show. Anyway, as far as, you know, to the young lady, man, one of the things I would say, man, is definitely, you know, with the passing of your husband, make sure, you know, you got that squared away as best as you can emotionally, before you move on to another individual. Make sure, you know, if you got any demons that you're dealing with, you know, handle that. You know what I mean? Get it, you know, seek out any counseling, mental health, you know, whatever you need. You know what I mean? Especially coming, you know, you came from foster care. I don't know your reason. I ain't saying you had a bad experience, good experience, whatever. I'm just saying, you know, if you have anything, you know, that, you know, maybe holding you back emotionally, deal with that before you bring anybody else into your world, or you step into somebody else's world. And another big thing, man, when you're dealing with men, watch how they deal with their mother. You know, that's one of the biggest things, because something that Secret said, you know, women can make or break men. You know what I mean? Especially mothers. You know what I mean? So if you're dealing with a man who doesn't speak highly of his mother, that's not somebody you want to deal with. I don't give a damn. He make $2 million a day. If he don't speak highly of his mother, don't deal with him, because it's not going to really work out too well. And given that we are the closer in age than probably anybody on here, don't get caught up in this new age cool guy, weird, you know, not really speaking how they feel, you know, whatever the case, bullshit they got going on nowadays. You don't have time for that. You know, you need to deal with a man who's focused on his purpose and know where he going in life, not that, you know, vague, you know, I'm on my way, I'm trying to figure it out. You don't got time for that, so don't get caught up in that. I know that's a lot of that going on between 25 and 30. That's some weird, you know, childish thing that you don't need to be involved with. But I'm gonna land my plane there, because this thing's getting on my damn nerves.
And I agree with that. And if you ask a man, where do you see yourself in 5 years, and he don't have a plan,
Run.
Yeah, run the other way.
If he's 30, talking about he want to be a rapper, go ahead and run. Go ahead and dip off.
Is it my turn now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to take this back to the Black majority statehood. I got to go here real quick. And I'm going to say something to you enough, and you can respond or not. It's up to you. But all I am hearing, Black majority state and Black America homeland, and rather than everybody else in the room, is that enough should be like a director of family well-being in a Black majority state, because her entire life has provided her the perspective to be able to help and counsel people the way they need to go. So understand that our lives are building blocks. Listen, I'm going to tell you this. I don't know what I want to be when I grow up. I really don't know. And I'm 42 years old until I retire. I still don't know what I want to do. I'm not saying with some rapper like 38 years old trying to be a rapper. No, run from that. In your spirit, you know where you need to be, and you're handling it in the right way. And Big Philly said something else that's really important. Because your husband died at the age that he died, it is very easy to put him on a pedestal. And you're going to have to deal with that. And it's a hard thing to overcome. It is a hard thing to overcome. And I know that you'll be able to do it. I have all complete faith in you because of where your life has led you to this point. And you did research. You made a great decision. Own that. You got to where it made sense for you and your family. Don't say that you didn't do research. You absolutely did. You did that. Give yourself credit. I'll be quiet.
Hey, go ahead, Tomboy. What's up, mama? How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. I've been listening for a long time, and I enjoy the conversation. And I want to tell you guys, thank you. Thank you for figuring out how to feed the babies, because it's like, godly, it's not that complicated, for real. It's like, Jesus, just go get them some hamburger meat. Well, actually, probably some turkey or something like that. Make some spaghetti like somebody suggested. Some tacos even. They'll all be happy. They'll love you for it. It's like, oh yeah, thank you. Give you tons of hugs. Kids is just like that. They just got that inner spirit that they can discern somehow between, good and evil, what's bad and what's right, but it's just innate for them. But it's like, thank you guys. And then, I've heard some things, okay, like, been there, done that, right? And what I learned over the years, when you have children, if you really spend that time with them, that quality time, you really start to learn them. You'll learn you. And then even as a single parent, a single woman, you'll begin to learn how to now navigate, because you have to navigate around those children, because as their mother, we're responsible for them up far past 18, really, until the day that they die. We give them the training, we give them the grooming, we give them the love, the unconditional love, but we let them know that, I don't want to put restraints on your cognitive thinking, but you're going to have to learn how to be responsible too. So we have to learn to navigate that as single parents. So most of the time, hey, you got to turn off the TVs and, take the electronics. And my kids is teenagers now, and I make them read books. They don't want to, but they like, school is out, so let's still, okay, how about this? By the end of the summer, you read this book, and then I give you $50. And I got to, give them an incentive, but that motivated them, that encouraged them. So my daughter, she's reading The Help. She said, well, I decided to read The Help. I said, well, go ahead then. Okay. And then my 12-year-old, he's reading this book about a subway. And so underground subway. I said, okay, so that child there actually calculated the number of pages that he will read in a day in order to get done by the end of the summer. I said, well, damn, go ahead then. All right. But even outside of that, I said the only way that I'll be able to achieve to be able to really listen to my children, even when they're away from me. And that's the most important thing too. When your children are away from you, we should be able to hear them when they're even at school or on a field trip or, somewhere out in society. We still got to be able to hear them so that we can still speak to them in the spirit and in the truth. And
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tomboy. I'm sorry.
And we get, I don't know, because I guess through experience, I said, well, I know I need help, but I don't want to rush the situation just because my flesh may be telling me that, oh, I need a mate. No, I need a soul mate, especially at this age. Once you get past a certain age, like that old thing, Kevin Samuels, oh, you become an old hag. No, some of us are still good, ripe, fresh fruit and vegetables.
Wait, Tomboy, he said if you're 35, you leftovers. So if y'all, if you know anybody that eat leftovers and they good on, they know how to, they want a hefty meal. Listen,
That's what I say too. It might be more than what you can chew off. You might need to be careful.
Okay, see, Tom, you're doing too much for me, but I want to tell you something.
I mean, once we reach that age, we come now with wisdom. We're coming with wisdom. We're not ready to play no games because we do have children and we don't want them to be hurt. We don't want them to be damaged emotionally. We don't want to bring in the wrong person and then all of a sudden, they touching our children and all this old bullshit. We don't have time for that. That's out the question. And then want to get upset. No, games is out. We can't play no games. So I just say, because it's like, I don't want to go off too much because it's like, okay, I'm really in tune with my spirit, right? We conversate quite a bit. And what it says sometimes is we just have to forego the flesh. And as long as you can abstain, see, through abstinence, you learn something too. It's not taken away. You're learning something. You're learning yourself. And as you really dive into your children, taking them to parks, we still go to the park. We go to the beach and hang out for about 5-6 hours with a cooler as teenagers. We still comfortable like that because we got to be able to talk to our babies. I live in LA. I got to be able to know my kids for real. I got to know which street and corner they at. Where you at? What? Huh? What? I need to come pick you up. What? What's going on?
See, Tomboy trying to have a grown conversation. You trying to have a grown up conversation.
But these
if
is
you
babies.
not willing, wait. But if you ain't willing to die to your flesh to make room for your helpmate. That's why I said something to you. Permit, I think that was his name that was here when he said, teaching your kids to tolerate people. That's not what it is. You have to die to your flesh, to yourself, to make room for your helpmate. If I told you the story, y'all would be like, damn. But I'm gonna keep it to myself, and I'm gonna just say that.
But I appreciate the space because I don't know. I hope people are really getting something from it and then take that and activate that in the community for real. Because we really need to restore some unity somewhere. We got to really say, okay, let's work with this. We have to. We have no other choice. No other choice. And then I think we'll start to see a much better day. We won't have to worry about that at all. Just love on our children, hug them and tell them how much you care for them every day. Even when they sleep, Tell them you love them. When you go in the room, make sure the fucking windows is closed and ain't nobody hopping through them. And tell them you love them. Kiss them on the forehead and hug them. And you are always, God will always love you for it. Always. Watch out for the babies. He'll always love you. Always. Thank you. And I'll land.
So before we go to anyone else, we have actually Kapora on the stage. Would you like to speak? I know you didn't have your hand up, but I see you on the stage. Welcome.
Thank you. Right now, I'm just listening in because I think I might have a few answers for everybody, but I want to get a few more perspectives before I start speaking.
That's fair. All right. So who was next? I'm not sure. You guys, I'm sorry. I had to go refill my cup.
Let me play this real quick for Sister Enough real quick. Hopefully y'all can hear it. 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Let me know my audio good. Yeah, no matter what happens in life, take your baggage, get some counseling, move on, do what you got to do. You live with those regrets, those hurt, those pains, those war wounds. Shit happens, yo. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. You know what I mean? I know it happened to me. You know what I mean? And it continues to happen. You know what I mean? Because that is the life we live. You know what I mean? As human beings. You know what I mean? So with that being said, there's still someone out there for you. You just gotta not close yourself off so much. Protect the babies, Wu-Tang for the kids, all that. You know what I mean? But still talk to people. Whether be us up here or somebody at work, you know what I mean? It don't matter, but don't enclose yourself in on a cabin fever type level. And then once you're ready to get yourself right, because like Sister Tomboy said, being by yourself is just growing. You know what I mean? I've been by myself 3 years, straight abstinence or semen retention is what I call it. You know what I'm saying? That's the true fucking mental right there where you could really elevate. So what the fuck I've been doing since then? COVID and shit. I done built the website, fucking got on, redid the studio, put a whole bunch of shit up in here, you know what I'm saying? Talking to people and shit. I got through an SBA program where I was in school, got a laptop, you know what I mean? I could go back and when I get my paperwork a little situated more, go get that investment money. So yeah, I'm leveling up on that level, you know what I mean? But you got to kind of do the same. And then when you feel like you want to go mix and mingle, you'll know when you want to go mix and mingle. Because your kids will be much older and the shit will be straight there, you know what I mean? But my advice if that is the case, you are looking for somebody, go find somebody who got 3 kids themselves and start a football team. Who the fuck gonna stop you? Do what LeVar Ball did. Put your fucking kids on. Y'all be the new Black Brady bunch of shit. You know what I'm saying? Black folks don't support that. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Black State of America only, though. What's up, Black? Oh, you is up, homie? I thought you was asleep, dog. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'll co-sign that. I started a new job 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago now. That was the last relationship I was in, and I've been just focused on working and really focused on this political, process, and really just trying to gear up mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and get as much knowledge as I can. But yeah, man, I'm in the same space of just really, really, really being focused right now. I mean, there was times in my life. I mean, I don't want to get into that, but my numbers is up there. Let's put it that way. But that was like me just, I look at it as people say, oh, I was just living my best life, but I was single and unattached and whatever the case may be. But, at this point in life, I'm just looking at things from a different perspective, and you do get the opportunity to focus your energy towards something, more productive in a sense when you do that. So, yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I'm not sure if Alexis or Enough is up next, but, go for it, ladies.
Enough. Go ahead.
Don't be shy, Darryl. Don't be shy now. Come on up on the stage.
Listen, I'm not shy. I just recognize her hand has been up. That's all. I'm not shy.
What's your name?
I just wanted to. I put my hand up to just say thank you to everyone in the room. Like, everything that everyone is saying, I don't want you to think that I'm not taking it in. And I wanted to say that I'm not looking to be in a relationship right now because I am still grieving my husband. Like, at the end of the day, like, I know better than to get in a relationship right now. Like, my first priority right now is trying to heal my children, but also heal myself and focus on what my children need, you know, and also trying to be a part of this community and working on us as all a whole. But my children will always come first, no matter what. And my first priority is to make sure they are okay. Okay? All right, thank you.
That was beautiful. Thank you enough. And I just want to give a moment of silence for what she said, that it sinks in for all of us. Okay, hope that was enough of a moment of silence. I wanted to say something in response to Tomboyish Schism earlier. And what I wanted to say was, I think it was 3 years ago, I was up late one night, and it's like 2 o'clock in the morning where I was. And I sent a text to my dad just to ask him to look at something, you know, when he woke up or whatever. And my dad called me. And I was like, Daddy, were you awake? He was like, listen, whenever you have some kids, you don't never sleep good. Now, I'm making fun of my dad's voice the way I make fun of it and my sister make fun of it. But what he was explaining is, he's like, I am tied to you as a person. I'm always going to be ready for whatever you come with me for. So I just wanted to acknowledge you're right about that Tomboyish Schism.
That's a super fact, man. My son, every night, I get up I get home late, and every night I go over to his crib and I touch him to make sure he's breathing. It's just a weird thing. I don't know what it is, you know.
It's not weird. That's our evolution. That's how we survive.
I'm like, man, what is he? It's like I do it like 3 times. Like, I don't go. I'm like, man, all right, let me go check him one more time. You know what I mean? And then he wake up and I'm like, damn, you know, to sleep no more. Now I'm mad. You know what I mean? But it's just a weird. It's just like that as a parent, man. You always worried about him and always, you know, trying to figure out, like, man, like, is he okay? What is he doing?
You're gonna be doing. Is that your first one, Big Philly?
Yep, first and only.
So I'm gonna tell you right. I was about to say. So you gonna do that for the first one, the next one, and it don't even matter if they grown and they probably come and sleep over at the house.
Really, you're telling me that's why I'm 42 years old, and if I go outside in the winter, my mom or my dad would be like, you have a coat on? I'm like, clearly I know how to live after 42 damn years, but you still worried if I got a damn coat on. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, because our connection, like my mother, you know, God rest her soul, was calling just to, hey, I was thinking about you. You know, how are the kids? How are, you know, I think it's just in our nature. That's just, it's in our nature. Like I get up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and I go and check on my babies. I have teenagers and I have little ones, and I go and check on them. That might not be my job. As far as at the time when their dad was here, it was him. He was doing it. But I would get up or I would nudge him, be like, hey, go check make sure the kids are okay.
Man, I hate that. Man, listen, man, I'm gonna be real. I hate that bullshit, man. Listen, here's the thing. I sleep lighter than both of us. I hear a little whimper. I'm like, I pop up. You know what I mean? I look at her and drooling. I'm like, come on, man. Like,
that was me. I was a light sleeper because I was always like, did you hear that? And he'd be like, I didn't hear nothing, because he'd be dead ass sleep.
That's why you need a 2-parent household, brother.
I'd be like, yo, I'm like,
one person gonna be around.
I'm like, you know, you was up last night in his crib. She said, he was? I'm like, bro. I'm like, yo, man, you lucky I don't work overnight, man. I'm gonna need you to get that together.
Listen, don't be ignoring them signs and don't be ignoring them emotions and feelings. Some of that is, you know, something is telling you to go check something. Like I remember at our house, something told me to get up and walk to the door. Get up, walk to the door, open the door, and stand there. And I did. And the dad came down. He was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I don't know. Something is telling me to stand here." And I'm standing in the doorway. I see these people walking by like they were trying to look into our house. Like, I don't know if that was like something was saying somebody was about to try to come break in. I don't know. But all I know is I just stood there because that's what my spirit told me to do.
That's exactly what it was. Your spirit telling you what to do. That's all. Don't try to make it harder than what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we as a people, man, we have a special connection to the spirit realm, and especially children. You know, that's why children are a great judge of character, because they are, you know, sometimes as adults, you know, we forget our attachment to the spirit realm. We forget the things that happen to us. But children, they still have one foot in that realm. So they'll pick up on people real quick. Like, I watch my son sometimes in his little playroom, and he's playing with somebody. You know what I mean? I just be like, I just say, hey, welcome to the house of ancestors, and I keep it pushing because I don't feel the energy's bad. I'm just like, it's one of the ancestors, and I keep it moving like that. But yeah, that's typically what's speaking to you.
Most definitely. And I don't disrespect it. That's why I be like, when people come into the house or leave the house, I be, Thank you for coming.
So on this conversation, I posted up in here, this Blackboard. Someone posted little kids come out of nowhere with something profound, then go back to their Roblox game and have you and then they got a picture of Bobby Brown sort of teared up. But there were two. I'm going to try to find the other one. This one is amazing. I mean, it's so emotional, but I want to read this one. It says, "I'll never forget when my 4-year-old son said to me, 'Mommy, remember I was born, but then I died and went to heaven and came back again because you were sad?' Then he just went back to playing with his tablet like it was nothing." And then she's got a crying emoji. And she says, "I miscarried a year before he was born, so my mind was blown."
Oh, wow.
Man.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. And I think that's something we also need to talk about. Like, I feel like, we are spiritual people, man, and we need to reconnect on whatever level that may be. We're tied to this land, to this planet, to this universe on a completely different level. So I believe a lot of experiences that we have, we typically we write it off, but it's just fundamental to who we are. I feel like Black people, just period, we have a connection to each other. You know what I mean? Like, the way we move and shake and talk to each other and just, just be around each other. You can just feel the energy.
That's true. Most definitely. And I think I was telling one of my clients that I went to see today, and I said, "God, I really need to do grounding." She was like, "What's that?" And I was like, "Well, that's when you go outside in the grass, you take your shoes off, and you recharge your energy from the earth by standing in the grass barefoot." And, I think you do it on a sunny day, or I'm not sure if it depends on
you can do it. You can do it any day, Rella. You really can do it any day.
Okay, gotcha.
You touch that
soil. The sunlight is between 7 and 10 o'clock in the morning.
Say it again.
The best times to go get the sunlight is between 5 when the sun comes up, but when it's really out, about 7ish till about 10 o'clock. That's when the full sun's ray spectrum is out, and that's the only time during the day it gets that powerful to receive your daily transmission from the God. You feel what I'm saying?
Right, but grounding. So have you heard of grounding before?
Everything needs to be grounded. I deal with technology stuff. You might mess around, get shocked. You know what I'm saying? Real talk.
No. It's
You
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I was just using
okay.
the electronic theory.
Yes, okay, yes.
You know, if
Yep.
you don't ground something, you're gonna hear zzz, or you'll get shocked. You feel what I'm saying? So if your feet ain't grounded, this is why sometimes when you touch the light, zzz, oh shit, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? That shit just shocked the shit out of me. But that's just your third eye really just going off and shit, because you know you're giving off a specific frequency and wave and aura about yourself. You feel what I'm saying? It happens more than you know, but a lot of times, so I forgot who said it. We just put it off like we ain't like, oh no, that shit didn't really just happen, but it did. Yo.
Yeah, you're both absolutely right. I think we have to not forget that the sun stores its energy inside the earth. It does store its energy inside the earth. And one of the things, if you go and you dig in the soil, things like that, there are antidepressant properties in the soil that keep you from getting like all discombobulated by everything that happens. And in grounding, you should absolutely do that. When we started wearing shoes, we became much more disconnected as a human race. But for us as Black people, go out there, take your damn shoes off, and walk in the grass. Like, if you have a plot to do it, and this is one of the issues where you have in inner cities, if there wasn't green space for people to do that, they can't be grounded. And, you know, those are just one of those things. I just wanted to share that perspective, and I'll yield.
No, I agree completely, because the energy is just all over the place, and it's just negative. It's in the air. It's not going anywhere. It's just stagnant. You know, that's why, you know, I tell Black people, you know, don't go to the forest, go out to the national parks, walk around, be in nature. You know what I mean? You know, white people go out there and they disappear and get chopped up, but that ain't necessarily, you know, gonna happen to us, because that's our,
Big Philly, stop.
cause that's our, you know,
but I do want to
that's-
say something on what you said earlier. If I may interrupt you,
because
please.
that's our, because
Okay.
that's our natural. That's what we supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like, they go out there and get attacked by the animals. The animals see us and like, oh shit, where you been, man? We missed y'all.
Because we have a calming presence. But Big Philly, I want you to give yourself credit for this. This is why I interrupted you. I'm sorry. And also, Rella, we were talking about downloading, and there's a connection we have as a Black people or another. It is absolutely a freaking thing. Let me look you eye to eye, and we can download and figure out where we're going. And I heard someone say, you know, we don't know people because we haven't met them. I've met Rella in real life. And I knew Rilla was a real person when we talked on the phone. Cause like the first time we had a conversation, like, girl, just call me. I don't have time to be on this damn Twitter space. And we've met each other. And it doesn't matter if I haven't met you in person. I can tell you when real is real. And you guys are both right. And I think somebody else said it too. But we do have the opportunities to download when we're with one another. And I'm going to be quiet. I'm sorry to interrupt
It's
you.
weird, man, because I say this, like, I sometimes, you know, so I'm a little bit personal about myself. Like, ever since I was a kid, I've always had a weird connection to things. I always saw things, heard things, seen things, and I've always had an affinity for waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Because that's the time you're supposed to be up. I'm
since-
gonna tell you something real quick on that 3 o'clock in the morning thing. That is when most governments decide they want to kill somebody. They kill them between 3 to 5 a.m. because your body is most relaxed. You can't defend yourself.
But
That is
here's the
also
thing, I've
why
always
that's
felt-
also why women usually give birth naturally between 3 to 5 a.m. because the body's most relaxed. But I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
No, but I've always noticed that it was a weird energy around 3 o'clock in the morning. It's a
So can I actually testify on what I was told about that? So I would do the same thing. I would get up around 3:30. This was before my uncle passed away. This was before I would do it. I did it before my grandmother passed away. Matter of fact, I have visions of people's like visions of things that happen. Anyway, and I would get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I did that for a year straight. And I was told that when it happens, there are ancestors trying to connect with you, and that you're supposed to be praying because there's something getting ready to either happen or your family needs to prepare for. So you need to be actually interceding on behalf and connecting. So whatever the energy is, that your baby laughs at, or whatever it is that your family might be dealing with, that is your time now to intercede and stand in the gap for whatever it is that is getting ready to happen. I'm not sure what that is, but just based off of what I was told and what I asked and inquired about, because it was happening so much, I was so tired. I was like, I don't know why I'm just up, like getting up at 3 at the same, like clockwork. It would be like clockwork.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, you can predict it. I've had it ever since I was a child. I mean, a little bit. Like 7 years old, I used to get up, and my mom used to watch. Man, my mom used to watch this scary ass show called Autopsy. So I wake up in the middle of the night and hear that creepy ass music. I was scared as shit. Like, what the fuck? But anyway, yeah, I've always had it. I've never felt alone. Like I've never felt like I was by myself. I could be in a room completely. I could be in an empty building, and I could feel like there's people near me or around me.
Yeah, because you're an empath.
And I'll never forget when I was in the hospital. I was dying, and I was seeing people I'd never met in my life ever. And my mom, I was slipping in and out of this realm and into the next realm. And my mom was like, she didn't know what was going on, so she was screaming at me. She's like, "Hey, relax, stop!" But I couldn't hear her. And then I would hear her voice, and I would snap back too. And she's like, "What are you laughing at? What are you going?" I'm like, "Man, I'm good. I'm X, Y, and Z." So come to find out, I was actually in the process of dying, and then then it kind of calmed down once I got better. But I just started working at the airport, and a lot of times on these flights, there's dead people in under the planes, like they transport bodies. So I've been having this weird. I haven't been able to sleep lately. You know what I mean? So like that, and I'm like, man, maybe it's because I'm pushing these dead folks off these damn planes. But I guess I'm an empath or something. But I've always had it, man, and it's never left me.
Well, I don't think there's any guessing. You're an empath. So, like, that's why you have to protect your energy. And you have to be mindful because as empaths, we take in other people's energy.
Yes, you all take on way too much of people's energy, in my opinion, but I understand. Yep. You're right, Rilla. But I'm sorry, go ahead. I think it was DJ Productions and then enough. Sorry.
No, I'm gonna pass 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay, hey, so Black American Homeland's got to take off. I got Rel as a co-host, so we should be good for that position.
Throw me in the slot, bro. Throw me in, captain. Throw me in, coach. Throw me in, coach.
I got you. Man, that thread that I'm going down the thread I posted. I'm seeing a lot of. There was a twin. The twin didn't survive. And the kid is like, so like, for instance, if the kid is playing with somebody, sometimes it's the twin that didn't make it. Other times I'm seeing that a child comes through a different person, like either a sister or some other person in the family, and they know it, and they're telling like their mother this. And then the other thing is that the kids are saying, "I chose you to be my mommy." I'm seeing that a lot on in the quote tweets of that thread. So if you get a chance to go through that, it's really powerful inside of that. So yeah.
And her son is so handsome. He's such a cutie.
I read all of that because I was trying to, for years, understand like what I was going through. Because for a long time I was like, man, am I weird? You know what I mean? And growing up where I grew up at, you can't really go out there and tell people that. Niggas ain't trying to hear that. They trying to survive. You know what I mean? So a lot of times, like, I would just be going through it. You know what I mean? With these things I would see and hear and feel. And I'm like, man. So I would look it up. I done heard all kind of crazy, you know what I mean, reasons, but empath seems like to be the perfect one.
May I add here really quickly?
Yes, and then we'll go to Capora and enough.
So what I wanted to say really quickly is that you're not weird, Big Philly. Nobody is weird. I learned something as a child that I would have some dreams, and I tell my dad about it. My dad said, just write it down, sweetheart. Write it down, because your dreams can really mean something. And at one point, it was I could see someone in a casket, and that meant they were going to die within like the next couple of weeks. That's not something you really want on your head. But there was one morning I woke up, and I asked my mom on this particular cousin. And she's like, why would you do this? I had a dream, and we called him Pawpaw, my grandfather. He had passed away a few years prior. And I had a dream where this particular cousin was driving, and she got into an accident, but my grandfather came and protected her. And I said, just please call and check on her. So my mom calls my aunt, and it's like, is she okay? And she's like, oh my gosh, she just got in an accident about an hour ago, and her car is totaled, and she's unharmed. But they were like, there's no way she should have survived this. And our dreams are connections to our ancestors. It's the connection to who are is this world. So write down what you see, and nobody can take it from you, is the advice my dad gave me.
Hey, let me piggyback off of that real quick, Alexis. That's fire too, by the way. Thank God your cousin's all good and shit. So I had a car accident for the first time in my life about 2 years ago now. So I'm making a left turn, but I had to stop because there was another car in front of me that was making a left. And I'm on a street that's only going north or east and west rather, but it's one way going each way. But it's one of those streets in the city of Jersey where it's wide enough you might think it's a double lane, but there is no split white lines going across each side of the lane. So therefore, there's no two lanes going each way. So the car went and made his left. Okay, it's my turn. A couple cars is coming on the eastbound side. So obviously I got to wait for them to go. It's my turn. There's no cars coming. Made the left. Man, something just told me, I'm like, yo, look to your right. But I'm blind in my right eye. You feel what I'm saying? But I didn't turn my head because I'm making a turn. You see what I'm saying? But my eye turned, my right eye, and I saw it like a fucking car coming. Bang, just like that, yo. It was like fucking Spidey sense. And like my senses went up like really quick. You know what I'm saying? Before it happened, like, oh shit. Just like bang. That big bang boom. Just cool. As soon as I thought of it, it happened, yo. You know what I mean? So it's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? So it's like it happened in front of a school as well. So, I hate to say thank God it was because of COVID, everything's closed and shit. But lady, you blew past the stop sign, which is one of those little stop signs you see in the middle of the road, like near a crosswalk or whatever and shit. I'm not sure if you ever saw one, but you got to kind of at least slow down. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, it was meant for you to hit me and shit, because who knows who you could have hit parent-wise. It's kids in the area. I grew up there in the same street and went to school in the same area and played and ran around and did all the shit. So I already know what it is. But kind of find out, it was a foreigner lady that hit me. So my landlord, who's a Haitian brother, he was like, yo, you really got to investigate it. I said, man, I don't think there's anything I could do about it. They blaming me. And he was just like, yeah, you got to, because look how she hit you. She hit you in the back of your truck. You know what I'm saying? Even though you was making a left turn. She don't know the road because she ain't from here. But the insurance company still blamed it on me. And I felt like my lawyer screwed me and all this other shit. But from a spiritual sense, that shit was just meant to be. You know what I'm saying? It was what it was. So I got to, suck it up. But my truck's still good. But her truck total. You feel what I'm saying? I'm still riding my big baby to this day. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But go ahead, whoever want to go. Yeah, I don't know who it was. You said, Rella.
I believe it was Kapora, and then Enough, and then Tomboy.
Okay, well, first thing I want to say about the word spirituality. When I look at the word spirituality, I see the word spiral, and to me, a spiral is an ongoing circle. So I feel like the more we exist as spiritual beings, the more we're going to keep going in circles, and we're never going to accomplish nothing. And we exist as spiritual beings by calling ourselves black people. So it's like, at this moment, what everybody going through is that shift from spiritual to full-fledged solar. And in this new solar space or this new solar world, you know what I'm saying, everybody ain't going to be able to exist in it, because spiritual is nothing but watered down solar energy. See, they spiritual, it exists, but not really. It's more of a part of your imagination from within. we experience from within, not from without, because without is a reflection of within. So, you know, I'm a leader, flow to whoever got to say something.
Who up next? Enough?
Enough. And then Tomboy.
I just have a question. So, okay, so ever since my husband died, like, I only sleep like 3 to 4 hours, okay? And I don't know if it's because, or if I'm sleeping in my room, I feel like I need to sleep in my kids' room with them. Like, I'll go and I'll just, like, sleep on the floor to, like, be next to them, to, like, I don't know, like, I don't feel comfortable if I'm not, like, sleeping around my kids.
So,
I just don't know if that means anything. If you guys
May
can
I
tell
answer
me.
that question?
Yeah, please.
No, it's okay. One interesting fact that you'll find is like they tell you that 8 hours of sleep is what you need. That does not work for me. I don't need 8 hours of sleep. I get way too groggy if I sleep more than 6 hours. I am best off of between 4 to 5 hours of sleep. I'm best. But one of the things you'll learn if you look at country leaders, and I promise you, I am not caping for Winston Churchill or Obama or fucking George W. Bush. I'm not caping for anybody. What I'm going to tell you is most presidents learn when they get elected to be president of these United States, they can't sleep more than 4 hours. And Winston Churchill, during World War II, he could only sleep 4 hours. When you're in war mode, you don't need that much damn sleep. You need to recharge yourself really quickly. And that's a part of what's happening. And it's okay. But really, sometimes you need longer sleep than others. And we have a human clock. There is a clock that we all work on. And they tell you that it's a 24-hour clock that most people are on. And it is for most people. But it really exists between, I used to say 23 to 26 hours. And I was on a 26-hour clock because I could stay up for a long, long time. And I have to sleep for like every 6 to 7 weeks. I'm going to sleep a little bit later in the day than I normally do. And we have to find out what the vibration is for us. But the fact that you say that you can only sleep about 4 hours, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that you understand that you're in war mode and you're making sure you're taking care of the family. And be okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, and I want to jump in. So I know when I lost my mom, who's actually the closest to me, I didn't sleep for a long time, and I actually wanted to just sleep near my kids. I think what that is maybe a process of mourning, and as well as what Alexis was saying. But I do believe it is your physical self and your soul and spirit are trying to cope with balance. They're trying to find a way to deal with loss or someone actually not physically being in the flesh in front of you. So it's almost kind of like an internal war going on, and
I'm gonna say this real quickly. This is why COVID screwed up the game for everybody.
It did.
You no longer had to imagine what we've told you has to be. You're like, I might take a nap at 11 o'clock at night. Nobody takes a nap, but I just need a nap to wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm good to go.
Right.
And they were like, so people are thinking, so let's shut this shit down.
Right. And so in that regard, now your body clock, your soul and your spirit is off. And it's just because your body is going through the process of mourning, and it's just trying to find its way back to, I think Compora mentioned that spiral. It's trying to center itself. And that's going to take time. You probably need to help it along, and your kids probably will help you because you're going to feed off their energy. So it's important that I think what Big Philly said earlier, and as far as whatever it is that you have to do to continue your healing and continue to go through the process of grief so that you get to a place where you find some replenishment, or start to replenish, hopefully it'll get better. I think that's the only thing I can say right now. My kids come and jump in the bed with me. So I have a big bed and they come and jump in the bed with me, and that is almost kind of like a ciphering of energy. I hate to say it, but as much as I'd be like, okay, come on, let's get back in your bed, I stopped because I think my energy, my body needed it, my spirit needed it, and it was like a comfort almost. So yep.
Can I? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Nope. I'm done.
I just want to ask Rella and Alexis something. So like, okay, so like I literally will sleep 4 hours, but when, like I said, I'm so afraid. Okay, I'm afraid that I might leave my babies here by themselves. So like sleeping that little will protect them. I don't want to leave my babies here. And I think that is why I'm not like I've been so tired. I'm telling you guys, I've been tired. I tried milk. I mean, I've tried tea. I tried like over the counter stuff to like just sleep. And I've been so tired, but I cannot sleep because I'm so afraid, like that I'm going to leave that. I'm gonna leave my kids here by themselves. So I want to know, like, I'm like angry at my husband for leaving me and my children here and making me stamps for myself by myself. Like, I'm angry, and I don't know if that's why I'm like not sleeping. If that's why he hasn't like came around to tell me okay. But I'm angry. I'm just angry, and
So,
I'm sorry.
no, enough. That is, let me breathe here. That is okay. That is normal, and that is to be expected. That is part of the grieving process. Anger is a part of it. And you're hurting because you're like, you left me here with all of this. And that's not what he intended to do. He is still there looking out for your children. He is. It's just a part of what we have to go through. And we must also acknowledge from which you have come, okay? You have a lifetime of experiences that have burned into you that say, this is not how a child is supposed to be raised, all of that. You're reconciling it, and it is okay.
And he's going to come. Trust me.
Yeah, he will.
He will come. When I lost my grandmother, my grandmother passed. We weren't on good terms, and I found out she passed, and X, Y, and Z. But she came to me, and it wasn't when I wanted her to, you know what I mean, and when she came to me, I remember her. I remember to this day, I was crying, just as you are now. I was crying to her, you know what I mean, and we talked, you know what I mean, but they're gonna come, you know what I mean. He's gonna always be there with you. You may not always feel him, you may not always see him, but he's there. He's there within your children. You know what I mean? And part of the reason of sleeping around them is you want his energy, and his energy is there in those children. You know what I mean? Both of your energies are there. You're not going to leave your babies. You know what I mean? You're going to be there. You're going to be there a long time. You know what I mean? God willing, you're going to be around for a long time. You're going to see him grow up and be triumphant. You know what I mean? And he's going to be standing right by your side, smiling, and laughing. I don't know if you ever seen Star Wars, but, in Star Wars, the teachers are right there next to him. You know what I mean? You don't see them, but they're there. You know what I mean? So definitely don't ever apologize for crying or breaking down. You're human. You know what I mean? And we understand completely.
So we have so I go through Grief Share. I'm gonna send you my contact information enough, and it's whenever you're ready. If you want to join, it's just a small private counseling. It has to do with, loss. I will say that I was upset with my mom when she passed because I felt like she stopped fighting. My sister has seen her. My brother has seen her. I'm the only one that hasn't seen her yet. And it is my sister explained to me that it's because I have to die to myself when the time is right. And I have to be able to forgive my mom because she needed her rest. However way it happened. If I want to connect with her spiritually, and I think that sometimes it's not that it's hard to do. It's hurtful because I want her here.
Rella, it is hard to do, and that's okay because you're reconciling. And I will just ask you to remember this. Your mother transitioned to the next phase because there was a job she had to do.
Yes.
And we don't. And I did want to ask if I could call an audible. I want to hear what Georgia has to say because she has had her hand up. I just was curious.
I was just going to suggest the same thing. Grief counseling, it works. So I thought that was a great idea that Rella had. I also like to suggest that you do a little self-care before bedtime, and develop a routine. Get yourself some lavender oil. Get yourself some lavender chamomile tea. Take a warm shower before bed. Put your kids to sleep. Drink that tea, warm shower, go to sleep. But the thing is, warm shower and drink the tea. But what's going to help you the most is getting that grief counseling. So I agree with that.
And I actually had to start taking, because I don't like taking pills, but I do take my vitamins and stuff. But I actually started taking magnesium as a supplement, and it does help you rest. But start off with probably half a pill because you will be groggy because your body will be sleepy. Magnesium, about 400 milligram. Don't quote me, I'm not a physician, but you can look up the benefits of magnesium, and it acts as melatonin. So I'm not trying to give nobody no advice. You ain't gonna be suing me over nothing. Just look it up. So.
Hey, can I add something into this? I love what Miss Georgia said. That's what I was going to say. In a similar fashion, water is a conduit. Water actually magnifies the spirit. And so if you can sit in water or even the shower, that will absolutely not only bring you healing, but also, again, it will magnify your spirit. So definitely try to put yourself in water to calm your spirit, calm your soul, and hopefully that'll help bring you some peace as well. I think Miss Tomboy is next, and then Dark and Lovely, Dark and Lovely.
Oh, okay. Thank you, because I was just listening. You know what? I'm going to say this, that many are called, but few are chosen. And I think we've all been chosen to be in this fight to save the Black family. So we got to make sure we stay healthy, y'all. We got to get our health together, make sure we loving on each other. And I appreciate you guys for these conversations. So thank you.
May I be heard?
Yes, you're next.
All right. I love the fact that in Broken Hearts, vulnerability. Everybody grabbed the mic. I love the fact that we were just, here to catch somebody or to give help and support when we can, and especially if we see somebody hurting or hear somebody hurting, that our first instinct was to grab a mic and support, because it is hard. It is hard, raising children with a loss. It is hard raising children, period. I have a husband, but I do also have a daughter who has a dad that's not in her life, but my husband is in her life. It is very, very hard to deal with any type of drama or any type of loss, especially when you're raising children. To the topic in the room, righteous black fathers versus bare minimum baby daddies. I can only speak to experience. My biological father is definitely one of those minimum quote unquote baby daddies. He wasn't in my life at all, even though me and my oldest brother, share the same father. I'm the middle child. He never claimed me until 12 years old, when we had a blood test and all of that. But my stepfather was always here. He was always in my life. Even when my mom went on that, she is the woman is the world type feminism phase. Like, even when she said that you can't see him anymore, or he's not allowed to see you. Like, literally, you guys, my dad used to check us out of school, literally. Because my mom wasn't that type to take, if she filled out the paperwork once, she's not going to go back and modify the paperwork. That's just how my mom is. She just felt like she didn't have the time to do all that. My dad used to literally check us out of school, take us to Disney World, and then drop us back off at school like we've been at school all day. He used to literally come by the house when my mom was working, and drop food off. Like, he was literally my Superman. Like, I always thought he had a cape hanging up in his closet, dry cleaned it every week. Like, he it was just my stepdad. And he knew that we weren't his children. He came in knowing, that we had fathers, because my sister, my younger sister, got her own father. My brother went with his dad, and I called him his dad because it's not my dad, but because it takes a certain type of person to be called a father. When you make a child with somebody, you're not just automatically father. You're a father when you put in the work, to me. And my dad always put in the work. So when they were off with their dads, my stepfather, which is really my father, and I call him my stepfather in this instance just to put context to my life and to my life story. But he came in and he was my father. I was always with him. So, and when we were together, when me and my siblings were together, he always made sure we were taken care of. I'm an Army brat. So I know what it is to have a father there. And I also know what it is not to have a father there. Only because you can have someone sit in, you can always have someone to take care of you, but you always want that your father, especially if you know who he is, you're always going to want your biological father in your life, no matter what. Even though my dad was the most awesome dad in the world, he was awesome. When I tell you that man was awesome, that man is awesome. He just sent me a text message tonight, just saying that I'm a great mom, only because I just posted pictures of me and my babies at the beach. Like, it was just regular pictures, and he was like, "Oh, you're such a great mom," and he's an awesome father. But I still long, for some reason, for my actual father, so I know that's with trauma that comes with it. And Miss Rilla, I just want to ask, and I know that the group that you're a part of, you guys are there for physical loss. But are you also there, or is it a group that I can join there? It's not so much as physical loss, but much of a mental and emotional loss. Because there are women out here
who have people in their lives, whether they mom, dad, cousin, auntie, sister, brother, that they're very much here with us, but because of their toxicity, you have to literally cut them off, and it's like a loss to you. It's still like a loss. You're still dealing with that mentally. Is there a group such as that, or is there an element in your group that also provides that support with that?
So, you have to forgive me. So the group is definitely for, people who have lost loved ones. But I can definitely ask, and if not, we definitely can start something in that regard to kind of maybe marry the two as kind of like a segue. And you're more than welcome. I can send you information if you just want to join. It's called Grief Share. And, sometimes it's, I really, my heart just, I feel enough. I feel enough. And I understand when she says that she's tired. It's like when you hear a mother say that they're tired in that way, and understanding loss, it's like it's a I don't know if I have the words to even explain it. It's not even. It's a void, like an empty void, and you don't want to get stuck there. So yes, to your point, Dark and Lovely, I think it's something we can probably start, but I'll definitely ask. And if you want, I'll try to get you connected up with the group as well. Yeah, that's all I have.
May I add something, Rilla and Dark and Lovely? And I see you, DJ Productions. If I need to be quiet, I'll wait. Tell me.
Oh, no, ma'am. I just had just a couple of things. Well, just one more thing to say on the topic. I definitely understand righteous Black fathers versus the bare minimum. I had a righteous Black father because he was not even my biological father, but that's my dad. Like, I will fight a brick and shoot the sidewalk about my father because he was my father. He made me the wife that I am today. I'm not around here with, all these children and, having to depend on someone else to take care of them when I have a man who really, you know what I'm saying? I saw that he was the characteristics of my father. That is very important in a woman's life. When they have a righteous father, they look for that in their mate. And I was really, 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 I was blessed to find one. I was blessed to find my husband who is a righteous father himself. So I definitely understand loss, even though they're not here in the physical world, because it still does hurt. And I definitely understand a righteous Black father versus the bare minimum. It's an interesting dynamic. It's something that everybody can pull from, no matter what their life experiences are and what they pull from as well. And I just want you to know, Miss Broken Heart, that we are definitely here for you. One thing I just love is everybody grabbed the mic when you were vulnerable. Everybody wanted to say that this is a vulnerable space. We're not going to judge at all. You can, whatever you need to let out, you can definitely let out, because as mothers, we need a place to vent, just like fathers need a place to vent also. Because it's important that we make a lane for them too, because they don't have too many spaces in this world where they can really truly show themselves and be vulnerable and just let it out, And I wish you all the best. I wish you all the healing. May time heal you as it does most people. And blessings to the universe for you and yours.
Thank you, Dark and Lovely, for explaining that. And I would like to acknowledge what you said. Loss comes in many, many forms. Okay, it's not just the physical. And based on my experience in life, and I'm not trying to use this as a trope, I'm just trying to say this as an example. Battered spouse syndrome is a real thing, whether it's male or female, both can be battered. And if you look at it, it takes 5 to 7 times to get a spouse who's been battered and abused to actually leave that particular spouse because you've been brainwashed. And even when they leave, there's a loss they feel because it hasn't, absolved what they had. So the thing I'll say about this, and I did not mean to conflate your issues, what I'm trying to say here is, yes, absolutely daughters long for their fathers. They absolutely do. And if you don't have that in your life to recognize who that biological father is, you're going to go through life saying this does not compute. Because it doesn't compute. Because when you are the father of a child, you're supposed to take care of that child. That's what you're supposed to do. If you're the mother child, take care of that child. That is how we evolve. That is how we are as a people and how it works on this earth. And when you don't have that, it absolutely causes not asynchronous, that's not what I'm looking for. It does not compute. I think that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to get too deep into it because I am not in here practicing, but you're absolutely right. It does cause a problem, and there is loss that has to be dealt with in that way. And in groups where physical loss is their focus, it may not be the same space where you talk about the mental and emotional loss, but there do have to be spaces for that, and they can and do exist. Now I'll be quiet.
Yeah, let me just, so I appreciate spaces that are able to really, really allow people to open up and have really honest conversations. This space has been really, really just opening. It's been a very open space. I wish most of these spaces were like this. Just because I feel like people can actually progress, they can advance, they can find really good advice, they can start healing. So I feel honored to be in the space right now and to hear people's personal stories. We all have, some trauma, and so we're all sort of working through our issues. And also I just want to amplify the prayers for anybody who's hurting anywhere, but especially in this space right here today. But I'll end with that. Go ahead, Kaith.
Kaith, did you see my message?
Hold on, let me check real quick. Hold on. But no, I'm gonna check it. I was just over here listening to some music or whatever. But sister, we love you. You know what I mean? If you ever need anything from us, you already know you could just reach out. So you ain't never got to worry about that. You ain't never alone. You feel what I'm saying, Mama? On that note.
So that's what I wanted you to check your messages. Can you play?
Yeah, I see that. Okay. I see it. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds, style. 2 seconds, style.
Thank you.
Hey man, them babies, man, they got uncles across the country, man. So definitely reach out if you ever need anything, man. We're gonna take care of you.
Matter of fact, now I know that's what I wanted to talk about. One thing that I've been able to level up on is trying to find a way how to make money, not just make money off my talent. Let me turn the phone this way. Not just how to make money off my talent or whatever the case be, but how can I use the money earned to try to benefit the community a little bit?
So basically, I got a video called "How to Make Money Off Your Talent." Well, obviously I'm a musician or whatever the case be. So I'm doing my thing on that. But I still talk about physical media, CD, DVD, flash drive, VHS tape, cassette tape, vinyl records, stuff like that. And I said USB drive and hard drives too, by the way, on that note. So basically what we need to do is trying to find a way to start pulling our resources from the little businesses we do have. So say for instance, obviously we not even just to keep it on the music, but it doesn't matter if you have like you bake cakes for a living or pies or whatever. That's what a lot of our folks like to do. So we need to start like a collective business where we just chip in and just we got a pie factory going, and that way we could use 10% of the funds to maybe get somebody like Sister Enough from the West Coast to the East Coast so we could start our Black State of America. You feel what I'm saying? And she wouldn't have to pay for that. You feel what I'm saying at all? And it ain't got nothing to do with no reparations. There ain't no grift or anything like that. It's just some real shit that we could be doing right now. But we got to learn how to start supporting each other and leaning on each other when we need something. And even if, obviously you ain't got it, I ain't got it at the time, shit, we going to reach out to other folks that's across the country and say, hey, look, this is the situation that's going on. So basically, if we could start getting foot soldiers from the street, and this is why I, put out this little DVD. I call it the Firm, just like joking around, like the Nas, AZ, Foxy, Brown, Black. You know what I'm saying? That's what I call it. You know what I'm saying? But it's our reparations DVD. You feel what I'm saying? To try to start getting our people that are down in the street to understand this information that we do here online. So with that being said, if we could start trying to find a way to focus to start getting Black people to understand what reparations is and all this other stuff, we could get more people up here. I think, the last 7 years or so, we've been doing our reparations. You know what I'm saying? I think we should have it by now. But, a lot of our folks just don't feel that we are worthy of, receiving that. So we got to the indoctrination thing where we got to just change everybody's mindset. And, you know what I'm saying? Re-indoctrinate ourselves. We need like a total strip of education and just re-educate ourselves on a whole nother level. You feel what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, there are ways that we could be, there are things that we should be doing like right now that before we receive our repair or what I call it, our inheritance, because that's what it really is. They owe our ancestors, but it's our money too. You know what I'm saying? So that's like our inheritance. So basically, we got to start incorporating ourselves. Like, Sister Enough, you got to start putting businesses in your baby's names. Real shit, you know what I'm saying? So that way, by the time they turn 18, they ain't got to go work for nobody. And they can get their own little car, you feel what I'm saying? Or their own little apartment or whatever if they want to move out, you feel what I'm saying? And they'll be straight and they'll never have to worry about no break, regardless of reparations, even though, a debt is owed. You feel what I'm saying? On that note. But this is something that we really need to start thinking about. So I want everybody to go subscribe to News Totter, NEWSTOTER. News Totter. I guess I'll try to put it in a jumbotron. We are looking for Black business owners. It doesn't matter if you're just starting out, you just do hair in your house or whatever, or, you got your stuff in your house, you just, in-house or whatever what they call it, or you got, Fortune 500 popping or something, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you got your self incorporated or not incorporated. You got your tax ID, don't got your tax ID. We'll figure all that out when you come up to the space or whatever. So go subscribe to News Totter and go to newstotter.com. Subscribe is the #1 Black curated news on the web. Nobody put out more information than News Totter, you know what I mean? And at $1 a day, also just to keep in mind, Black media was the first to report on the Buffalo massacre. Let's keep that in mind. White WPI institutions was not reporting on the situation that happened to our now ancestors, you know what I mean? All folks up in Buffalo, you know what I mean? And, that concerns me much because I'm in this promotion space or whatever. So I got to be using my skill, my talent, to put our people on and put our people in position. So that way, God forbid nothing like this ever happens where, a family member leaves the world and moves on to the next plane, that, they are going to be okay financially, spiritually, emotionally, and know that they got other family around. This is how we used to be. But, like I always say, drugs just fucking wipe that shit out. You know what I mean? And with that being said, Sister Rella got a request. We're going to bring up this song called Free by Perry Jones. So I believe that is dedicated to you, Sister Enough. Am I right with Sister Rella? Right.
Yeah.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Uh-oh. My bad. Why I keep cutting out of it? Because it's YouTube, that's why, my bad. Yeah, sorry for the skipping the record, ladies and gentlemen. You know, forget it's YouTube. My bad. But yeah, that's for you, sister. Enough. We love you, and your kids are kids, so don't ever forget that. You know what I mean? You know, when they get older, we gotta rough them up to teach them how to fight. You know how that go. Matter of fact, let's get one more song for the road if we can.
Hey, are we good with letting this song in the space here that DJ's got coming up?
Yes, and I think Enough wanted to say something before.
Okay, yeah. Let's let her speak, and then when DJ plays this song, we'll let him play us out. Okay, Miss Enough, you're up.
I just want to take this time to say thank you to everyone and to let everyone know that I felt you, that I appreciate you. I appreciate all the messages. And I love all of you guys. Thank you.
Love you back. Love you back. So I'm the last one for the night. Black is over with after that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on 1 second then. Let's switch up the playlist. Yeah, it's your boy DJ Sag One. We're gonna play y'all out with this song called Exodus by our host right here, Greg Black King. Check him out on YouTube. Exodus. Let's get it.
They don't fuck with us, we need an exodus. All they do is fuck with us, we need an exodus. We need to get the fuck away from these racist fucks so we can build our black nation. Come one, come all, caravan up, fuck them all. Get on the road to a new black state, y'all. Get on the road to a black nation Mardi Gras. It's a party where we are, this is a wake-up call. This ain't a make-up song, we never did them wrong. But they always treating us like the problem. They got a problem, I got a problem solver. Black assault rifles and these black revolvers. A revolution is the solution. Their whole culture is pollution. Their whole structure is execution. A black DNA genes where the truth is. They don't fuck with us, we need an exodus. All they do is fuck with us, we need an exodus. We need to get the fuck away from these racist fucks so we can build our black nation. Exodus. They don't fuck with us, we need an exodus. All they do is fuck with us, we need an exodus. We need to get the fuck away from these racist fucks so we can build our black nation. Exodus. Indigo is the darkest color of flesh. That's why they called us Indians. We are blessed. That's why they called us Africans, our holy crest. Melanated, orchestrated, God's eternal best. Confess with your lips what you already know. We were created to reap what they sow. We were created to take what they owe. We were created to conquer all our foes and bring afterlife to the ones who oppose, cause their life ain't worth all the shit they oppose. I expose white supremacy. That is our enemy. That is the reason they keep killing black humanity. They don't fuck with us, we need an exodus. All they do is fuck with us, we need an exodus. We need to get the fuck away from these racist fucks so we can build our black nation. Exodus. They don't fuck with us, we need an exodus. All they do is fuck with us, we need an exodus. We need to get the fuck away from these racist fucks so we can build our black nation. Exodus. I see you watching me, I see you following me, I see you copying me, I see you mocking me, I see that I am everything you wanna be. I see the envy cause you know you can't compare to me. I know my value, I know my intellect, I know my power, my strength, it all intersects. I know my worth and my life is a testament. I know my race is the lost tribe of Yehoshaphat. We are lions, we are Judas in this earthly flesh. We are walking into darkness till we in this mess. We have walked amongst fools till we coalesce. Till we come together, then we will be blessed. They don't fuck with us, we need an exodus. All they do is fuck with us, we need an exodus. We need to get the fuck away from these racist fucks so we can build our black nation. Exodus. They don't fuck with us, we need an exodus. All they do is fuck with us, we need an exodus. We need to get the fuck away from these racist fucks so we can build our black nation. Exodus. They don't fuck with us, we need an exodus. All they do is fuck with us, we need an exodus. We need to get the fuck away from these racist fucks so we can build our black nation. Exodus. They don't fuck with us. All they do is fuck with us. Get the fuck away
and we out.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, man. If you're not following, let me follow. Yep, I got Big Philly. Followed enough. Definitely following everyone else. So, thank you so much. Let's stay in touch. Let's keep building. And, healing for the room. Good night, everybody.
Good night. One love, y'all. Reparations up. Y'all know what it is. Black folks up.
Good night, everyone.
Y'all be easy.
Good night, Rella. Good night, Philly. Good night, Enough. Good night, Stephanie and Tomboy. Black, my boy. Alex, your boy.
All right. Peace, everybody.
Good night.